Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents To Tempt a Scandalous Lord by Liana de la Rosa, narrated by Gabrielle Baker. Chapter 1. London, 1834. Niall would rather drink a watered-down glass of piss-coloured gin than smile one more time. After all his years as a Member of Parliament, smiling should be a natural expression. And yet, more often than not, he found himself gritting his teeth more so than flashing them. Inhaling deeply, he signalled for a glass of champagne from a footman. Damn, but he wished it was whiskey. Something biting and hardy that would chase away his annoyance and fortify his spirits. Champagne was good for nothing more than celebration, for its effervescent bubbles fooled you into thinking it was less potent than it was. And he needed his wits about him, for no one had warned him this campaign would wear on him in quite this way. Although, even if they had, he would not have changed course. The desire to elevate Scotland's place amongst the Empire by gathering support and passing legislations had been his goal for as long as he could understand the injustices enacted upon his people. He'd worked long and hard for his place in Parliament, and he would not falter now so close to the end, even if some political tracts painted him as unworthy and unready. "Oh, Inverray! I've been hoping to speak with you all evening." Swallowing a gulp of the bubbly liquid too quickly, Niall coughed into his hand. "Forgive me, Sheffield. You caught me unawares." "My apologies for startling you, my lord." Sheffield, a Member of Parliament from a borough in the Lowlands, said with a brief look of contrition, "I had hoped we could discuss the proposal that circulated today. I find myself very concerned with the language." Only the tick in his jaw would hint at his annoyance. While he and Sheffield shared similar unease about the legislation, Niall had already listened to more than 10 other such arguments before this, so by now he could barely scrounge up the wherewithal to care. But good sense, and a stubborn streak a mile long, kept the exasperation from his face. Clasping the other man by the shoulder, Niall said, "It sounds as if we are on the same page in regards to the Labour proposal. Let's have our secretaries schedule a time we can meet and hammer out a competing proposal." This seemed to mollify Sheffield, who nodded in acquiescence, promising to have his secretary reach out with possible meeting dates. Before the man wandered away, he clapped Niall on the shoulder and said, "I think it very admirable how you're handling these infernal tracts. I don't know that I would be as impassive and confident as you are if some anonymous bloke kept criticising me in such a public way." Bile singed the back of his throat, and it took Niall a moment to contain the anger that bubbled inside him. Dipping his head, he smiled, or hoped he did. "It's easy to ignore such criticisms when they have no basis for which to make them." But that didn't stop others from asking about them, and wondering if he had considered launching an investigation into determining who the author was. Of course he had. Niall had pondered it since the first tract made the rounds months prior. But the author of the chapbooks that lambasted every politician, no matter the party they belonged to, had not been unmasked. And while Niall affected an attitude of disinterest about the mysterious political tracts, they were just another reason he was slowly grinding his teeth to dust. When the butler rang the bell for dinner, his shoulders relaxed a tad. Perhaps he'd finally enjoy a bit of sustenance. Surveying the room, Niall's gaze landed on a familiar grey head. Gliding his way through the crowd, a genuine smile slid over his lips as he paused at the older woman's side, extending an arm to her. "Inveray, how kind of you to assume you were to lead me into dinner," Her Grace of Claremore drawled, looking up at him with narrowed blue eyes. Niall blinked. Was someone else supposed to escort the old bird? "I assumed Ashwood would escort me, as he's a duke. But you just tossed etiquette right out the window, didn't you?" The Duchess's tone was more amused than censorious. Taking a step back, Niall bowed. "I do beg your pardon, Your Grace. Of course the Duke is to escort you to your seat." "Oh, hush!" she hissed, finally looping her arm through his. She smacked his hand. "Ashwood may have been obliged to see me into dinner, but seeing as how he hasn't been able to tear his gaze away from your sister, I will overlook the breach of etiquette." Niall slid his gaze to where Juliana stood with her Duke, a fond smile on her lips as she gazed up at her husband. She had married the Duke of Ashwood more than 5 years prior, and the birth of 3 children had not diminished the sparkle of love that showed in their gazes every time they looked at each other. "They're smitten. I suppose that explains his Grace's absent-mindedness." The Duchess huffed a breath. "You suppose? In my day, a duke would never dream of forgetting such protocol." "I'm sure not. But then your days were in another century, so you are more than gracious to forgive this younger generation their foibles," he said, pretending interest elsewhere. If he wasn't paying such close attention to leading the older woman next to him, he might have missed her smothered snort. The old dear recovered quickly. "Well, it is a good thing the older generation was taught from the time we were the smallest tots to respect our elders. We were also instructed to be gracious and forgiving." "I can tell, Your Grace, you are all that is magnanimous," Niall intoned as he escorted her into the dining-room. "I think of your graciousness when I have to give a speech in front of Commons. It allows me to listen to the Conservatives' complaints with nary a word of rebuttal." The Duchess humphed. "I doubt that. That I am gracious, or that I listen to my rivals' complaints?" Her Grace arched a sharp grey brow as she slid into her seat. "Both." The Duchess proved to be a diverting dinner companion, and her barbed tongue and clever observations made the time pass quickly. A glass of wine and a delicious meal helped as well, but they would not excuse him forever from making conversation. He should be interacting with the guest on his other side, but aside from a few polite comments and observations, his attention kept returning to Her Grace of Claremore. If only the men in attendance possessed a quarter of the Duchess's wit. "I know what you're thinking, Inveray." The older woman peered at him through her lorgnette, tisking under her breath. "You think me superior company, even as you struggle to be on your best behaviour. Sometimes it's so very hard to be good, don't you think?" The Duchess snorted. "Well, do not be good on my behalf. I watched you earlier. You barely had a chance to draw breath. I wouldn't have blamed you too much if you threw your hands up and escaped into the gardens. I'd never be Prime Minister if I did." "Probably not," she sighed. "But then, perhaps, it's just a glorified position anyway." He did not attempt to contain his grin. I'm honored you would trust me enough to utter something so salacious. Inverray, really? The Duchess of Claremore skewered him with a glare. Do try to control your expression. I do not need the women in attendance directing their ire on me because you decided to gift me with your charm. My charm? He blinked as his gaze swept over the women preparing to depart to the drawing-room. I don't understand. Why exactly would they look on you with disdain? And here I was, under the impression you were an intelligent man, she grumbled. I have spent the dinner-time hours chatting with the only handsome, eligible bachelor at this gathering, and now you act as if you're unaware of your allure. The other women want to tear me to pieces. Niall chuckled, raising the old woman's glove to his lips, pressing a discreet kiss to her knuckles. As if they would be brave enough to cross you. You make me sound as if I'm frightening. The Duchess pressed a hand to her chest in offence. The twinkle in her blue eyes told him she was anything but. But aren't you? He drawled, stepping away to join the men, and just in time to avoid the swipe of her fan. Chuckling to himself, Niall entered the study, where his laugh promptly died on his lips. His friend Finlay, Lord Firthwell, stood in the corner of the room in conversation with Niall's old mentor, Viscount Matthews. Firthwell's brows were drawn low over his eyes, and his mouth was pinched as he listened to something the older man was saying. When he looked toward the doorway and met Niall's eyes, his expression was grim. Firthwell was never grim. He was optimistic and prone to easy laughter. Niall's stomach turned. Viscount Matthews did not offer any greeting when Niall joined them near the bookshelf. There's been another. There was no need for clarification as to what the Viscount meant, for the damned tracks had been plaguing Niall since he'd announced his intention to stand for Prime Minister. I assumed. No less than 5 different people have mentioned them to me with compliments on how well I've handled the criticism, as if they expected me to pull out a claymore and start hacking away at the furniture. I'd imagine that would be quite cathartic, Firthwell said, a laugh in his voice. How bad is it? He asked, accepting a glass of port from a footman's tray. He tipped it back, swallowing the entire glass in one mouthful. Firthwell sighed. Critical. He rolled his eyes. They've all been critical. Coughing into his hand, Firthwell nodded. Yes, well, this issue was particularly pointed. Give it to me, he snarled. Without a word, Viscount Matthews extracted a slip of paper from his pocket and slapped it into Niall's hand. Darting his gaze around the room for curious eyes, Niall quickly read the front section of the political tract. The headline read, Demand Inverray do more. Do more? He had served on Commons for 8 years, had worked tirelessly to see reforms pushed through that completely reconstructed the political apparatus of Parliament, to wrest power from those who governed for themselves and give it to the people. Anger turned his vision red, and he took a long moment to contain it. Swallowing uncomfortably, Niall refocused his gaze on the tract. Of the 2 candidates vying for a Whig Party leadership, the Marquis of Inverray has the most promise. He is intelligent, charismatic, and this writer believes a genuinely good person. Unfortunately, good people do not make good politicians. The Marquis needs to be bold, inventive, unafraid to challenge the establishment, yet more often than not he acquiesces to it. Take his stance on child labour. He has professed a disgust for the practice, yet he has voted against every bill that has come before his committee. It is a travesty. It is a disgrace. If we cannot trust the Marquis of Inverary to advance a child labour bill from his committee to Commons for a vote, how can we trust he will usher the government into a more benevolent entity that this country requires to address the needs of its citizens? In a word, we cannot. Fighting the urge to crumple the paper within his fist, Niall opted to suck a breath of air into his lungs and request another glass of port from a footman. The writer is being dramatic. An effective tract needs to be dramatic to draw attention, Firthwell said, sipping lightly from his glass. But is he? Niall pursed his lips as his gaze skipped over the gathering of men in the room. Any of them could be the author. My committee hasn't advanced a child labour vote through to the Assembly. Not because I do not want to, but because none of the bills have been right. Surely the writer of this drivel knows that. Or he doesn't, because he's a fool. Matthews pulled a small case from his coat and extracted a cheroot. Holding it to a candelabra on a nearby console, he puffed on it for a passing moment. You put too much stock in these silly tracts. Who reads them? The public, the very people who cannot vote. Why should you care if women and the poor read these words? Their opinions do not affect your campaign. But shouldn't they? Niall thought as he studied the older man. Viscount Matthews had been a fixture in his life since he decided to stand for his Parliament seat. As the son of a Scottish duke, Niall had very few friends involved with British politics, and even fewer that desired for him to participate in them. But ever determined, he had conversed with lords at balls and dinner parties, sharing his views and discreetly asking for introductions to men who could help an eager, motivated young Scotsman find his way into politics. Lord Matthews was just such a mentor. But that didn't mean Niall always agreed with him. And because they had waged arguments much like this in the past, his answer was probably a familiar refrain to the Viscount. Perhaps we should change the laws of this country, so that every citizen can vote, instead of just the wealthy land-owning men. Not waiting for Matthew's retort, Niall turned to Firthwell. Do others agree with the writer? Staring into his eyes for a long moment, the blond man finally sighed. It would appear so. I have heard whispers at the coffee shop. And, his expression turned pained, Charlotte has said several women in the Patroness group have mentioned the tracts. Niall clenched his teeth so tightly his jaw ached. Even the women who served on the Patroness board for the Foundling Home, one he'd opened and supported for years with his own funds, doubted him? All because some nameless, faceless coward was questioning his abilities, his ideas, his integrity. Mocrech! If I am lucky enough to meet this man in a dark alley. Niall crushed the tract in his fist. He'd better hope the worst I do is throttle him. When Alicia had first married, she had longed to join the men for port after dinner. Lord Lindsay, her husband, used to tell her of the topics the men discussed as they sipped on their Portuguese wine and smoked cigars and cheroots. Such things interested her far more than the conversations the women engaged in while they waited for the men to relieve them from their boredom. That was until Lindsay told her to listen to the things the women didn't say, and Alicia came to realize how very foolish she'd been to think the conversations were anything but revealing. For oftentimes the most titillating information was revealed if Alicia paid close attention to the chatter around her. "Morrison says he can't believe I didn't fire the upstairs maid when I discovered she was with child," Lady Morrison shared quietly from a couple of chairs away as she fanned her face with furious strokes. "The Viscount is obviously dallying with or harassing the maid." Alicia made a mental note to ask her maid to inquire after the girl and ensure she was well. A baroness kept up a litany of complaints nearby. "Chauncey refuses to allow me to shop at Madame Tremaine's any longer. He says their gowns are sub-par for the price, and insists I was overpaying." Alicia barely kept her eyes from rolling into the back of her head. Baron Chauncey was a scapegrace, who she would guess had not paid the modiste's bill for at least a quarter. Again. Is this all these women were concerned about? Or were they just content to complain and receive commiserating comments for their woes because they received no such attention at home? Alicia knew a bit about being ignored by one's spouse. Still, why couldn't they discuss truly important matters like the political stances of the next candidates to run their empire? But then perhaps these women were taught that these sorts of topics which they discussed should be important to them. As if someone had read her mind, the next voice immediately snagged Alicia's attention. "Inverray is a dear man," the Duchess of Claremore said in her usual brusque tone, as if daring anyone to refute her words. "He is refined, gentlemanly, and sharp as a tack. It's unfortunate that tract writer has maligned him so." Alicia casually raised a glass of ratafia to her mouth to hide her smile. Maligned? Hardly. The Marquis of Inverray might be intelligent and handsome as sin, but everything printed in the newest tract making the rounds was true. The Marquis could be doing so much more with his power in Commons than he currently was. His hard work on the Reform Act had been a step in the right direction, but it was not enough. She thought of Morrison's maid and of the modiste who had the unfortunate luck to work with Baron Chauncey and be stiffed by his complete lack of morals. "A gentleman always pays his vows," was a common refrain. Yet Alicia had learned, time and again, that a gentleman paid his debts only to those he thought worthy of his notice. It enraged her, and she channeled that rage into targeted action to address the plight of the working poor in London, most especially how their struggles affected their children. If holding candidates accountable for their parliamentary action, or inaction, through anonymously penned chapbooks was considered maligning them, then so be it. The door to the drawing-room swung open, momentarily halting some of the conversations, and a line of men strolled in. Among them, the Marquis of Inverray walked through the doorway with Viscount Firthwell, the two men in contrast with each other. While Firthwell was golden-coloured, a smile always on his handsome face, Inverray appeared as if he'd just returned from a warring party on the Scottish hillside. Even with his mouth tipped up into a semblance of a smile, his gaze was fierce and intimidating. How he had found a dinner jacket to fit his broad shoulders, Alicia did not know, but it stretched across the breadth of him like a second skin. His sharp cheekbones and Roman nose were aristocratic, Paired with dark hair he kept long and skirting the tops of his shoulders. But it was his eyes, grey and piercing, that Alicia had always found unnerving. When he looked at a person, he seemed to peer through the pretences they erected down to the real person hidden under the layers. Alicia watched as the Marquis stopped to converse with several guests, a sparkle in his eye and a shadow of humour on his mouth. The women practically melted under the weight of his regard, and Alicia snorted. "He really is a kind man." Jerking back, Alicia snapped her gaze to the woman sitting next to her. Lady Firthwell. The Viscountess was not a chatterer, and she only spoke when she had something worthwhile to say. It was exactly why Alicia opted to sit next to her when others were still wary of her working-class background and Jewish faith. Clearing her throat, she asked, "Who are you referring to, my lady?" Lady Firthwell turned sapphire-blue eyes to her. "Lord Inverray, of course. Was he not who you were watching?" Drat. Alicia licked her lips and considered her next words. "It's hard not to watch him when he's vying for such a powerful position." "Naturally." The Viscountess quirked her mouth. "I worked at the foundling home Inverray endowed before I met and married Firthwell, you know." Alicia blinked. "Actually, I didn't know. He supports a foundling home?" "He does, as do his sisters, the Duchess of Ashwood and the Marchioness of Hampstead. I was the deportment teacher, and I taught French. Now I serve as a patroness for the home." A fond look brightened her face. "Lord Inverray has always been respectful and kind, and he's good to the children as well. So many of them are unused to kind words, but the Marquis has such an easy way about him, a friendly demeanour that instantly wins their regard. He is a great favourite amongst the students." "The party would benefit from his leadership," Lady Firthwell continued. "As long as he can keep his temper in control in the midst of the worst of the election vitriol, I think he has a chance of securing the position." "Do you?" Alicia repeated, taken aback by the Viscountess's confident words. Lady Firthwell raised a sharp eyebrow. "Do you not? Come now, Lady Lindsay, I know you are as attuned to political affairs and machinations as I have to be, so you know Inverray has a good deal of support within the party?" Fighting the urge to fidget, Alicia raised a shoulder. "He is quite popular. My late husband thought he had a great deal of potential." Lindsay had also bemoaned Inverray's tendency to rebel against the party line at inopportune times, saying the boy needed to be strategic. But Alicia couldn't share her agreement with this assessment, at least not in polite company. "Indeed he does," Lady Firthwell said, "and I am hoping this leadership race will help him hone his strengths and expose him to more critics." Alicia worked hard to not showcase her surprise. "You think he should be exposed to more criticism?" "Of course. How else is he to sharpen his message and pinpoint the weaknesses in his beliefs if he never hears criticism of them?" "How indeed?" A spark of hope exploded in her chest. Turning to the Viscountess, Alicia studied her. "I like the way you think, my lady. If only the men actually in power were of the same mindset." Lady Firthwell's pretty face sobered. "It's difficult, is it not, to be so close to those making the policies that could aid our country or destroy it, and not have any more power. I may be married to Finlay, confident in his respect for me and my ideas, but I can't vote for him, nor can I expect him to heed my advice. I did not expect to find it so vexing." The other woman's words so perfectly summed up Alicia's thoughts, she was left speechless. Even when Lindsay had been alive and actively participating in parliamentary matters, her opinions and ideas had only ever been suggestions to him. That flare of frustration, so familiar and constant, licked painfully up her throat. Alicia swallowed it down. She opened her mouth to respond when movement from the corner of her eye snagged her attention. Viscount Firthwell approached with a smile, but his gaze quickly skipped over her to land on his wife. Faith, Alicia thought, as she watched the man's eyes soften with love. Would a man ever look at her with such emotion? "Finley, dear, you've met Lady Lindsay, I hope," the Viscountess said, sweeping her hand in Alicia's direction. The woman's gaze did not leave her husband's face. Alicia pressed her lips together to smother her smile. The pair had married more than a year ago, but you wouldn't know it based on the way they practically vibrated like tuning forks for each other. She wanted to be annoyed, but truthfully, Alicia was glad for their happiness. Finding contentment with one's spouse was a state she would not ever experience. A dark figure appeared behind Firthwell then, and Alicia's thoughts stuttered. Who was she? The thought ran on a loop through Niall's mind as he greeted Lady Firthwell, politely asking after her health and welfare, while he studiously ignored the woman sitting on her left. Still he sensed her out of the corner of his vision. Like a bright light his eyes yearned to turn toward. But Niall did not want to appear too curious. He was much too jaded about the improbable mix of romance and politics. Niall had never been more thankful that the Viscountess was not a loquacious woman, for she responded succinctly to his greeting, although her pretty eyes sparkled with warmth. "Have you met the Countess Lindsay, my lord?" Lady Firthwell gestured with her hand to the woman next to her. He all but sighed to finally have an excuse to let his gaze rest upon her. She was alluring. Her face was like a melody played across piano keys, whimsical, perfectly symmetrical, graceful, and quite lovely. Her gown was simple and unadorned, but the deep blue colour emphasized the dark gold streaks in her blonde hair and the rose tint to her creamy complexion. A gold chain hung around her neck, an engraved locket dangling on the end and drawing attention to her comely décolletage. Her pink lips were curled up just slightly, not quite a smile, but friendly nonetheless. A ruddy flush spread over his cheeks, fanned hotter by the delighted sparkle that seemed to shine in her dark brown eyes. Damn, what was he about? He was never one to be flustered or unsettled, yet the knowledge the Countess Lindsay had caught him critiquing her person left him horribly embarrassed. He would apologize to her when a discreet moment presented itself. He had not meant to offend her or make it appear he was scrutinizing her. Niall wasn't sure how convincing his explanation would be, to her or himself. So, this was the old Earl's widow. Lindsay had been a friend of his father's, and had worked with Niall on several bills. The older man had been married to a younger woman, and he knew the Earl had kept her locked away at one of his country estates. Now, Niall understood why. "I had the pleasure of making Lady Lindsay's acquaintance earlier tonight." Firthwell bowed politely to the other woman, all charismatic grace. "How are you enjoying the evening, my lady? Have you been bored witless during this last half-hour?" "I have more fortitude than that, my lord, I assure you." The Countess waved her fan in an easy manner. During my years as Lindsay's wife, I learned there are a great many things to glean from tea time." "And what did you learn?" Firthwell asked distractedly, his fingers discreetly stroking the back of his wife's neck. "Mrs. Hanover said that her husband is disgusted with the new Reform Bill and has considered retiring." Niall's head jerked back. He darted his eyes to Firthwell, who was now staring at Lady Lindsay with a slack jaw. "I am surprised to hear it. Hanover has been vocal in his dissent, but I never would have thought he'd retire over it." "Well, he hasn't retired yet, my lord." The Countess tilted her head to the side, that small smile playing along her lips again. "But then perhaps he could be encouraged." The word tripped along her tongue like a lover said their beloved's name. Niall found the sound oddly arousing. He gave himself a quick mental shake, but even the return of his equilibrium couldn't prevent him from asking, "And how would you suggest he be encouraged, your ladyship?" Turning her dark eyes on him, Lady Lindsay contemplated him for a long moment. "I would pass that Labour Bill through committee and bring it to the floor for a vote." Niall rocked back on his heels. It was a brilliant suggestion. Hanover had made his disgust for the Labour Bill known, a bill that would improve the working conditions of factory workers throughout the kingdom. Niall wasn't sure they had the votes to pass the legislation in Commons, but the debate alone might be enough to push the relic from a past era right out the door of Westminster. The Countess watched him silently as he pondered her proposal, her mien placid. But the small lines that fanned out from the corners of her eyes told him she was curious for his response. "He will be incensed that such a measure would even be called for a vote." Niall crossed his arms over his chest, amusement stretching his lips wide. "Excellent proposition, your ladyship." She dipped her head, all regal acknowledgment, but Niall did not miss the tinge of pink that touched her cheeks. "I am impressed, Lady Lindsay," Firthwell said, his brows high. "Care to share anything else you learned?" "Oh, I'm sure your lovely wife has more news to share than I do," she said with a flick of her fan. "I do?" The Viscountess blinked. "I am still quite new to this political game, so perhaps you would be kind enough to explain what I missed." Lady Lindsay chuckled, the husky sound threatening to tease a smile onto Niall's face. "I assure you that you did not miss much, but if I can help you learn the sort of details and notions to listen for, please let me know." Lady Firthwell's lips quirked up. "That is a kind offer, your ladyship, and I accept. I have fretted over whether I was doing enough to aid Finlay." The Countess angled to face the other woman. "Then let us help each other. I have only been in London since my mourning period ended, so I have not yet made many friends. Perhaps by assisting you, I can gain my thirst." Niall watched as the women continued their conversation, planning future dates, and he was struck that despite the Countess's amiable, polite manner, her pulse raced at the base of her throat. Was she nervous, feeling unsure of herself? Lady Lindsay was new in town, and as a young widow without children, he wondered if she was lonely and looking for purpose. His gaze traced over the sharpness of her cheekbones and the tilt to her chin that he wanted to call stubborn, but instead deemed confident. Despite any discomfiture she might feel, the Countess seemed to size up the room and its occupants, taking their measure in a mere glance. She was formidable, and he was charmed. Clenching his jaw, Niall looked away. He didn't have the time or inclination to be enchanted by the widowed Lady Lindsay, and if he were practical, and he always tried to be, she lacked the connections or funds that would make a deeper relationship between them beneficial. He had an election to win and reforms to champion, and he would do neither by dallying with a woman who could not aid his future. With that reminder of his duty, he executed a swift bow to both women. "Ladies, it was a pleasure, but I'm afraid I see Lord Matthews waving me over. Until next time." Niall swept away, determined to reclaim his focus and see to the task at hand. Chapter 2. At the table in the breakfast room the following morning, Alicia idly stirred her tea while she read the morning's paper, and her heart cheered when her eyes traced over the headline, "Slavery Abolished Across the Empire." Out of habit, she glanced up to the chair across the table from her, Lindsay's chair, the seat that had sat empty for the last 2 years, the one she had been trained to look to when she wished to talk. It felt like it was only yesterday when her maid had come rushing into her chambers to tell her the Earl had not awoken from his sleep. Yet to Alicia it was as if 1,000 new days had dawned since she'd learned the news. Their marriage had been born of desperate circumstances, and while she could never hate Lindsay for saving her from an awful fate, she had never loved him. But with a brevity born of time, Alicia could admit that the Earl had inadvertently shaped the issue she now championed as a widow, and she had grown in confidence and poise during their marriage. Despite everything, Alicia would be grateful. "The post has arrived, your ladyship," her butler Jones intoned quietly as he set a stack of letters at her elbow. Alicia blinked back to the present. With a polite nod, she filtered through the stack absent-mindedly, her eyes glazing over the various letters and sorting them with rote movements, until she noticed a letter penned in elegant script. Lady Firthwell had written her. A smile curved Alicia's mouth as she reflected on the quiet and serious Viscountess with the warm laugh. Plucking the seal free with impatient fingers, she quickly read the letter. The young woman thanked Alicia for her kindness at the soirée the previous night, and invited her to join her and Firthwell for dinner the night after next. Alicia glanced up at Jones. "Please have my calendar brought down to me." The butler immediately slipped out the door to see to his task. Alicia fiddled with Lady Firthwell's letter as she watched traffic on the street outside. She had received several letters and invitations since her arrival to London, all from the wives of Lindsay's old friends. But never had Alicia been this anxious to respond. She genuinely liked the Viscountess, and saw so much of her younger self in the woman as she adjusted to her new role as Countess and political hostess. Lindsay had never concerned himself with hosting political dinners whilst he was in town, but he had expected her to play hostess for grand dinners at the family estate. Alicia had been forced to learn so many things on her own. Alicia chewed her lip. Oh, she knew Firthwell's sister was a duchess, and no doubt would serve as a better tutor to the new Viscountess than Alicia ever could. But a genial smile and friendly encouragement was never amiss. If that was all she could offer to help make Lady Firthwell's transition smoother than her own, she'd do it happily. And if the Viscountess, as a patroness of Lord Inverray's foundling home, could assist Alicia in her quest to learn about the Marquis's charitable activities, more the better. Opening the nondescript notebook that sat at her elbow, Alicia spread the pages flat with the palms of her hands and studied the words she had written there the night before. To investigate. 1. Lord Inveray's Foundling Home. Other charitable works. 2. Medlinger's charitable works. 3. Key bills stalled in committee. 4. Those MPs who have expressed an interest in retiring. Alicia had chosen to focus on the platforms for each candidate for Prime Minister as the topic for her next essay. She was determined that her critique be fair, and while her conversation with Lord Inveray had made her hyper-aware of his taciturn charisma, she had also learned a few things about the man that bore some further research, foremost his work with his foundling home. Snatching up her pen, Alicia scribbled notes all over the margins as she worked through each item and determined the best way to accomplish the tasks. When Jones finally returned with the item she requested, Alicia sighed and leaned back in her chair. Her eyes traced over her writing one more time, committing the details to memory, before she shut the book. Yes, she knew exactly what to do now. Taking a moment to review her calendar, she extracted a sheet of stationery and set pen to paper to write an acceptance letter to Lady Firthwell's gracious invitation. Pleased with how this morning had started, Alicia raised her tea to her lips for a sip before she got to work on her essay. Niall had been ensconced with Firthwell at their regular table in their preferred coffee shop for the last hour, and he'd yet to request a refill. He'd been distracted by details of a proposal before his committee, until the Viscount mentioned a rumour that had been circulating through Westminster regarding the identity of the author behind the political tracts critiquing him and his platform. "It can't possibly be Edwards. The man is an idiot," he grumbled. Firthwell chuckled. "You'll hear no argument from me on that point. But truly, it does make a bit of sense. After losing his seat in the last election, he's taken it upon himself to critique all and sundry. But he can barely utter a coherent, intelligent sentence, let alone write enough of them to fill a page." Niall shook his head. "Plus, this author is clever. His opinions, his stances are nuanced and well-crafted, even if I don't always agree with them. I doubt Edwards even knows what nuance means." Leaning back in his chair, Firthwell crossed his arms over his chest. "So, if not Edwards, do you have any guess on the author's identity?" Tossing his pen onto the tabletop, Niall snatched up his coffee cup and took a sip. "Not a clue." Which was unbelievably frustrating. If they could discover who the bastard was, they could put a stop to his campaign to paint every one of Niall's efforts as weaknesses. "Will you come?" Firthwell asked suddenly. Niall blinked at the interruption, unsure of what his friend was referring to. "I'm sorry." Firthwell snorted and shook his head. "I said Charlotte and I would like to invite you to dine with us tomorrow night." Niall set down his cup, stifling a jolt of surprise. "That's kind of you," he frowned. "Is it a special occasion?" "There doesn't need to be a special occasion to invite you to dinner, Inveray." "Are you certain?" When Firthwell rolled his eyes, Niall chuckled. "Who else will be attending?" The Viscount raised a shoulder. "Charlotte has extended an invitation to Lady Lindsay." "The Countess Lindsay?" He hated the way his muscles clenched at the sound of her name. Really, it was quite unlike him to be moved by a pretty face. "And really?" Was she that pretty? He argued with his memory of her beauty, because with her blonde hair and porcelain complexion, she looked like any other English miss who'd been dangled before him like a carrot to the trap. He'd never been tempted by flaxen hair and insipid smiles before, and he refused to be now. But the idea of dining in such an intimate setting with Lady Lindsay, listening to her melodious laugh, ruled his thoughts, which would not do. Niall took a moment to clear his throat. "Why is Lady Firthwell so keen on inviting the Countess?" Firthwell shrugged. "You witnessed their discussion last night. Charlotte needs friends, allies, and the Countess seems like the sort who could be just that." And from what Niall learned about the Countess, she was probably covetous for friends and allies too. "Charlotte wanted to keep the gathering intimate," Firthwell continued, "and since you are both of a politically minded bent, she thought perhaps you and the Countess would have plenty to discuss." Niall grasped his coffee cup and brought it to his lips to keep from responding. Undeterred, his friend added, "You must admit her advice about Hanover was quite clever." "I admit nothing." Niall arched a severe brow before glancing down at the tabletop. "But since you mentioned Hanover, have you considered her suggestion?" Firthwell rubbed his jaw, his green gaze speculative. "I've been thinking about it since the Countess suggested it. I have some ideas." For the next half-hour they discussed how to goad the old MP to finally relinquish his stranglehold on his borough. Hanover had served in Commons from the time Niall's father had still voted his seat in Lords, and had always been a cantankerous, mean-spirited fellow. He'd also become more content to sip brandy at his club than to attend committee meetings or pivotal votes at Westminster over the years. His retirement would allow for a younger, responsible, driven man to take his place, and Niall was determined to see that happen. His very bid for party leadership could depend upon it. "So, what do you think?" Firthwell asked. Niall scrubbed a hand across his brow. "I think it's a solid plan. I'll discuss it with Matthews, because the old dog will probably see something we didn't." "Good idea." Firthwell suddenly pointed a finger at him. "We should mention it to the Dukes as well. They can spread it amongst their contacts, and who's going to dare contradict 2 Dukes?" "Not me, that's for certain," Niall said on a laugh. His sister Juliana's husband, the Duke of Ashwood, and his close friend, the Duke of Darrington, were the exact sort of allies one could only hope to have. "Although if anyone were to challenge them, it should be you. You're a future Duke, after all," Firthwell pointed out. "A Scots Duke." His father, the Duke of Kilmorrow, also claimed an old English viscounty, which gave him a seat in Lords. But there was always some snobbish, turned-out English lord determined to look down on him, despite being one of the wealthiest peers in the realm. And his career in Commons had made him one of the most well-connected. Yet try as he might, Niall was painfully aware that others would always think less of him and his abilities. Coughing into his fist, Niall forced his thoughts from memories to the present. "I'll speak with Ashwood and Darrington." "Excellent." Firthwell rose to his feet with easy grace, donning his top hat. "Until tomorrow night, my friend." Niall watched him weave his way through the coffee shop afternoon crowd, his thoughts already on the next item on his to-do list, and decidedly not on the pretty Countess who would be his dinner companion. Chapter 3. Alicia couldn't remember a dinner she'd attended where she'd smiled quite so much. Raising a glass of wine to her lips, her gaze wandered the room. Everything about Rockhaven House spoke of wealth and consequence, and her mouth had gaped to an embarrassing degree when she had stepped into the foyer. Her hosts, Lord and Lady Firthwell, had graciously ignored her lack of decorum, and the couple chatted and laughed easily with her, even as they still orbited around each other. Charlotte, as Lady Firthwell had asked to be called, had gripped Alicia's hand tightly as they walked to the dining-room, and quietly told her how happy she was that Alicia accepted her invitation. Some of her nerves were abated at finding only one other guest in the room, his back facing the door as he studied the fire crackling in the hearth. While she had taught herself to remain austere and confident in any setting, Alicia much preferred smaller gatherings where she could engage in meaningful conversations with others. Their party would only consist of 4 people, so she swallowed back some of her unease. Perhaps Charlotte was just as eager to forge a friendship between them as she was. "My lord, you remember Lady Lindsay, I'm sure," Charlotte said to the gentleman on the other side of the room. And suddenly Alicia knew exactly who he was. His broad shoulders, kissed by hair the colour of midnight, were his greatest tell, and her skin tingled in awareness. But it was when Lord Inverray turned and his grey eyes snagged her that the true weight of his magnetism wrenched at her composure. How she had managed to be in his company so frequently over the last few days she did not know, but Alicia found she was not sorry for it. She had long thought him arrogant and fierce, and he was still those things, but she was learning he was so much more. "Your ladyship," the Marquis said simply, executing a graceful bow. His eyes held hers as she extended her greeting, and a pleasant warmth spread across her skin. Even when Charlotte pulled her aside in conversation, Alicia continued to feel his gaze. Inverray sat at her side throughout dinner, and no matter what movement she made, whether cutting her roast beef and root vegetables, raising her glass of wine to her lips, or smiling at Charlotte while they chatted, Alicia was always aware of the Marquis. His outsized presence dominated the space, leaving her decidedly on edge. After dinner concluded, they adjourned to the sitting-room, where Alicia listened quietly while Inverray argued with their host about the best way to move a child labour bill to Westminster. "You always talk about garnering Tory support, even when you already have the votes to push the proposal forward. Firthwell, it's not that simple," he said, as the Viscount groaned into his glass of wine. "It would be if you weren't constantly worried about offending everyone in Commons," Alicia murmured. The Marquis swung his head to look at her, his brows pulled low over his eyes. "What do you mean, my lady?" She swallowed, anxiety dancing upon her nerves before she offered, "You're so concerned with compromise, you forget that sometimes you need to go for the jugular." "How bloodthirsty," Charlotte said, an amused smile curving her mouth. Inverray's glare would surely turn her to stone. "Are you advising me to play games with my political future?" Alicia dropped her gaze as she sat back in her chair, something she had been actively avoiding all night. It seemed like a ceding of ground, and she hated to appear weak. But her study of the candidates for party leader revealed that while Inverray was adept at delivering a carefully worded response to suit the moment, his facial expressions usually gave away his true feelings, or so it seemed to her, and his current expression made it clear she was at risk of offending his pride. "Not play games, my lord. I'm advocating you grasp the power you've earned and put it to good use." Inverray raised his glass of port to his lips to take a sip, his gaze heavy upon her. "And grasping it means I should force a vote on a proposal I know won't get the proper support?" "His lordship has indicated you have the support." She cocked her head as she returned his stare. "From party members, perhaps, but I would like bipartisan support." "But why?" she pushed. He set his glass down with a loud clank and leaned toward her. "Because any child labour law we pass will change the entire country. It will affect how business is conducted throughout the empire. Families who rely upon every member of the household to bring home a wage, no matter their tender age, will now send their little workers from factory floors into schoolrooms. There will be backlash, and I want the full support of Commons behind such a legislation, not just the members of one party." Alicia had not expected that answer, and she raised her wine-glass to her lips to hide her surprise. While she had been narrowly focused on seeing legislation written, Inverray had been considering the larger picture. Her respect for him grew. Mayhap there was a way she could help. "I understand what you're trying to do, Inverray, but you know it will be an uphill battle, especially with the tracks cutting you off at the legs," Firthwell said. Alicia went still, every part of her on alert. The expressions of the other 3 occupants at the table darkened, and she fought not to fidget at the tense shift in the atmosphere of the room. "Have you given any more thought to determining who the author is?" Firthwell leaned forward, his gaze firm. "Are you simply going to roll over and let this nameless, faceless coward define your legacy for you?" With her pulse galloping like an out-of-control racehorse, Alicia gulped down a burning mouthful of wine. "I appreciate your fierce support, Firthwell, but your complete willingness to overlook the very real truths of the author's claims astounds me." Darting her gaze to the Viscount, she found Firthwell staring at Inverray with a scowl. "What truth could the author have written?" The Marquis propped his ankle on the opposite knee, and his casual confidence sparked a fire in the depths of her belly, and Alicia forced herself to look away. She knew what happened to the moth that drifted too close to the flame. Inverray spread his hands. "The author claimed I'm short-sighted, more concerned with intimate victories than long-term successes. He's not wrong." "Come now, Niall, that's unfair," Firthwell scoffed. "Sometimes small victories are needed to rally the troops, give them encouragement, motivate them to keep working toward the end goal. That's what you have told me again and again." Alicia stared down at her hands, knotted in her lap. She had long bemoaned Inverray's apparent indifference to ushering more important, more meaningful bills to Westminster. Yet now she felt foolish. Of course each inconsequential bill was a morale boost, while he worked backstage on more substantial pieces of legislation. "Must we discuss those infernal chapbooks any longer?" Inverray rose to his feet and headed to the sideboard. He removed a stopper from a bottle, raised it to his nose, and nodded approvingly. After taking a sip from his freshly poured glass, he raised a sharp brow. Nothing we say here is going to erase what has already been written, and I've spent enough time thinking on those blasted tracts." Alicia raised her glass of wine to her mouth for a sip. A man who was capable of self-reflection was a rarity in her limited experience, and she didn't know what to think of it. "I quite agree that a change of subject is in order," Charlotte murmured, "especially because we've not yet discussed the rumour that Lord Medlinger was caught in flagrante delicto with Lady Rasmussen." The group discussed at length whether the rumour could be true, and the men debated if Inverray should take advantage of such information. Alicia was surprised when the Marquis swiped his hand through the air. "Of course I'm not going to mention it. That is not the kind of campaign I wish to run." Alicia snorted, quickly smothering the sound by taking another sip of wine, but it was too late. Inverray's grey gaze pinned her to the spot. "Oh, Lady Lindsay, I knew I could count on you to have a thought on that proclamation," he said, the corners of his mouth hinting at amusement. "Come now, if you were me, what would you do?" He expected she'd react, did he? Alicia stored that away to consider later. Still, in for a penny, in for a pound. Licking her lips, she said, "If I were in a position to win the most powerful political seat in England, I would fine-tune my talking points, boast of my voting record, and reiterate, over and over, why I am the superior candidate to Lord Medlinger." She couldn't stop the smile that pulled her mouth taut. "And that means I, as candidate Inverray, would be using this supposed rumour as proof of my claims." "You," he paused, and the way his mouth twitched convinced her he was biting back a chuckle. "You think I should make use of this rumour?" "Of course I do. A rumour like this is a godsend during an election." The Marquis stared at her, his grey eyes unfathomable. "Interesting. Am I to assume, then, that you may think very differently about the chapbooks as we discussed earlier?" Alicia blinked. To respond honestly could alienate her from these people she longed to form friendships with, and the thought was a lance across her skin. Inverray took a sip of his drink, waiting for a response. "Right." Alicia squared her shoulders, mentally preparing herself for recriminations. "I think it's easy to be offended by criticism and harder to accept it with an intent to learn." The room was quiet, but the small tick in Inverray's jaw left her breathless. Charlotte leaned toward Alicia, her gaze intense. "I fully admit that criticism of my friends is hard for me to hear. But even during our short acquaintance, I trust you will tell me the truth. So tell me, Alicia, what can his lordship learn from these chapbooks I like to shred when I am angry?" Alicia discreetly sucked a breath through her teeth and slid her gaze to Inverray. He watched her with an expressionless mien, until he arched a black brow. So he wanted the truth, did he? Alicia could barely contain her smile. The truth it would be, then. Lady Lindsay possessed all the equanimity of a card sharp. Niall had no idea if she had a mind for 21, or if other games of chance were more her speciality. But what he did know was that her expression never seemed to change, regardless of how scandalous the topic. While his friends had laughed and chatted over the course of the night, Lady Lindsay had remained silent, composed. Yet he hadn't failed to notice how her dark eyes had danced as she took in the action around her. Like she wanted to participate in the banter, but held herself back. Niall understood why. Their small group was close, tied together by blood and the bonds of friendship that had been forged and strengthened through the fire of scandal. Still, even amongst their company, he desired Lady Lindsay's voice, her thoughts on the topics they discussed. The barbed wit he'd glimpsed at the recent soirée, the impeccably dressed, impeccably behaved Countess, had a secret heart of fire. And damn, if she hadn't shared it with him. She lifted her chin and met Lady Firthwell's gaze head-on to answer the question. I believe the author of these tracts is correct that Inverray has tread lightly on some issues when he should be pushing harder. But as his lordship already discussed, surely such things require balance, a degree of finesse? A furrow marred the Viscountess's forehead. He can't push through reforms simply because he wants them. Of course he can. The trio went still. Lady Lindsay's gaze scanned the room, no doubt taking in the surprised expressions gaping back at her. But to her credit, she did not shrink back from his friend's censure. Instead, she calmly raised her glass of wine to her lips and took a drink. The silence was broken by Lady Firthwell's inquisitive voice. "How so, my lady?" The Countess placed her glass gently on the table next to her and looked down at her lap. When Niall followed her gaze, he found her twisting her fingers in her skirt. Ah, not as calm as she seems. Instead of directing your ire and frustration at this anonymous chapbook writer, perhaps consider how you can use his writing to further your ends. What do you mean? Firthwell asked, before Niall could shape the words. You're intent on gathering the necessary support for a child labour law, yes? Niall nodded when her gaze landed on him. I am. Then let this writer spread this information for you. Let his words court the public on your behalf, so they understand the issue and how it will affect their lives, whether good or bad. Her dark eyes, wide and sparkling with fervour, held his. She made it sound so reasonable, and yet... How do you propose I do that? No one has been able to determine who he is, so how can I seek his support? Not to mention the idea of courting the goodwill of someone who'd actively hindered his campaign made him grit his teeth. Lady Lindsay shifted in her chair and angled her body toward him. Whoever the writer is, he's shown himself to have access to various political and social circles. Thus, have your friends discuss with their friends the need for such a comprehensive bill, and the ways in which you're trying to bring such legislation to a vote. I suspect this mystery writer will quickly pick up on the details. What a brilliant plan! The Countess made the proposition seem so simple, and the thought of using the same chapbooks that had haunted his candidacy to garner support for a cause dear to him would be a boon. How very clever of you, Alicia! Lady Firthwell beamed a bright smile at her, a sight the dignified woman rarely shared. A pink hue swept over Lady Lindsay's cheeks, and Niall endeavoured to ignore how fetching it was. I doubt it's clever as much as it is strategic. Strategic? He considered her over the rim of his glass, his gaze sweeping over her face. How did you learn such a skill? What makes you believe I learned it from anyone? Niall bit back a chuckle at the challenge in her voice. Are you declaring this skill was self-taught? And if it was? Unfolding her hands, the Countess pierced him with a glare. Men proclaim themselves to be self-taught in any number of things, Yet I'm to be doubted if I claim the same? When men claim to be self-taught, I usually assume they're full of Niall, really, Firthwell interrupted with a chuckle. My apologies, he offered, lifting the glass while the Countess stared at him, with the corners of her mouth trembling just so. Developing an eye for strategy is not hard to learn, but it does take time. It requires an attention to detail and a study of one's opponent, their habits, their beliefs, their strengths and weaknesses. And once you have learned those, she raised a narrow shoulder, devising a strategy to work for them is a matter of filling in the blanks. What a succinct way to view the whole process. The Viscountess was right, Niall fancied. Lady Lindsay was clever. Firthwell's voice cut through his thoughts when he said, I suspect you should direct Inveray's campaign. No one would stand in your way. Except for the man himself, she drawled, smirking in his direction. Yet for all Lady Lindsay took Firthwell's suggestion as a jest, Niall knew the Viscount might be right. Would anyone turn down such a gracious, poised Countess? He suspected not. When the conversation turned to other topics, Niall grasped his glass and took a healthy swig, listening rather than participating. Of course his eyes went to the Countess, who was laughing at something Lady Firthwell said. He wasn't sure what he had expected from the young widow when he learned she would be in attendance tonight, but her wit and intelligence continued to surprise him. Firthwell leaned toward him then, and in a hushed voice said, I know the campaign is your focus, but there's nothing wrong with enjoying the attention and company of a comely lady. Sliding his gaze to him, Niall quirked his mouth. I don't know what you mean. Of course you do, Firthwell chuckled. You haven't been able to look away from her all night, and I've caught a few of the covert glances she sent your way. Niall immediately peered at Lady Lindsay, who met his eyes for a swift instant, and then returned her attention to the Viscountess. I'm not saying you should court the woman, but maybe share a waltz with her, a ride in the park. Firthwell shrugged. You need something to look forward to, separate from politics. Thankfully, the butler interrupted the conversation with a note for Firthwell, and Niall was left to consider his suggestion. It was true he enjoyed the Countess's company, thanks to her nimble mind, witty repartee, and her winsome, hard-earned laugh. So why shouldn't he seek out her company more often? Taking advantage of the lull, Niall turned to Lady Lindsay and asked softly, Will you be attending the Talbot ball? I will be. Her brown eyes focused on him. I assume you'll be there as well? Niall dipped his head. Would you be so kind as to share your supper waltz with me? Her lips fell open for just a moment before she snapped them closed. Pink bloomed on her cheeks again. I would be honoured, my lord. Biting back a smile, Niall gulped a mouthful of port. His political campaign would always come first, but an innocent flirtation with a shrewd, lovely widow wouldn't hurt too much. Chapter 4. Am I being too harsh? Effia Asan, close confidant and sharp-eyed editor, made a sound Alicia would describe as non-committal, but didn't push to confirm this. She would speak her mind soon enough. She always did. From the time she met Effia at a salon hosted by a women's charitable organisation, Alicia had come to depend upon her clever wit and bluntness. The group had met at least once a week to discuss the issues pertaining to the welfare of children, an issue they both held dear. Yet only Effia had been vocal about possible solutions, gaining Alicia's admiration. When Alicia had inadvertently revealed she penned political rants to amuse herself, Effia had asked to read one. Alicia had brought her an essay she'd written about the failure of Parliament to pass a Jewish emancipation bill. Effia had laughed heartily over her stinging critique and revealed she worked for a publisher interested in placing the writings of women in periodicals and opinion chapbooks. All anonymous, of course. And she thought Alicia's essays would be of particular interest. Thrilled at the chance to share her thoughts about the workings of Parliament with a larger audience, Alicia readily accepted Effia's offer, and they had been working together to fine-tune her critiques ever since, which was why Alicia slowly counted every excruciating minute until Effia lowered the pages and speared her with a midnight dark gaze. "No, you're not being harsh, but I do believe you like the Marquess and are uncomfortable criticizing him." "Well, it doesn't seem like there's a lot to criticize." Alicia bit her tongue to keep from saying more. Such a pronouncement did not go unnoticed, though. "Come now, Alicia," Effia said, clicking her tongue. "I'm surprised you would be influenced by a handsome face." Alicia plucked at her skirts. "You think the Marquis is handsome?" "I have a pulse," Effia snorted. "I find his proper, stoic, gentlemanly ways appealing, and if the broadsheets are to be believed, so does half the ton. Tell me, does he have a charming brogue?" She shouldn't encourage the woman, but Alicia couldn't help but say, "It's like butter on a warm scone." Effia chuckled. "I think your criticisms of Lord Inverray are fair, especially when weighed against your praise. Yet even in your writing, it's apparent that lately you are hesitant to criticize him or his voting record." That would not do. Alicia might respect the Marquis, and possibly even like him, but she still had a job to do. If she ignored how much she had come to look forward to Lord Inverray's serious voice and laughing grey eyes, or the manner in which he always considered her so intently, as if he cared about every word that came from her mouth, Alicia could readily admit his campaign had several weak spots. He was obviously a kind man, concerned about the well-being of the working poor and children, but he didn't make such things clear with his voting record or his campaign platform. The Whigs had just won control over Parliament, and now was the time to tap a leader to usher through the changes they began with the Reform Act. Yet Inverray seemed to be offering more of the same style of politics that prevented the country from moving forward into a new, exciting era. Or so she had thought, until he revealed a bit of his methodology at Rockhaven House. Taking the pages from Effia's hand, she considered her words. She complimented the Marquis's strong support for the abolishment of slavery throughout the Empire, but did not once mention his committee's failure to present a child labour bill to Commons. And although she wrote about his public support for the failed measure for Jewish emancipation, she had not touched on his lack of movement toward another emancipation bill for not only Jewish citizens, but for other religious minorities as well. Now that she was better acquainted with Inverray, Alicia knew he had legitimate reasons for these lapses, but then she wasn't supposed to be aware of his manoeuvring. And it was her responsibility, as a political critic, to point out flaws not excuses. If Inverray is tapped as Prime Minister, his government could improve lives or make them harder for citizens all over the Empire. How you feel about his handsome face is not nearly as important as how you feel about his politics. Effie said, her words hitting their mark as always. Perhaps I was soft on him, Alicia murmured, her gaze skimming over the words. Perhaps. I'd say you definitely were. Rolling her eyes, Alicia conceded the point. Whatever would I do without you to hold my feet to the fire? You'd be bored. Effie raised a cup of coffee to her mouth. Did you want to rework it? Alicia sighed. I do. I can have Jane deliver the revised essay to you when it's ready. Effie shook her head. I'll come to you. I have another meeting this afternoon, and I can stop by afterwards. Very well. I appreciate it. Alicia's shoulders dropped as she thought about the revisions that lay ahead. Hopefully I'll get it right this time. Effie's smile was gentle. It's not about getting it right or wrong. It's about sharpening your argument for the most profound impact. And I know you can do it because you've done it every other time before. After seeing her friend out, Alicia sat with her old words and new blank pages ready to tackle revisions. Several hours, biscuits and cups of tea later, a knock sounded on her chamber door. It opened at her word, and Jane, her maid, stepped into the room. Miss Hassan is here. Are you ready? Rolling a kink out of her neck, Alicia nodded. I think I have done as much as I can, and now Effie will have to work her magic on it. Entering the front parlour a few minutes later, she found Effie perched in an armchair like a plucky sparrow, her eyes rapidly scanning a cluster of pages she held in her hand, a pencil clenched in her teeth. At Alicia's entrance, she looked up and raised her brows, stashing the papers in the large bag at her side. Alicia followed the movement, curious of what she was reading. Despite their friendship, Effie had never revealed the identities of the other authors she worked with, and while Alicia respected her discretion, she was still vastly curious. Clearing her throat, she took a seat in the matching chair. You have excellent timing. Of course I do. Effie flashed her an impish smile. Did you make any progress? See for yourself, she said, handing her the carefully revised pages. The butler brought in a tray while Effie read, and Alicia kept her nerves at bay by preparing the tea. She took a bracing sip from her cup, and as the warm liquid spread through her body, she considered her friend. Effie had once shared that as an editor she was doing what she loved, changing the world an essay at a time. Her journey hadn't been easy. Travelling with her family on a treacherous voyage from Ghana to England, settling in Lambeth, and then securing the best education they could afford. But it had all been worth it, and now she worked for a successful publisher who gave women the opportunity to express themselves. Alicia fully trusted her critique. If Effie said she was coddling Lord Inverray, she believed her. That didn't mean she wouldn't get anxious about hearing her editor's opinion. Alicia set down her cup and rubbed her eyes with the heels of her hands. So, what are your thoughts? Effie looked up from the papers. Your criticisms are pointed but fair. His lordship is a grown man and can handle fair, constructive commentary. If not, He shouldn't be in politics." "Indeed not. But then a man's ego can be so very delicate." "As fragile as an eggshell, I'd venture." Locking eyes, the women shared a collective chuckle. "Aside from some minor grammatical changes, the essay appears ready to print. Would you like for me to submit it for our next printing?" Effie asked, lifting her now tepid tea to her mouth for a sip. Alicia bit her lip for a moment. "I think I'd like to hold on to it for a bit longer." "Ah!" Her ears immediately perked up at Effie's innocent tone. "What is that supposed to mean?" Her friend reached for a biscuit, not meeting Alicia's eyes. "Why does it have to mean anything?" "Come now, you know full well there is a whole message conveyed in that one sound." Alicia paused, crinkling her forehead. "Or is that a word?" Her friend sent her a withering look. "What did you intend to say? Just say it." Effie canted her head to the side. "You are attending the Talbot ball tomorrow, are you not?" "I am, but I fail to see—" Alicia swallowed the rest of the words, because she did, in fact, grasp the point Effie was hinting at. The Marquis of Inverary would be present at the ball. He had already secured her supper waltz, a request that had left her annoyingly breathless. Patting her mouth with a napkin, Alicia attempted to gather her thoughts. "Do you think I'm withholding this new editorial because I will see Lord Inverary at the ball? Do you think I will somehow fall prey to his charms and thus revise the arguments I have written?" "Yes," Effie said boldly. "And I think if he or others complained about what you've written, you would feel guilty. So you're trying to avoid such a conflict." "I'm doing no such thing," Alicia growled, launching herself to her feet. She prowled to the window and then stopped, pivoting sharply to face her friend again. "I feel too deeply about these points to allow the Marquis's charm to silence my voice." Effie leaned back in her chair and took another bite of her biscuit. Smoothing her hand along the ribbon encircling her waist, Alicia inhaled. "Inverary is waiting for bipartisan support to submit a child labour bill for a vote." Effie snorted. "He'll never get it." "A fact I believe he's aware of." She knotted her hands at her waist. "Which is why I recommended he use these horrid chapbooks, as he calls them, to garner public support." "How?" Effie coughed and set her biscuit down. "How do you see that playing out?" Alicia spent the next several minutes explaining her idea for how her essays could push the Marquis of Inverary's child labour reform aspirations onto the floor of Commons, and then nervously awaited her friend's reaction. "It's a good idea. I've never considered using our articles to enforce direct change, but—" Effie's mien turned calculating. "It could work. But it's going to take some manoeuvring to keep you from falling under suspicion." "I know, which is why I think this essay needs to be just as assessing as my past ones." Alicia chuckled. "The chapbook writer is not supposed to know of his intentions, after all." "Indeed not." Effie clapped her hands together. "This is a most encouraging turn of events. If we can use the Marquis of Inverary to advance our cause, however unwittingly, it would be reason to celebrate." The possibilities made Alicia's heart feel 3 times its size. "I'm proud of you, my friend." Effie reached out to pat her arm. This is an incredibly clever idea, and if you manage to execute it successfully, not only will it benefit the children we seek to serve, it will aid Lord Inverray as well." Alicia clasped her hands in her lap and smiled, touched into silence by Effie's praise. "After the dinner party at Firthwell's, I'm determined to get this right." She picked at her fingernail. "The knowledge that people are actually reading my essays, and not just as bits of entertainment, is invigorating." "Oh, you know there are those who read them merely to be entertained. Some readers enjoy your skewering of the candidates, even if you don't do it maliciously. But you also call attention to topics they would normally ignore. If they want to be entertained, they cannot ignore your words. And all it takes is for a handful of hearts and minds to be softened, to demand reform, for Parliament to heed the will of the people." Alicia snorted. "You make it all sound so simple." "Do I?" The corners of Effie's mouth tipped up. "We both know change is not easy, but you're trying to encourage it nonetheless. You're very brave, my lady." "No more than you," she cocked her head. "And I consider myself more persistent." "Definitely persistent, but also brave." Effie's sudden silence caught Alicia's attention. "What's wrong?" She released a long breath. "Have you considered what would happen if you were discovered to be the author of these tracts? If the Marquis were to determine your motivations, you'd almost certainly be ruined." Alicia's mouth went dry. "I'm well aware of what I risk. We've already discussed it at length." I know. Effie shook her head. "But as your essays are read by more and more people, the chances of your identity being revealed increase." "Well, then I need your help more than ever to ensure my message is forthright and clear. So if I am ever discovered, my ruination heralds great good." Her friend considered her with intense black eyes. "It's easy to imagine ruination, but I'd wager it's much harder to live it. Have a care, Alicia, especially where your feelings for Inverray are concerned." A surge of bile touched the back of her throat, and Alicia forced it down with the rest of her fears. Effie was right, of course. In her quest for social change, Alicia gambled with so much more than just her reputation. She needed to make sure that every essay she wrote was worth it, because then what was the point of gambling so much? Straightening her spine, she looked to her friend. "Take the essay. It's ready." Effie nodded. "Very good." Chapter 5. Niall was dead on his feet. He'd risen before the sun to read through a bill proposal that had been presented to his committee for review, and then prepared talking points for a speech he was to give to party members at a luncheon later in the day. Then there was another blasted ball to attend, this time an affair hosted by Lord Talbot. By the time dinner rolled around at the event, he would be awake for nearly an entire day. Scrubbing a hand across his brow, Niall focused on reordering his thoughts. No one had said a bid for Prime Minister would allocate time for sleep. At least he had his waltz with Lady Lindsay to look forward to. The promise of seeing the dark-eyed blonde shouldn't make his palms tingle and his breath come in rapid spurts, but there was no denying his eagerness to hold her in his arms as they twirled about the dance floor. Niall preferred not to contemplate too deeply why the Countess fascinated him. There were enough matters to consider and wrestle over, rather than his quickly growing infatuation with the clever, witty widow. A knock on the study door drew his head up. At his word, the butler entered. "Mr. Torres is here to see you, my lord. May I show him in?" The Duke of Darrington's man of business? Why ever would the man be calling on him? Niall was instantly at attention. "Please." While he awaited his unexpected guest, Niall pushed the papers on his desk into neat, orderly piles, arranging his pens just so, before he smoothed back his hair. "Mr. Torres, my lord," his butler intoned as the dark-haired gentleman stepped over the threshold. Niall had met the tall Spaniard only a time or two before, but the man had made an impression. Torres had worked for Darrington long before the Duke had come into his title, and he knew the man did jobs for his other friends as well. They trusted the man implicitly, which made the mystery of why he was now calling on him even more interesting. After exchanging pleasantries, Niall invited him to have a seat. "Is there a particular reason why you have graced me with your presence today?" "Darrington and Ashwood grew tired of your reticence to discover the identity of the chapbook author, and set me to the task." "Oh." Frustration and appreciation clashed within Niall's chest and left an uncomfortable ache behind. That his friends took it upon themselves to see to this problem that had been haunting him left him at sixes and sevens. Impervious to his thoughts, Torres stretched out his long legs in front of him. He reminded Niall of a cat preparing for a nap under the afternoon sun. "I have identified the publisher of the tracts. Does the name Charles Hughes sound familiar? He's known for printing several small periodicals, as well as dime novels and recipe books. His business printing and distributing political chapbooks is not advertised." "I've heard his name mentioned before. You're certain he's the one printing these things?" Niall reached into his drawer and scattered several copies of the chapbooks across the desktop like blighted confetti. Torres scanned the copies, his mouth twisting. "I am. In fact, I saw him accepting what I think might be a new essay in the park yesterday morning." Niall went still, his breath hitching in his throat. "You saw a handoff? How do you know that's what it was?" "Because a new tract began circulating this morning," the Spaniard said, sliding a chapbook across the desk. Staring down at the folded paper, Niall swallowed. He picked it up slowly, his fingertips stroking the corner of the tract for a moment, before he unfolded it and read. "2 men for Prime Minister, no champion for the people. As the vote for who will lead the Whig government approaches, party voters have a difficult decision to make. Their first choice is a man who holds the confidence of current Prime Minister, Lord Grey. Yet persistent rumours of a peccadillo with a married lady cast shadows on his honour. The second choice is a Duke's heir who runs a foundling home for orphans and has been one of the most popular MPs in decades. Yet in his 7 years in Commons, he's consistently failed to bring sweeping reform bills to the floor. So which flawed candidate will party electors choose? The heir apparent with questionable morals, or the party star who cannot get things done? Niall crumpled the tract before he could read more. He did not need to know how the author compared him to Medlinger. The opening salvo had infuriated him enough. Spearing Torres with a fierce look, he asked, "Who delivered it?" "On my way to visit Darrington, I passed a young black woman walking on Lower Brook Street. Later that afternoon I saw her again, this time in St. James's Park, sitting on a bench next to Hughes. She pulled an envelope from her reticule, placed it on the space between them, and then rose and strode away. I was instantly curious because, from what I have seen, new chapbooks circulate once a week, almost always on Thursdays, which means the essays themselves are probably due that Tuesday, if not Wednesday." Torres gestured to the newest tract with his chin. "It is a coincidence that issue was distributed today? I could be mistaken, but I highly doubt it. The young woman I saw was either the author or works for the author." Niall stabbed the tract with a finger. "Did you see if she went in or out of any house on Lower Brook Street?" Torres shook his head. "Unfortunately, I did not. I saw her only in passing, and noted her pretty face and nothing else." Rising to his feet, Niall stalked to the sideboard and pulled the stopper from a decanter of whiskey with a bit too much force than was necessary. Pouring a healthy dram into 2 glasses, he offered one to Torres before he collapsed into his seat. Taking a healthy sip, Niall held the liquor in his mouth as it burned his tongue, willing the sting to fortify him. Dropping the glass down on the desk, he scrubbed a hand down his face. "I understand only a small portion of your frustration, and if I had been paying better attention, we may have been able to put an end to this." Torres tossed back the entirety of his glass with one gulp. "How could you know the woman you passed in the street could be responsible for wreaking havoc over Westminster?" Niall leaned back in his chair and planted his elbows on the armrest, tapping his carded fingers against his chin. "You've discovered a lead, and that's the best anyone else has done." "Your praise embarrasses, my lord." Torres huffed a laugh. "Do you want me to track down this woman?" "I do," Niall murmured, "and report back on what you find." The Spaniard nodded. "What do you think are the odds this woman is the author?" he inquired as he leaned back in his chair. "She very well could be," Torres said with a shrug. "Whoever she is, I did not recognize her, and I've tried my best to know who is in society, if only to protect his and her Grace of Darrington's interests." Niall puffed his cheeks on an exhale. "Right. Well, perhaps she works with an insider who has a view of the ton. Someone who haunts ballrooms and drawing rooms, plucking information and gossip where it's available. And there is plenty of gossip to parse nuggets of information from." He snorted. "You're right about that." Dropping his gaze to the newest treatise, Niall considered the writer's words. "Do you suppose Medlinger is behind these? I know they haven't necessarily been positive to his candidacy. Or character," Torres added. Niall huffed a laugh. "Or that. But Medlinger is clever. If he could find a seemingly unbiased way to make himself seem like the better candidate, personal ethics aside, I think he would do it." The Spaniard ran a finger over the rim of his glass. "I agree that Medlinger is clever, but something about this feels truly impartial. The writer, whoever he, or I suppose she is, feels strongly about the arguments they're making. Their passion is evident right there on the page. I don't think anyone would accuse Medlinger of expressing this level of passion for any one issue." "A true assessment." His opponent was a worthy candidate because he was even-tempered and seemed more concerned about the smooth flow of government than he was about championing particular causes. Rubbing a hand along his brow, Niall nodded. So, if not Medlinger, who? Who stands to benefit from these pointed critiques? Torres snorted. I'm certain this anonymous writer would say, the British people do. Point taken, he said with a chuckle. Well, whoever the real author is, what do you intend to do once I run this woman to the ground? I'll put a stop to this, he said, sweeping his hand across the scattered chapbooks, once and for all. Chapter 6. The beginning notes of the waltz floated through the room, and Alicia's emotions fluctuated between relief and indignation when she did not see Lord Inverray. She had promised him this dance, but as discussion of her latest tract had circulated amongst the elegantly dressed guests in the Talbots' brightly lit ballroom, as fire spread through a field of dry wheat, she worried he would bring up the topic. Alicia was pleased people were responding to her essays, but wasn't certain she wanted to discuss her newest one with the subject of her critique. Despite how she nervously scanned the ballroom for a sign of him, mumbling a prayer under her breath that he decided to stay home for the night, she didn't regret the words she'd written. She'd been honest and forthright in her assessment of his candidacy, even as she acknowledged she was just a bit captivated by him. The Marquis reminded her of a great lion who had blunted his claws. He may not slash you if you taunt him, but he might still crush you with his powerful jaws. She saw that same compelling intensity in Inverray, and was helplessly, annoyingly drawn to it. Spying an empty chair near the corner of the room, Alicia made her way through the chattering crowd toward it. A moment or two of peace was just what she needed to collect herself. Plus, her slippers were pinching her feet. As she stepped around a cluster of chattering matrons, a hand suddenly grasped hers. Glancing over her shoulder, she was abruptly trapped in the Marquis of Inverray's stormy grey eyes. "Did you forget you promised me this dance?" His deep tenor felt like fingertips trailing down her spine. Panic made her swallow convulsively, and she shook her head. "Of course not. I thought perhaps you'd forgotten." His smirk expressed his disbelief. "When I've been looking forward to it all evening, I think not." Goodness, she hadn't expected pretty words to fall from the Marquis's mouth. Inverray did not release her hand, and the heat of his palm radiated to hers, sending her pulse racing. Lifting her chin, she said, "And yet I've not seen you all evening, so it's easy to imagine you've been using that same line on every woman you've danced with." His grip on her hand tightened. "This would be my first dance of the evening, my lady. I've had no interest before this set." "Oh." Inverray looked down at her with a ghost of a smile on his lips, and her poise wavered. It was so very hard to maintain her customary composure in the face of such a confession, and Alicia's mental tug-of-war ended abruptly. "Very well." He led her easily amongst the twirling couples, and in a swift turn one hand was on her waist, while his other hand laced their fingers together. It was such a simple move, and yet it felt scandalous. Just clutching his firm shoulder felt intimate, and Alicia tried to ignore the rush of attraction that flooded her blood with any number of wants and desires. Desires she'd never known or experienced. His broad chest lay before her gaze, and she longed to run her hand over it, curious to see if it was as hard as it appeared. The top of her head didn't even reach his shoulders, and if the scorching hand on her waist was any indication, he would be able to span the width of her with no issue. He was overwhelming. Everything about him threatened to devastate her. The angle of his sharp jaw, the raven curls that caressed his shoulders, the fierce light in his grey eyes, his plush, resolute mouth. Alicia dropped her gaze from his perfect face to stare at his perfect cravat, willing her thoughts to focus. He didn't know she was the chapbook writer. There was no reason for her to be intimidated. They had twice twirled around the perimeter of the dance floor before Inverray spoke. "You were interested in politics, in strategizing, before you married the old Earl?" "No," she wrinkled her nose. "My interest in politics was born out of my desperate desire to have a conversation with my husband when he deigned to visit the family estate during Parliament breaks." "Why did Lindsay not bring you to London with him?" "Because then he would have to live with me, converse with me, share the breakfast table with me." Her snort was inelegant. Lindsay had no interest in actually interacting in any meaningful way with his dull wife. "Dull wife?" Inverray frowned. "Is that how the Earl treated you? As if you were nothing more than a toy to showcase to his friends?" Alicia swallowed, the fury bubbling in the Marquis's gaze a surprise, and a delight. Still, she took a moment to settle her turbulent emotions. "Lindsay was good to me. He ensured I wanted for nothing. I just don't think he ever considered companionship as a necessity." Admitting such a truth was acid on her tongue. Lindsay had cared for her when no one else had, but in the years since his death, she could finally admit that it hadn't been enough. "I made it a point to understand Lindsay's interests so I could hold a conversation with him." Alicia licked her lips. "I was so very eager to speak with someone who experienced life outside of the bubble I had been confined to." "How very dreary that sounds." "Indeed, which is why I was determined to come to London after his death. Why I am so thankful for the kindness Lady Firthwell has shown me." She raised her eyes to meet his. "And you, my lord?" Inverray was silent for a long moment, although his hand on her waist tightened as they circled around the dance floor. "Even though I have antagonized you over some of the views you've expressed?" "You've done no such thing," Alicia chuckled. "You've merely challenged my assertions, analysed my opinions. I'd wager an opinion is not worth having if it cannot stand up to even basic scrutiny." The Marquis pulled her a tad bit closer. "To be perfectly candid with you, I did not want to come tonight. As I am sure you're already aware, another tract was released today. This time it was critical of both Medlinger and myself, but the thought of walking into this ballroom, knowing the author's words would be in everyone's mind when they looked at me, made me want to stay home and nurse a dram of whiskey instead." A sour knot of emotions coiled in her gut. Alicia had purposefully kept her thoughts from Inverray since Ethia had accepted her newest essay, because she knew he would be upset. But her imagination had been unable to convey the embarrassment that pitched his deep voice, the hint of pink that stained the crests of his cheeks. That her words had brought this bold, gallant man such disconcertment made her heart throb uncomfortably in her throat. "But I'm no coward, and my record, my political stances, have to be held accountable. I can't hide away at the first bit of criticism, or else I'd be hiding forever." His severe face suddenly brightened as a wide grin flashed across his lips. "Plus, the promise of dancing this waltz with you was more than enough inducement to get me out the door." They stared at each other until time ceased to exist. She no longer heard the music. The people that danced around them faded into the ether. At that moment, she was only aware of Inverray. Alicia glimpsed warmth and fondness swirling in his grey eyes, as well as a healthy dose of respect. Would he look at her in quite the same way if he knew it was her words that had turned his political life on its head? She swallowed back a painful lump. Alicia thought not. "Niall, will you and Lady Lindsay sit with us during dinner?" Jerking back, Alicia turned her head and blinked into the Duchess of Ashwood's smiling face. She had met the woman earlier in the evening, and now she stood with her Duke a few feet away, a curious lift to her brows. Only then did Alicia realise the orchestra had ceased playing and the couples were exiting the dance floor. If they had not been interrupted, how long would they have stared at each other in a silent battle of wills? "Of course," Inverray murmured. He moved to step back, and a loud ripping sound rent the air. It took Alicia a moment to understand what it was, and when she did, horror stole her breath away. His coat had become ensnared in her ruby brooch. When the Marquis had moved away from her, he'd ripped the brooch from her gown along with the bodice. The garment now draped down the middle, giving anyone standing close enough an unobstructed view of her lace chemise and corset. With a choked cry, Alicia gathered the tattered bits of bodice about her as she attempted to shield herself from the crowd beginning to take note that something was wrong. "Lady Lindsay, you appear cold. Why don't you take my wrap to warm yourself?" Juliana said, not waiting for Alicia to respond before she draped her silk shawl about her shoulders. Alicia grasped it eagerly, tucking it about herself. Calling on every ounce of courage she had, she looked up at the Marquis. But he wasn't looking at her. Following the direction of his stare, dread crushed down upon her like granite stones as she took in the curious guests surrounding them. Guests who were already whispering behind their hands. When Lady Ellis broke propriety to point at Niall, Alicia whipped her head around to see why. Her brooch and the torn piece of her red gown were still stuck to his coat. Like an over-ambitious predator, it dangled from him as if it might subdue him at any moment. It was obvious the bits of material had come from her gown, and Alicia longed to call on the earth to open and swallow her whole. The random scraps of conversation happening around her revealed no one really knew what had occurred, but they all had an opinion about it. "Do you suppose he attacked her and ripped her gown? They were dancing too close. Typical Scotsman, no doubt overcome with lust." A sharp gasp flew from her mouth. They thought Inverray had attacked her? On a crowded Mayfair dance floor? Why they would ever think the Marquis capable of such atrocious behaviour she did not know. But perhaps she did. For all of Inverray's success and wealth and status, he would still always be considered a Scotsman who didn't know his place. The injustice of it had her opening her mouth to defend his honour, when Inverray's hand closed around her arm. "I thank you for all your concern for Lady Lindsay, but it was a silly accident. If she hadn't been so excited about my offer of marriage, her brooch would not have snagged on my coat." Inverray looked at her, sympathy in his eyes, as he said the next words. "I offer my apologies to her ladyship and future Marchioness." The words slipped around his tightly clenched teeth like water, uttered with no prior consultation with his mind, and yet they felt natural, necessary. It was obvious the Countess disagreed, for she laughed, as if he had just made a jest. Niall did not fault her. The whole situation had grown completely out of their control. But what else could he do? Lady Lindsay's gown had been falling about her waist, with terror strips of red across her cheekbones as she clutched the red material to hide herself. In that moment, with his skin humming with frantic energy, Niall had just wanted to protect her, to shield her. And now she was to be his wife. Light-headedness stole away his equilibrium for a moment, and he swayed on his feet. Wrenching his gaze away from Lady Lindsay, he looked to Juliana. Niall swallowed when his sister nodded, as if all the words that had fallen from Inverray's lips were logical and true. The Countess hiccuped a giggle. "Surely you must be joking," she whispered. The weight of the crowd's stares fixed on them was starting to suffocate, and Niall knew they had to play their part in the scandal unfurling, like a pirate's flag about them, or all would be ruined. "We must salvage your reputation," he said, hoping she understood. But when she met his gaze, remorse had dulled her normally bright eyes. They were well and truly sunk. Chapter 7. Niall arose the next morning like he always did. He went through the motions of his normal routine, departing for Westminster at the allotted time, attending to his duties and meetings, engaging in discussions, and returning home at night. Yet his inside still churned like a cauldron filled with dread. He had declared in front of the ton that Lady Lindsay was his affianced wife. Of all the excuses he could have offered, why was an engagement the one that skipped past his lips? Niall could close his eyes and vividly recall the surprise and then panic that had leached the colour from the Countess's lovely face when her gown had torn. They were the same emotions that now flipped his stomach upside down. As he sat in his quiet study in Campbell House, glass of whisky in hand. Why had his care for Lady Lindsay's reputation caused him to act so rashly? Perhaps he should have left her to her shame, although the thought made his chest uncomfortably tight. Of the two of them, Niall could admit she had more to lose than he did. Blast it all! How had he allowed this to happen? Niall slammed his glass on the desk and gripped his head with his hands. He should have thought of a better remedy for the scandal roiling before them than a declaration of marriage. Worse still, he suspected Lady Lindsay had not thought his avowal in front of the Talbots' guests was done in earnest. He'd seen it in the forced humour and the disbelief lurking in her brown eyes. The situation was untenable. At 32 years old, he'd had no intention of finding himself in the holy state of matrimony any time soon. His life was politics. There was barely time for anything or anyone else, and he wouldn't want a wife just for the sake of having one. Yet Niall admired Lady Lindsay. He respected her and her lively views, and as of late fantasized about her in his bed, her blonde hair spread across his sheets and her dark eyes heavy-lidded with desire. for him. And now she was to be his bride. Should he not be celebrating? As an MP, a marquis, and the son of a wealthy duke, Niall had treated his future title like a commodity he could barter, should the need arise. Now he had no choice but to offer his name to a woman who seemed quite content to remain a widow, with all the freedom such a position afforded her. Still, he did not regret offering her his protection. A loud knock shook the front door. Niall rose to peer out the window, curious to see who deemed it appropriate to call at this time of night. Before he could consider the sleek carriage parked in front of Campbell House, rapid footsteps came down the hall. The door suddenly burst open, the wood thudding against the wall, and on the threshold stood a ferocious storm packaged in the willowy stature of his youngest sister, Flora, the Marchioness of Hampstead. "Say it isn't true, Niall!" Her green eyes were large with incredulity. "Please tell me you weren't trapped into marriage by an upstart countess." "I wasn't trapped." "Yes, I know. Liana has assured me it was an accident." Flora plucked her hat from her curls and tossed it onto a chair before she advanced to the sideboard. "Still, considering I just learned of the incident, I intend to indulge in some sisterly outrage." "You are quite good at it," Niall admitted with a reluctant smile. The door opened again, and Hampstead entered. His dark hair was in disarray, and his jaw was covered with a beard. Niall suspected the Marquis had jumped from the back of a horse to the travelling carriage as soon as they received word about his impromptu engagement. Stepping forward, Niall grasped the man's hand. "You didn't have to come. Everything is going to be fine." "Is it?" Flora said, looking at him over her shoulder. "Your bid for Prime Minister is a close thing, and then you're caught in a wardrobe malfunction with the Countess Lindsay in the middle of the Talbots' ballroom. Surely you know you won't be able to smooth over such a scene quite so easily." "Says the woman who disguised herself as a man to work as a horse trainer for a bachelor lord," Niall pointed out. Flora snorted. "And look how well that worked out. I landed the very best man as my husband, and acquired his prime horse stock too." "My dear, you stroke my ego only to stomp it down with your heel any time you group me with my horseflesh," Hampstead drawled, walking to Flora's side and pressing a kiss to her hair. Niall couldn't help but chuckle at that. The Marquis and Flora had risked a great deal for their love, and their lives were so much richer for it. He might not have noticed it at the time, but their happiness made it so clear now. Lady Lindsay's pale face flashed through his mind. Their acquaintance had been short, but he respected her, liked her, desired her. People had built a marriage on less. But could she be happy with him? Uncertainty soured. A glass of whiskey was suddenly shoved into his hands. "Drink this." Hampstead clapped him on the shoulder. "It's obvious you have a plethora of things on your mind, and you need to relax." Taking a sip, Niall watched as his sister and Hampstead sat together on the settee. He followed suit and sank on an armchair, exhaustion settling on him like a debilitating cloud. Sleep abruptly beckoned to him, but it would have to wait. Flora had questions, and she would not rest until they were answered. Propping a leg on his knee, Niall balanced his glass on the armrest and waited for her to commence her interrogation. "Niall," Flora began, taking a sip of her drink before pinning him with her hard emerald stare, I need to know how this happened."
"Lady Lindsay and I danced the waltz, and her brooch snagged my coat. When we separated at the end of the dance, her gown ripped."
Visions of the rosy expanse of her skin he'd glimpsed before the Countess had shielded herself haunted him no matter how hard he tried to banish them from his thoughts.
"If the two of you were dancing at an acceptable distance apart, I doubt such a mishap would have been possible."
"Was her brooch overly large?" Amstead asked, his head cocked to the side.
"The prat." "It was a fairly elaborate brooch," he mumbled, staring at his glass.
The room was silent for a heartbeat, and Niall caught Flora and Amstead glance at each other for a pregnant moment, before they burst into laughter. Gritting his teeth, he tried not to be offended. "Come now, Niall." Flora wiped a tear from her cheek. "You have no reason not to be honest with us. Do you feel you cannot tell us what happened for fear of offending us? You do remember how we came to be together. If you don't want to marry her, we'll help you weather the storm of the broken engagement." Flora sobered. "Your role as Prime Minister would last for a few years, but marriage is forever. Do you want the first so very badly you would risk the second?" Swallowing, Niall looked away. He didn't know. He might have extricated any number of friends from delicate peccadilloes, but now that he was in a similar position, he felt out to sea. Yet the idea of marrying Lady Lindsay, of having her at his breakfast table debating politics with him, or at his side in some ballroom making him laugh with her sharp wit, and in his bed every night, well, it held an appeal he could not ignore, no matter how aware he was that she was not the sort of bride his career needed. Knowing his sister expected a response, he cleared his throat.
"I made a promise to Lady Lindsay, and I intend to keep it."
Flora nodded, but Amstead considered him with a shrewd light in his dark eyes.
"Do you believe she trapped you?"
"She seemed absolutely flabbergasted when I announced our engagement to the crowd." It burned Niall's tongue to admit it.
"If she was intent on becoming the Marchioness of Inverray, surely she would have affirmed my announcement the moment I made it."
Amstead nodded, but did not look up from his glass. He continued to swirl the dark liquid, studying the brandy as if it contained tea leaves that could tell the future. How Niall wished for a glimpse of what was to come. Tossing the rest of his liquor back, Amstead sighed.
"I suppose there's nothing for it but to follow through with the wedding."
Flora scowled and smacked his arm. "Surely there's another alternative."
"And what would that be, my love? Your brother is clever and well connected. If he feels marrying the Countess Lindsay is his best option for surviving this scandal, should we not listen to him? He is the one with his future at stake, not you or I."
Flora huffed, then speared Niall with her piercing stare. "If you tell me right now that the incident with Lady Lindsay was an unfortunate accident you wished to handle yourself, I will leave you be. You have never needed anyone to save you from trouble, and I won't presume to do so now." Niall dropped his head to the seat back, scrubbing roughly at his jaw.
"It was an accident, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't appreciate your help. I need this engagement to proceed in a respectable manner. Although, considering your own hasty wedding, perhaps you're not the one to speak about respectability," he finished with a dry tone. His sister's answering chuckle was merry, and not at all offended. "I cannot argue with that.
if you're looking to lend some respectability to this union, I recommend conferring with our sister. And since Juliana was present when the incident took place, I'm sure she's already lobbying on your behalf."
Christ, but he hopes so. "Did you visit the Countess today?" Amstead asked, as his fingers played idly with the fine hairs on Flora's neck. A strangely intimate move. Niall fidgeted slightly at the sight, but he couldn't deny that it eased his mind to see how devoted Amstead was to his fiery sister. Only when the pair stared at him with raised brows did Niall remember the man had asked him a question. "I didn't visit Lady Lindsay today. Perhaps I will tomorrow."
"Niall!"
Flora smacked a palm against her thigh, upsetting the liquor in her glass. She ignored it.
"You must visit the Countess as soon as possible. She has probably been inundated with visits from the ton's most horrid busybodies, and you cannot leave her to fend off their waspish words and innuendos on her own."
Regret curdled in his gut. He should have visited Lady Lindsay, if only to give credence to their supposed engagement. And perhaps he would feel better about the situation if he actually had a chance to discuss it with the Countess, and discover how she felt about an engagement. Unwilling to admit his thoughts to his sister, he murmured, "I keep a busy schedule. You know this. I can't just drop my appointments for visiting hours." As Flora groaned, pressing a palm to her forehead, Amstead slowly shook his head. "You're not going to have any appointments to keep if you don't get this scandal under control." For the 10th time that afternoon, Alicia contemplated feigning illness so she could flee her busy drawing-room and the plague of visitors who had descended upon her modest town-home like a swarm of locusts. The Ton's busybodies had requested entry into her drawing-room like spectres of doom, words of concern dripping from their lips like penance. The ladies had never been rude to her in the past, no doubt considering her, the widowed countess of a Scottish earl, beneath their notice. But now, well, now, the women acted like they were the best of friends. She considered the 3 elegantly attired women on the damask settee across from her. They had visited yesterday, admired her day dress, approved of her decor, and offered complimentary words over her tea-tray. Alicia braced herself for them to reveal the true reason for their visit, and when it arrived, she'd been prepared. She hadn't been the wife of a political-minded earl for 10 years without learning a thing or two about how to answer a question without really answering it. The ladies had politely left at the appointed time, none the wiser about the real reason behind her engagement to Lord Inverray than they had been when they'd stepped over her threshold. They returned today, though. Alicia knew they would, just as she knew low, dark clouds heralded rain. But she was not about to give them what they wanted. The truth of what happened between her and Inverray would never grace the broadsheets or gossip columns, so long as she could help it. Thus she was incensed he had not come to call. How were they to settle on a united story if he continued to ignore her, all but leaving her to the wolves? Pressing her lips into a firm line, she glanced out the large window that overlooked North Audley Street, dread settling in her stomach like a stone when she saw more ladies walking down the lane toward her front door. When would this cursed day be over? "Lady Lindsay?" Alicia blinked, refocusing on her guests. Had they actually asked her something that required a response? "I was just telling the ladies that my daughter, Lady Clare,
said she saw you in an intense conversation with the Marquis while you danced. Lady Dunmore narrowed her eyes. Was she mistaken? Smothering a flame of irritation, Alicia lifted a shoulder. Well, I suppose any discussion of marriage could be labelled as intense, especially with a gentleman of Lord Inveray's stature. He is quite an important man. Lady Dunmore leaned forward in her seat. Are you prepared for the life of political hostess? His lordship will need your support. You forget that I was married to a politician before, Alicia pointed out gently. I assure you that I am quite prepared to be of support to the Marquis, even if we disagree on policies at times. Why would you discuss political policies with the Marquis? The Marchioness of Lampley wrinkled her nose. Surely a gentleman does not want to debate politics with a woman when he could be flirting with her instead. Surely. Fighting to keep her temper proved difficult, but Alicia had become a master at pushing down her true thoughts and reactions. That's assuming Lord Inveray is an ordinary gentleman. I believe he's proven he's anything but. The women collectively laughed, and Alicia hoped it was the end of the conversation. That hope was dashed almost immediately. Inveray may be a bit bold and rugged, but he's been known to dally discreetly here or there. Lady Lampley arched a brow at Lady Dunmore. Wasn't he carrying on with Lady Ellis some time ago? Alicia knew the woman had dropped the tidbit precisely to jab at her, and she was not going to respond, even if thoughts of Inveray with the lovely brunette beauty made her stomach twist with an emotion she refused to call jealousy. From my understanding, the Marquis broke it off with Lady Ellis as he was preparing to launch his bid for Prime Minister. Sliding her gimlet gaze to Alicia, Lady Dunmore frowned. All the unspoken things Lady Dunmore did not say rang loudly in the dubious note in her voice. Lady Ellis not only possessed beauty, but as the daughter of a Marquis, who had been married to a Marquis, she possessed impressive connections that would aid Inveray's quest to claim the party leader position. In comparison, Alicia was the daughter of a country gentleman and the widow of a well-liked Scottish earl, whose personal connections were flimsy at best. How she longed to say, "But it is my words, my critiques, that will make the Marquis an excellent Prime Minister. He has listened to me and heeded my words." But who would believe her if she touted such a claim? Alicia cleared her throat. I have not had the pleasure of meeting Lady Ellis, but I'm certain I would like her if I did. Are you ready to leave your widow's weeds behind and become Lady Inveray? Lady Dunmore asked. Alicia could not reveal her stress and uncertainty at yoking herself to a man she only knew as well as the footman who cleared her breakfast every morning. Nor could she share how the thought of giving up the first taste of freedom she'd had her entire life had left her sobbing into all hours of the night. How utterly depressing. While she debated how to respond, the door to the drawing-room swung open. She frowned, exasperated by the show of dramatics, until the impressive figure of the Marquis of Inveray was revealed. Alicia managed to rip her eyes from the expanse of his powerful shoulders and how they filled the doorframe, to take in his perfectly tailored coat, the understated blue waistcoat that brought out the blue hints in his grey eyes, and the sleek trousers that emphasized his muscular thighs. Alicia knew the Marquis's sister was a renowned horsewoman, but she suspected Lord Inveray had spent more than enough time on the back of a horse to earn such an impressive physique. The room abruptly felt too crowded, the atmosphere thick and stifling. A bead of sweat slid between her breasts, and Alicia couldn't blame the heat on the temperature. Inveray's gaze immediately found her, ensnaring her gaze and holding it. Alicia curled her hands over the armrests and gripped them tightly. Her presumptive fiancé had finally come to call, and Alicia didn't know whether to throttle him or bury her face in his chest and demand he tell her everything would be well. Chapter 8. "Ladies," Niall murmured as he advanced into the room, giving a cursory glance to the guests arranged before Lady Lindsay, like a firing squad. Stopping at her chair, he pressed a quick kiss to her cheek. "My dear, are you telling the ladies about our engagement? It did not go how I planned it." The ladies tittered, with Lady Lampley finally asking, "How did you mean to ask, my lord?" Niall clasped his hands behind his waist. "Well, I hadn't meant to ask on the dance floor. I know that. But I was simply overcome with the certainty that the woman I held in my arms was meant to be there and remain there." While the ladies laughed, Lady Lindsay dragged her gaze from his to glance at the door, and her eyes widened. She promptly jumped to her feet. "Your Grace, your ladyship, how do you do? I'm honoured to welcome you to my home." Juliana came forward to grasp the Countess's hands and bust her cheeks. "We apologise for not calling sooner. I had a sick little one to tend to, and Flora only just arrived from Suffolk. Care to introduce us, brother dear?" she murmured, arching her brow at him. Right. He should probably introduce his future wife to his sisters. "Sisters, this is her ladyship, the Countess Lindsay." He swept his hand. "This is Juliana, the Duchess of Ashwood." Turning to look at his youngest sister, he smirked. "And this termagant is Flora, the Marchioness of Amstead." Flora stepped forward and bussed Lady Lindsay on the cheek. "I've heard so much about you, and I'm happy Juliana invited me to accompany her today." "Please have a seat. Would you like some tea?" Lady Lindsay swallowed as she gestured to the tea tray. There were no seats left for anyone to sit. Flora stepped forward to solve the dilemma. "Lady Dunmore, Lady Lampley, I have not seen you since the ball at Campbell House, when Inveray announced his bid for Prime Minister." She took a step closer to them, cupping a hand around her mouth as if imparting a great secret. "When I overheard your discussion about the likelihood the party would ever tap an ignorant Scotsman as leader." The women gasped, their faces red with shock, or perhaps embarrassment. "Did I remember that correctly?" Flora pressed a palm to her chest, a picture of apology. "I usually have a first-rate memory, but every so often I mistake details. On accident, of course." "I have always relied upon your memory, Flora dear. I'm sure if you remember their ladyships saying such unfortunate things, they really did say them." Juliana furrowed her brows. "How silly they must feel to be reminded of such a terrible faux pas. Are you inclined to forgive them, Inveray? Flora, Lady Lindsay, and I won't think less of you if you choose not to." Accepting a chair from the butler, who recognised the seating problem well before Lady Lindsay had, Niall arranged himself by her side. "Of course I forgive them." Niall tilted his head in the women's direction. "Prejudice against Scots is usually taught at a young age, and such teachings take a great deal of time to overcome." "Indeed they do,"
Flora turned a debilitating stare on Lady Lindsay's guests. "How lucky you are that my brother and sister are so very understanding. For while I comprehend the antics of horses, I've yet to grasp the machinations of the ton." The ladies in question looked between each other for a pregnant moment before they mumbled hasty goodbyes and departed with all swiftness. Flora collapsed onto the settee with a loud sigh. "I'm guessing they far exceeded the allotted time for such a visit. Am I right?" Lady Lindsay nodded, not looking up from where her knotted hands rested in her lap. What had those harpies said to turn the dauntless woman he had sparred with over any number of issues into the meek creature sitting next to him now? His chest squeezed tight with self-reproach at not arriving earlier. "Just as I figured. They're ilka concerned about the proper protocol for any possible social situation that may occur. But heaven forfend they adhere by the same civilities when there is gossip to be gleaned. They are only concerned about the rules when it applies to others, never when it applies to themselves," Juliana added. Lady Lindsay dipped her head, and he suspected she might be hiding a smile. "Based on the visitors who just left, I think it's safe to assume you've been inundated with guests since the ball." Juliana gave her a commiserating look. "Has it been horrid?" "It's been exasperating. I'm suddenly popular, and for the worst reasons. And what's worse, I don't know what to tell them. The way forward is frustratingly unclear." Niall huffed a breath. "That is my fault. I am sorry I have left you to fend for yourselves against the wolves. I should have visited yesterday, so that we may decide on a course of action." "But you're here now," she said with a decisive nod. "So perhaps you can tell me what on earth we're supposed to do." "Well, we are going to marry." Lady Lindsay blinked. "I know the night of the Talbot ball ended in a bit of turmoil, but I don't remember being asked to marry you. I was never given a choice in the matter, and now you're essentially doubling down on that decree. I'm afraid, for you, that I can't simply become your wife because you proclaim it." Before Niall could respond, Flora burst out laughing. "Bravo, my lady! Do not let Niall run roughshod over you. He can be horribly autocratic when he thinks he knows the best way forward, and you have to remind him that you are an intelligent woman who can make your own decisions. I speak from experience." Rolling his eyes, Niall turned pointedly away from her. "I apologize for not giving you a choice in this marriage matter. But what choice do you have? Your gown ripped in front of half of the ton, and those vipers were already whispering despicable things about the two of us." Lady Lindsay held up a hand. "What do you mean, they're whispering about us?" Niall slid his grey eyes to a point across the room, and Lady Lindsay turned to Juliana, who was pressing 2 fingers to the spot between her dark brows. Noticing the Countess's regard, she sighed. "You and Niall were dancing very closely." "You failed to leave room for propriety," Flora interjected, her mouth quirking in devilment. "I hadn't realized our conversation had drawn attention," Lady Lindsay said, her cheeks rosy. "Well, it did. Then the unfortunate mishap with your gown confounded the problem, and marriage is the only remedy." Heat spread like red ink across her skin, and Niall clenched the fist resting on his knee so tightly the leather of his glove creaked in protest. "I assure you that I did not arrive at the Talbot ball determined to leave with a wife."
My lady, I imagine that you're confused and frustrated by this situation you've found yourself in by no fault of your own. I'm certain that, like Niall, you did not expect to leave the ball with a fiancé. Juliana bit her lip. Yet I am forced to agree with my rather high-handed brother that marriage seems the only way to go forward. It is not the only way. Flora wrinkled her nose at her siblings, her green eyes a thunderstorm. Why must the Countess be the one to sacrifice her independence? Niall's bid for Prime Minister will be salvaged if she agrees to this path. But why should she? She's a widow, and her actions are not held to the same standard as those of a debutante fresh from the schoolroom. The winds of scandal will blow over her in far less time. Perhaps she feels no obligation to save your reputation. Her brows disappeared into her hairline as she stared at Niall. Would you feel obligated to save her if the positions were reversed?
What do you think I'm doing, Flora? Engaging in some sort of twisted courtship?
Niall threw his hands up, his pulse thundering in his veins.
Marriage is the only thing that will save both our reputations.
He refused to concede his future. Niall would not allow the political machinations he set in place, the years he laboured to bring issues that were important to his fellow Scots to the forefront of national discussions, to be toppled like so many toy blocks because he held a beguiling woman too closely in his arms. Lady Lindsay bit her cheek, her mien pale. But surely a man of your standing would be better served with a different sort of wife, one who possesses the connections and purse strings that would make marriage more appealing. She was not wrong, but he couldn't bring himself to agree with her. The Countess was all that was wrong, and yet everything that was right. Thankfully, his sisters saved him from having to respond. Niall is not in need of a hefty dowry, and while you may not have the supposed right connections, Charlotte has told me of how clever you are. Juliana's dark brows furrowed as she looked back and forth between them. I believe you two would make a fine match. And Niall needs someone to tell him no. From what I've seen during my brief acquaintance with you, my lady, you do just that. Flora chimed in and then groaned. Niall, for Christ's sake, tell this woman you actually want to marry her. Niall launched himself to his feet and prowled to the window. He stared silently at the activity on the street, willing his thoughts into order. Licking his lips, he turned to look at Lady Lindsay.
I'm sorry for this scandal you find yourself in. I'm sorry that I became panic-stricken when I realized the other guests had taken note of your undress, when I heard the horrid things they were whispering, and the only excuse that came to mind is that we were to be married. He released a ragged breath. And I'm sorry I announced our supposed engagement to the entire ballroom. Lady Lindsay dropped her gaze, swallowing as she stared intently at her hands knotted in her lap. While this is less than ideal, I would be remiss if I did not confess that I think— he paused to clear his throat— we could get on well with each other. Very well, he thought to himself as he studied her downturned head. I don't want to say this, but someone has to. Juliana looked first at him before latching her eyes on the Countess. If you two don't marry, the resulting scandal could not only cost you the leadership bid, Niall, but erase any standing you had amongst the ton, Lady Lindsay. Maybe that's a sacrifice she's willing to make, Flora interjected. Juliana threw her hands into the air. Perhaps it is,
but I believe that if they're both clever, they can gain so much together."
Niall heard his sister's arguments, but they were background noise, much like gnats buzzing about his ears. For how was he to pay attention to Juliana and Flora when he was so riveted with every minuscule change in Lady Lindsay's expression? It was obvious his well-meaning sisters were intimidating her into silence, and that would not do.
"My lady, would you consent to join me for a ride tomorrow morning?"
Niall rubbed his hands along his thighs.
"I think it would be best if we continued this discussion in private."
She slid her eyes up to meet his, a hesitant chuckle escaping her lips. "It's been quite a number of years since I have ridden out. Lindsay was never much of a horseman, and unfortunately I do not have a mount."
"That's quite all right," Flora beamed at her. "I will pick out a suitable horse from the few Amstead and I brought along with us, and make sure Niall brings it with him when he comes to pick you up in the morning." She raised her brows, as if to say, "Do you have any other objections?"
Lifting her chin, Lady Lindsay offered his sister a smile. "I would appreciate it." Swallowing discreetly, she turned back to him. "I will meet you for a ride, my lord, thank you. My hope is that between the two of us we can find a happy way forward." Chapter 9. The next morning, outside the townhouse, Alicia considered the chestnut mare who was to be her mount for the morning. The mare's coat was sleek and shiny, her mane gleaming with copper under the dawning sun. She would never claim to have an eye for horseflesh, but even Alicia knew the horse was a beautiful creature.
"Flora selected Blue Bonnet just for you."
Inverray ran a hand along the mare's side, and the beast leaned into his touch. Of course it did.
"She's even-tempered and doesn't scare easily. You'll be safe on her back."
Alicia rubbed her palm along the horse's soft muzzle, letting some of the tension in her shoulders go. "Please thank her ladyship for me."
"You can thank her yourself. She and Amstead are going to meet us in the park."
He tilted his head.
"I thought it a good idea for us to have chaperones, of sorts."
Alicia gasped. This talk with Inverray had been all she could think about last night, and into the morning. Any rules of propriety of such a meeting had been forgotten. At least one of them was thinking straight. "I had not even considered it. Thank you for doing so." The Marquis nodded. Dressed in a dark blue frock coat and camel-coloured breeches, with Wellington boots shined to perfection, he was the picture of an English gentleman, until one took in how his black hair brushed along his neck, the silky ebony strands tempting her to reach out and capture them with her fingers. She smoothed a hand over her waist, as if she could chase away the butterflies that had taken flight within her belly. "I haven't ridden in so long."
"Are you nervous?"
he asked, his expression inscrutable as he looked down at her. "Just a bit," she admitted with a bashful smile. "I hope I don't make a fool of myself."
"I'm certain that's not possible. But if it were, I will be close at hand to keep you from making a cake of yourself."
The words were dry, but the arch in his brow was teasing. Before she could reply, he put his hands around her waist and lifted her easily into the saddle. She tried to ignore how her stomach flipped at the sensation. As she adjusted her skirts, Alicia paused when she noticed Inverray had not stepped away. He stood close, gazing up at her with an odd expression on his face. When she raised her brows, he took a step back and coughed into his hand. I do beg your pardon." Without another word, he turned to his bay and mounted with easy grace. "Let's be on our way." They were silent for several minutes as they made their way toward the park. The sun shone brightly upon them, as if promising only good things. Alicia longed to believe its promise, but she knew better than to hope on intangibles. A million questions she wanted to ask clamoured in her mind, but at that instant she could not grasp one. The moment seemed oddly intimate, the two of them riding alone together in the soft morning light, while the rest of Mayfair still snoozed in their beds. "That really was a terrible proposal." She looked at him askance. "Is it fair to call it a proposal when the question wasn't even asked?" A long sigh hissed from his lips. "It was not well done of me. I'm known for my stoicism, and yet in that moment I was anything but. I offer my sincere apologies." The earnestness in his voice made her chest feel tight, especially when she was not being earnest herself. But now was not the time to reveal her work, and perhaps, if she stopped antagonizing him about the proposal, they could determine a plan to go forward. Alicia pulled back on the reins until her mount came to a stop. It took Inverray several more steps to realize she was no longer riding by his side. Angling his horse about, he came to a stop before her, his head cocked in question. "There's nothing to apologize for, my lord. It was an accident, and neither you nor I are at fault." Inverray nodded slowly, and the stiffness of his manner told Alicia he remained unconvinced. "Surely I could have come up with a better way to deflect from the predicament than announcing a sham engagement." Nibbling on her bottom lip, Alicia considered what to say. It was a situation neither of us expected to be in, and we did not have more than a heartbeat to come up with a believable excuse. I heard some of the unfair assumptions that were whispered, and your timely excuse stopped those whispers in their tracks. The Marquis didn't respond, and when Alicia turned to look at him, she was surprised to see a ruddy hue to his cheeks. Had she embarrassed him? "I was more concerned about the rumours that could spread about you," he said. "The reputation of a widow alone in the world is a precarious thing." A burning sensation built behind her eyes, and Alicia blinked rapidly to assuage it. That Inverray had been concerned about her reputation above his own, when he had just as much to lose if they were caught in a scandal, left her confused and a bit overwhelmed. After a long moment, she finally whispered, "I'm humbled by how willing you were to use your name as a shield for my reputation." The air filled with a static that raised the hair along her arms as his unwavering gaze held her captive. "And I would do it again." A sudden urge to reach for him and kiss him until neither of them could see straight overcame her. Alicia clamped down on her lip until it passed. Whatever was the matter with her? The first man to care about her well-being over his own had already turned her ridiculous. She might have been overlooked by her father as a child, and ignored by her late husband, but she refused to abandon all good sense over a kindly spoken word. Unaware of her thoughts, Inverray said, "I know Lindsay was not the husband you would have wished for yourself. I do not want to be another husband foisted upon you." "This is a very different situation. I am not friendless, nor am I the scared, grieving girl I was when I met the Earl." Alicia fiddled with the reins.
If I were not amenable to a marriage between us, I would have fled to the small estate Lindsay left me on Skye long before you came to call with your sisters." The corners of his lips curved up.
"At least you didn't flee to the Hebrides. It would have been quite a thing to explain your sudden absence if you had." With a shared chuckle, they set off again down the trail.
They rode quietly, each lost in their thoughts. Shopkeepers were beginning to open their doors to business, while the grocer arranged his produce in a rainbow display that showcased their robust colours. A coal wagon rumbled past, the driver tipping his hat politely to Inverray and offering a jaunty smile. London was awakening, and in a few hours the park would be filled with the wealthy and fashionable, ready to parade themselves and their consequence about for everyone to see and admire. Alicia sincerely hoped she would be home before that happened.
He cleared his throat. "Perhaps there are other ways through this potential scandal we can consider."
Alicia nodded, but she had been racking her mind for other avenues they could take instead of forging a lifelong bond to each other, and every possible avenue was marred first by the scene at the ball, and then her words of confirmation at her afternoon hours the day before. And those tangible moments were now weighted with the contrition that simmered in the pit of her stomach when she thought about how her well-intended essays had affected him. Yet she'd all but settled on the engagement, and by now every house in Mayfair was aware they were to be wed.
"Have you thought of any?" Alicia ventured.
Inverray stared at her, his expression giving away none of his thoughts. She tried not to fidget under the weight of his gaze. Her future depended upon the next words that fell from his lips. He sighed, his mien softening.
"Aye."
"There you are!" A voice cut through the tense moment, causing them both to jerk back. Doing her best to school her expression and tame her racing heart, Alicia looked over her shoulder to meet Lady Amsted's merry green eyes. "I was beginning to worry when I had not seen you after our race had concluded." The Marchioness gestured with her head to the big gelding next to her, on which sat a tall, broad-shouldered man with dark hair and a beard. She only knew him by his reputation as a famed horse-trainer, but Alicia recognized the Marquis of Amsted on sight.
"Who won this time?"
Inverray asked. "I did," Flora said in a sing-song voice, laughing when her husband scoffed.
"Only because you cheated and cut off the trail?"
"Yes, well, you never clarified that I had to stay on the trail." Flora turned her attention to Alicia with a flip of her head. "My lady, how do you do this morning? Is Blue Bonnet behaving herself?" "She has been behaving admirably." Alicia flashed the woman a small answering smile. "I admit I was nervous, since it's been so long since I've ridden, but you selected the perfect horse for my skill level. I am happy this sweet girl has been so well behaved." Flora steered her mare next to Alicia's and leaned over to pat Bluebonnet's head. "A bit of confidence in the saddle is easy to gain with the right mount." "And I do find myself more confident, just a bit." While the Marchioness chuckled, Inverray raised impatient brows at them.
"Are we ready to walk?"
The others nodded, and Lord and Lady Amsted advanced ahead of them, leaving Alicia and Inverray alone once more. After several silent minutes, Alicia gathered her courage and asked, "Are we decided then? Our time is limited, and any number of acquaintances could ride up and interrupt us. We should not waste this moment of privacy."
"Indeed not."
Leading his gelding to the side of the trail, he waited for Alicia to join him, his hands folded and resting on the pommel. He looked at her again with that inscrutable expression. Surely such an expression was valuable as a politician, but it was cursed annoying in a possible fiancé.
Considering how we have both made public declarations about our fabricated engagement, I have been unable to think of a single plausible excuse for not only the incident on the dance floor, he sighed, but for my ill-conceived pronouncement afterward.
Alicia clenched her eyes closed. Of course he hadn't found a solution, and neither had she. They had declared their intention to marry before all of society, and to recant it now would be a disaster. The Marquis would no doubt weather it because of his connections and reputation, but at the possible expense of his political career. As for herself, Alicia was certain she would lose access to the social events she relied upon to write her tracts, not to mention the fledgling friendships she was nurturing. The consequences pressed down like an anvil on her chest.
Which leaves us with marriage.
His Adam's apple bobbed for an instant.
Will you marry me? I respect you a great deal, my lady, and will endeavour to be a good husband to you.
His declaration didn't promise passion, or even lust, yet he respected her, and to earn his respect was a heady feeling. Maybe one day she would also earn his admiration, because his respect and admiration might be the only thing to save her from further scandal should he learn of her secret vocation. Especially as she had no intention of giving it up. Various scenarios and possible peccadilloes played out in her mind, twisting and turning until they spun like a blinding kaleidoscope. If she said no, Alicia knew what would come next. But if she said yes, well, that picture had yet to be painted. If she utilized her subsequent essays wisely, perhaps her future could be painted with the vivid colors of happiness and fulfillment she'd once believed impossible. Decided, Alicia raised her chin. "I will, my lord." A smile brightened his face for a passing moment. "I have hope we will be able to channel our mutual respect into happiness, and an asset for my political career and any future children we may have." "You would want children?" she squeaked.
"Of course." His laugh was dry. "I will be the Duke of Kilmorrow one day, and will need an heir."
Alicia managed a nod. Of course he needed an heir. What nobleman didn't? Still, to beget an heir meant he intended to visit her bed. The thought made heat pool low in her belly, and she gritted her teeth to stop it from spreading to her blood. Misunderstanding her silence, perhaps thinking he had offended her, the Marquis reached out and grasped her hand. His palm was warm and served to agitate her already naked nerves.
"If an heir wasn't a necessity, I wouldn't think to bother you."
No, but he would happily bother the likes of Lady Ellis, her traitorous mind whispered. Inverray wasn't promising her affection, but he was saving them from scandal and even offering her the chance to have a family. She had longed and prayed for a child all the lonely years of her marriage to Lindsay, and her arms had remained painfully empty. If the possibility of a child was born from taking on the mantle of Lady Inverray, Alicia could not overlook it. The idea that life, her life, could include a child made her shiver with anticipation. Terrified all her eager, hopeful thoughts would be visible in her expression, Alicia carefully diverted her face. "I understand an heir is necessary."
Good. He paused for a tense second. With that finalized, when would you like to marry? If you'd prefer, I can acquire a special license, and we can marry quietly at Campbell House, or at your house.
No. Her tone was firm, and she would brook no argument. I believe that in this situation we should marry publicly, in front of the ton. We should invite them all to see you take a wife. After the horrible things they said the night of the ball, I want them to see that I accept you just as much as you accept me, and I'm sure it will only help your bid, my lord." His grey eyes suddenly bore into hers.
"Please call me Niall. As my affianced bride, I would prefer you to use my given name."
Delight curled through her, and the desire to kiss him doubled. "Oh, well then, please call me Alicia," she swallowed. "What do you think of my suggestion? Are you in favour of a large wedding?"
He chuckled, and Alicia tried not to stare at the way in which it changed his face.
Made him more approachable, younger.
"I wouldn't say I'm in favour of it, but I see the wisdom of the suggestion. A big public wedding would go a long way to quiet the rumours."
"It would," she agreed. "For the record, I would prefer a quiet wedding with just your family and friends, but that is not what is needed in this situation. And I know that as a political wife, sometimes we must table our personal wants for what represents the best interests of others."
Inverray, Niall nodded. With a slow movement he reached out and grabbed her hand again. His fingers squeezed hers for a brief second. Alicia clenched her jaw at the idea of his skin one day being pressed against hers. The time would come for deeper intimacies. For now they had forged an accord with each other, and a future she had not anticipated, would never have dreamed of, unfurled before her with unlimited possibility. Yet it was also rife with pitfalls, and she would have to navigate them carefully if she was to keep her house of cards intact. Niall wanted to cancel the rest of the items on his agenda to stay in this moment with Lady Lindsay, Alicia. She had accepted his apology of a clumsy proposal and agreed to marry him. His career was safe. For now. But most importantly, she wouldn't have to weather a scandal and the viciousness of the ton. Alicia rode beside him, all perfect poise and gleaming gold hair in the sunlight. Looking at her made his chest ache. Niall wasn't sure when he had begun to think of the Countess as beautiful, but now he was certain no other woman had ever captivated him quite like her. If he were to be yoked together in marriage with anyone, he was glad it was with a woman he desired as fiercely as he desired Lady Lindsay. Matthews had long excoriated him to find a proper British wife, if only to silence the critics who grumbled of his Scots heritage and bold ambitions. A woman with the connections he could leverage to push through the reforms he laboured to produce. Lady Lindsay lacked those very things, and instead of being worried about this shortcoming, Niall found he didn't care, which should unnerve him more than it did. "A wedding at St. Paul's Cathedral it is," he coughed into his hand, trying desperately to clear his throat. "Flora and Juliana will be thrilled. Flora married by special license, and Juliana married at a small parish on Ashwood's estate, so neither had a big Mayfair wedding, They will be delighted to plan our ceremony and wedding breakfast."
"I would be honoured if they did." She stared at Flora and Amstead in the distance. Lindsay did not have siblings. His cousins were in Scotland, and though they corresponded, they did not visit each other. And my family are not a part of my life. I have dreamed of having sisters more times than I can count, and the fact that you have two who would celebrate our nuptials with us leaves me a bit in awe."
"They will be thrilled to welcome you into the family. And wait until you meet my nephews and niece. They'll have you wrapped around their wee fingers in no time."
Niall grasped for Alicia's same light-hearted spirit, even as he stored away the tidbits she revealed of her past.
"Just be careful you don't allow Liana and Flora too much control, or they will run amok."
Her laughter washed away his concern. "I will make sure to speak up when a matter is of particular importance to me, but I suspect I'll be perfectly content to allow the Duchess and Lady Amstead the freedom to plan to their heart's content, as long as I can play with the children." Once again, a silence lapsed between them. A dull pain speared him under the ribs at the idea of Alicia engaging with his family. For the last several years, his life had revolved around his work in Parliament, but now she was tempting him with the possibility of more, which threatened his objectives. Niall could not afford to be distracted from his quest for party leadership. Becoming familiar with his new wife and planning a family with her would have to remain a future consideration. "Shall we rejoin your sister and tell her and Amstead that we have agreed on terms?"
"Agreed on terms? How very official and dry that sounds," he drawled, nudging his mount in the flanks.
Riding next to him, she laughed. "Is marriage not a business arrangement? I'm sure your solicitors would tell you so."
"I'm sure they would."
And he needed to remember that. Niall looked at her from the corner of his gaze.
"Are you prepared for Liana and Flora to be overbearing?"
"Oh, I'm certain I will be able to handle them." A small smile flitted over her lips. "It's you I'm worried about." Niall swallowed back a laugh at that. As they continued their way down the riding path, Niall replayed his conversation with the woman who would be his bride. 100 questions he desired to ask roiled through his mind, and that was the crux. His marriage of convenience was suddenly unearthing emotions he did not have the luxury to feel. Chapter 10. Alicia stood in the vestibule of the church, her heart beating so loudly she was afraid the guests might hear its echo amongst the rafters. Was she doing the right thing? Every essay she'd written was done out of a conviction that politicians should be accountable to the public and transparent in how they worked to benefit the public. And Alicia was about to walk down the aisle and enter into the most sacred of covenants when she had not been transparent herself. The urge to flee, to toss her bouquet on the sideboard and escape through the back entrance, made her legs tremble, and she screwed her eyes closed until the feeling subsided. Peeking around the doorframe, her anxious gaze skipped over the pews filled with guests, to the man standing at the end of the aisle. With his dark hair perfectly tousled, his attire impeccably tailored to his broad, strong frame, Niall looked imposing. He was to be her husband. When she left this church, she would be Lady Inverray, and one day in the future she would be the Duchess of Kilmorrow. Alicia gripped her small bouquet of lilies of the valley tight in her hand. But there was no turning back now. The banns had been read, the engagement ball celebrated to great success, and now the interior of St. Paul's Cathedral was packed to the rafters with the ton elite, ready to see the well-respected Marquis finally take a bride. At that moment, Flora turned in her seat to look toward the back of the church. When their eyes met, the Marchioness grinned. Even if she and Niall were only ever able to be friends, she took comfort in the fact that she would gain a family from this union. His sisters had been welcoming and supportive, and when Juliana had insisted that she and Ashwood would host the engagement ball at their grand Mayfair town home, Alicia had swallowed down tears of gratitude. And one day they would have children. That promise stayed her nerves and hardened her resolve. Niall's portion of the church was crowded with a collection of illustrious MPs, dukes, duchesses, and other notable peers. Alicia recognised no one on her side of the aisle, except for Niall's sisters, who were seated in the first row. Their friends, Lord and Lady Firthwell, and the Duke and Duchess of Darrington joined them. She was overwhelmed with that show of support, and flashed a wobbly smile back at Flora. The strains from the organ echoed through the chamber. Alicia swallowed. It was time. "Are you ready, my dear?" Effia asked as she slipped into the room. Pivoting, she allowed her shoulders to relax as she met her friend's calm gaze. "It will be well, yes?" "Of course it will. You've considered every scenario, and we've discussed ways for you to continue your pursuits in a discreet manner." Effia grasped her hands and held them tightly. "You deserve to be here, Alicia, because you're brave and beautiful and smart. You're dressed in this stylish new gown and look every inch an equal to every toff in that church. And you're going to walk down that aisle with your head held high and marry that handsome man who's waiting for you. And one day he'll give you lovely babies and that family you've desired." Tears burned her eyes, and Effia suddenly grew blurry in her vision. Alicia was so grateful that her friend was here to see her off for this next adventure in her life. Producing a handkerchief, Effia offered it to her. "Only happy tears from this point on. Happy tears only." "These are happy tears," Alicia sniffed, pressing the cloth to her cheeks and running it gently under her eyes. "I'm happy you're here with me. It means so much." Effia nodded but didn't speak, and the sparkling light in her dark eyes told Alicia she was just as touched by the moment as she was. "Now, are you ready to marry that man, or do you need to have another cry?" Wiping her cheek one last time, Alicia squared her shoulders. "I'm ready." Gripping her bouquet with tight fingers, she inhaled deeply, stepped to the head of the aisle, and began her walk toward her future. Somehow Alicia managed to put one foot in front of the other, no matter how her legs trembled or how the many eyes of the assembled guests bore into her. She felt detached from her body, experiencing the moment as a spectator from above. Then she arrived at the altar and raised her gaze to meet Niall's sombre grey eyes, and the warmth she glimpsed there jerked her back to earth. Alicia recited her vows from rote memory, her recitation stiff and unemotional. Yet her body was brimful of chaotic emotions. Admiration, respect, and desire clashed about in her chest like a tumultuous thunderstorm. Only Niall's steady gaze kept her tethered to the moment. to him. A scant 15 minutes later, Alicia was a married woman. Once again. She could only pray that this time around things would turn out different. In fact, she would make sure of it. Before she could get her bearings, the bishop pronounced her and Niall husband and wife. Niall bussed a fleeting kiss to her cheek, and as she was processing the feel of his lips on her skin, Niall turned to escort her back down the aisle. Her second wedding passed just as quickly as her first, and yet this experience left her decidedly at 6s and 7s. Alicia could barely make sense of her emotions as she watched Niall sign his name to the marriage certificate. The Duke and Duchess of Ashwood were with them to sign as witnesses, and the Duchess made a steady stream of conversation about her observations of the ceremony. "I'm surprised by how many people were in attendance. I knew people would attend, what with the rumours still circulating about what transpired at the Talbot ball, but I had not expected quite that many." Some choice rumours had refused to die, even after her and Niall's engagement appeared in the papers. Almost all of those she'd heard pertained to Niall and his Scots heritage, and the unfairness of the accusations made her want to scream. He had been nothing but honourable in all her dealings with him, and that a simple accident between them was used as a weapon to villainize him made her hands curl into fists. Perhaps she could use her words and essays to chase these insidious rumours away for good. The idea merited further thought. "Of course there was to be a large crowd," Ashwood said, tweaking one of his wife's curls. "People wanted to meet the woman who has finally won Inveray's hand." "Perhaps it was the other way around," Alicia couldn't help but to interject. "Perhaps it was his lordship that won my hand." "That's the way of it," the Duchess chuckled, her grin for her husband. "I suspect the crowd wanted to see the woman who finally convinced the Marquis of Inveray to marry, or ensnared him in a parson's trap. It is a much better story than the truth," Niall said with a shrug, not meeting her eyes. "Marriages of convenience to avoid a scandal are a tale as old as time, and no one would be entertained by our version of the story." Bile surged up her throat. Niall's tone had been dismissive, casual, dare she say bitter? This marriage may have come about under duress, but she thought they were in agreement that they could make their union a pleasant one. To describe it now in such succinct terms left her teeth on edge. Snatching the pen from his hand, Alicia leaned forward to sign her name. She didn't need anyone to explain what the license meant and how difficult it would be to dissolve the marriage, should it ever come to that. The Duke and Duchess signed directly after her, and she appreciated their eagerness to see it done. Perhaps they sensed her annoyance, or were annoyed themselves. Their reasons were not important. When the paperwork was completed, she thanked them with a smile and fled back into the church. Effia greeted her the moment she re-entered and walked with her back to the vestibule where she had first gathered her wits before the ceremony. "What happened? The wedding was lovely, and you looked happy," her friend whispered once they were ensconced in the small room. Alicia pressed her lips together for a long moment, willing her emotions to calm. "What do I look like now, then?" Effia considered her with a puckered brow. "Like you don't know whether to cry or snap at someone." She released a bark of laughter, slapping a hand to her mouth. "That's remarkably accurate. He can just be frustrating sometimes." "So he's acting like a husband," Effie crossed her arms over her chest. "Or so I've been told, of course." Leaning her head back against the wall, Alicia toyed with her gloves. "Do you think anyone would mind if I just stayed here for the rest of the day?" "I certainly would," a masculine voice growled from the doorway. "We were just married, and already my wife is plotting her escape." Niall felt a measure of satisfaction when Alicia flushed to her pretty gold crown and dropped her gaze. He was certain their guests were waiting for them to proceed to the wedding breakfast, and if he were expected to parade before them as a happy bridegroom, he would not be doing it alone. He watched as his new wife attempted to rally. "There's no plotting being done. Effie was simply helping me with my skirts." Flashing a brief smile at the young black woman, he returned his gaze to Alicia. "It appears your attire is in order. So are you ready to depart now, Lady Inverray?" His bride appeared to startle, and Niall knew it was because of his address. But it seemed appropriate that he would be the first to call her by her new name, as he was the one who gave it to her. Her chest expanded as she inhaled, and Niall watched in fascination as the tension leached from her bones. The smile she eventually graced him with was broad, if a tad brittle. "Seeing as I don't have a good excuse to flee from the church now, I suppose I may as well enjoy the breakfast." Without another word, she marched out of the small vestibule, pausing at the main cathedral doors. Lifting her chin, Alicia glanced back at him with raised brows. Niall bit back a sigh. He hadn't meant to annoy his new bride, but her piqued emotions were visible in her clipped tone and firm jaw. Still, she waited for him now to join her so they could exit together. The portrait of a couple in love. Walking to her side, he grasped her arm and wrapped it around his own. Staring down into her eyes, he asked, "Are you ready, wife?" Her smile held a touch of melancholy. "Even if I wasn't, it's too late now." Even an hour later, Niall was still thinking about her words. The ceremony had been well attended and executed to perfection. She had been a vision in her blue dress, her gold curls glinting in the light and casting her in an ethereal glow, while her dark eyes had contained smiles her lips only hinted at. Niall had almost swallowed his tongue when she'd met him at the end of the aisle, for he'd been completely transfixed. When the bishop had announced them man and wife, the words had jerked him from his musings like a slap to the face. Alicia was now his wife, and already he feared the power she could wield over him. She sat next to him now, at the wedding breakfast, smiling shyly as guests offered them toasts filled with well wishes for a happy, prosperous future. Happy. There was that word again. All assembled assumed they were happy, no doubt thanks to Alicia's superb performance as a glowing bride. But Niall knew better. During the ride from the cathedral to Ashwood Terrace, and all through the meal, Alicia had not looked at him once. When he'd addressed her, she had responded with curt nods or one-word answers. His need to keep her at a distance had hurt her, and he was sorry for it. But he was also angry. This marriage might have been foisted on them, but they had agreed to it and known what to expect. For her to inexplicably become upset about it now, after the whole thing was done, was unfair. Niall vowed to honour and respect her, so he would be patient, empathetic. So much had changed for both of them in such a short period of time, and the adjustment would not be easy. He slid his eyes to her, watching as she pushed her pudding about her plate. When Juliana asked her a question, Alicia immediately straightened her spine and tilted her head, all interest and attention. She was playing a role, and playing it well. Would anyone guess the new Marchioness of Inverray was still unsure she even wanted the title? Observing his new bride laugh and converse with his sister, he would wager not. Raising a glass of wine to his lips, Niall pushed such thoughts to the back of his mind, for he also had to play his role as the merry bridegroom, and he couldn't afford to spend any more time pondering them. Chapter 11. Life as Lady Inverray was not much different than her life as Lady Lindsay had been. Of course, her new home was far grander than her old one, with a larger household staff to oversee, but Alicia still maintained her own schedule and correspondence. She continued to write, although she had yet to turn in a new essay to Effia. Except now she had a handsome lord to escort her to social events. Niall was a cordial husband to her, but he had not made any overtures that hinted he was ready to consummate their marriage, or that he even intended to expand their interactions past friendly regard. Alicia found it quite vexing. After their wedding breakfast, he'd escorted her to his home on Grosvenor Square and introduced her to the staff at Campbell House. The housekeeper took her on a tour of the house while Niall tended to business, but then joined her for a pleasant dinner where they discussed foreign affairs and laughed over the antics of common acquaintances. He walked with her back to her new chamber, and when he paused at the door, Alicia had held her breath, hoping he would provide some sign, some indication he wished to join her for the night. Instead, he had kissed her on the cheek and walked into his chamber, leaving her gaping like an idiot. A week later, the memory of how foolish she'd been to think Niall would want to spend their wedding night together still made her purse her lips. Just because he married her and treated her with courtesy and respect did not mean he wanted to engage in physical pleasures, but he had indicated he needed an heir. Maybe Niall didn't want to make her uncomfortable in their marriage of convenience. Alicia had no qualms about consummating their marriage, but guilt tempered her desire for him. It seemed unfair to crave the attentions of a man she had skewered in her essays for months, and who remained unaware of her identity as the author. Niall had been all that was gracious to her, while her words had been anything but. Alicia greeted the new day with a dull headache. Her sleep had been restless, and when the sky outside her window turned from purple to light pink, she climbed from bed and dressed without Jane's help. It was still early, but she was ready to start her day. Stifling a yawn, Alicia made her way to the breakfast parlour. She had a routine she intended to keep, whether or not her husband joined her. So when she walked into the room, she stumbled to a halt when Niall's imposing figure met her eye. He glanced up from the newspaper he was reading, his brows raised in surprise, before he offered her a brief nod. After loading a plate with items from the sideboard, Alicia slid onto a chair and smiled her thanks when a footman poured her a cup of tea. "Good morning," Niall murmured, not looking up from the paper. "I trust you slept well?" "I did, thank you," she lied, lifting her cup to her mouth for a sip. The room was silent aside from the steady tick of the clock on the mantel
and the occasional clink of bone china. Alicia lathered cream on a scone until a bold headline on Niall's newspaper snagged her attention, and without thinking, she extended her hand. "May I please have that section, if you're done?" Her husband looked up, his long black lashes fluttering in confusion. "I beg your pardon?" "I would like to read the article about President Jackson, if you're quite done with that section," she said, her hand still outstretched. Blinking at her for a long moment, Niall huffed. "If I had known you were a reader of the morning paper, I would have requested a second copy for you." "Well, you didn't ask now, did you?" Before he could respond, Alicia waved away his response. "I enjoy knowing what is happening in the world. England may be an island, but there are plenty of important events happening across the waters, and I want to know about them." "I can't say I'm surprised." Although there was a slight sting to his words, Alicia chose to believe Niall had not uttered them out of strife. "If I am to be your hostess, I need to be abreast of all manner of topics, including foreign political topics. I cannot host salons and dinners for you if I am unable to converse about the issues you wrestle with every day. The very issues affecting our country." She dropped her hands to her lap, quite dramatically, she'd admit, and sighed. "I also enjoy learning about what issues concern our allies. It reminds me that England's trials are not aberrations. But if you do not approve, I can always read the papers when you are away." Because she was still going to read them. From the corner of his eye, she glimpsed the Marquis grab his napkin and swipe at his mouth in a rush. He was not as stoic and unmoved as he liked to appear. Good. Alicia wanted him to be just as unnerved with her sitting at his breakfast table as she was to sit there. "Steward, please ensure her ladyship has her own paper in the mornings." Grabbing the front section, Niall slid it across the table to her. "Until then, here you go. Try not to wrinkle the edges." "Of course," she declared, offering a polite smile. While holding his gaze, she grasped the section in her hands and folded the sides over each other until only the article about President Jackson was in view. Niall's lips twitched just so, and she couldn't tell if he was annoyed or amused. The part of her that desired to keep him on his toes hoped it was both. The room was silent for a time, as each ate and read. Alicia resisted the urge to look at him to see what he was reading, and feigned an intense interest in the article. Even so, trying to attend to news about the presidential election in the States was next to impossible when seated across from her distracting husband. Awareness of his every move, his every breath, pulsed along her skin. Alicia knew when he took a sip of coffee, when he bit into a slice of bacon, when he patted his mouth with a napkin. The way in which he licked his finger before turning a page had her shifting in her seat. A thrum of attraction heated her veins, and her hands crushed the newspaper as she fought against her body's reaction and her own lack of concentration. "My, that article must be particularly frustrating." Jerking her eyes to him, she found Niall watching her with arched brows. Glancing down, she realized she had rendered portions of the article unreadable. Stifling a sigh, she attempted to smooth out the wrinkles as best she could. "Yes, well, I have found many of President Jackson's policies uncouth." "Uncouth?" His dark head tilted to the side. "How so?"
He strikes me as a man determined to do as he pleases, without regard for the people he was elected to represent. Alicia flicked her fingers. For a country that fought a war to free themselves from sovereign rule, they seem to have no issue with re-electing a man who routinely shows autocratic tendencies.
I suppose you aren't a fan of President Jackson, then?
Alicia pursed her lips. I don't believe it's very smart to be a fan of politicians. He tilted his head.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that politicians work for the people. She lifted a shoulder. How is the public to hold them accountable for their work, or lack thereof, if they've put them on a pedestal? Niall made a humming sound in the back of his throat, his eyes narrowing just so as he studied her.
That sounds like something that chapbook writer would say.
The bite of scone she'd just taken became lodged in her throat, and Alicia choked, tears gathering in her eyes. Grabbing her napkin, she held it to her face to hack her coughs into the linen, but also to shield herself from him. It was an innocuous comment, she assured herself. There was no possible way he knew.
Mo Creech, are you all right?
He asked, pushing his chair back and rising to his feet. In a moment, Niall was crouched before her, his grey eyes wide with concern. Alicia nodded, still hiding behind the napkin. I simply swallowed incorrectly. How clumsy of me. A smile tugged on the corners of his mouth.
You're graceful in all things, my lady, even as you choke and gasp for breath.
She huffed a laugh. You're ridiculous.
Sometimes, yes, I am.
Before Alicia could question that, Niall rose and walked back to his seat. Picking up his own cup of tea, he studied her over the rim, but kept his silence. Alicia carefully folded her napkin and placed it on the table next to her plate, hoping he wouldn't notice how her hands trembled. How was she going to continue her writing while under the same roof as the subject of her past criticisms? Abruptly, sentences she'd written, arguments she had made about his campaign and voting record, flashed like overly bright sparks in the darkness of her mind, and she clamped her eyes closed against them. Remorse burned in her chest and licked up her throat, and she reached for her teacup, gulping down a large mouthful.
Feel better?
Slowly opening her eyes, Alicia nodded. Somewhat. He nodded.
It appeared my remark about the chapbook writer surprised you.
Of course he noticed. Her new husband was many things, astute being one of them. Alicia reached for blitheness when she said, As I know you're not particularly fond of the anonymous writer, the comparison caught me off guard.
I may not like the man for tossing out criticisms from behind the veil of anonymity, but it does not mean I think all his claims or arguments are meritless. It's obvious, is it not, that the man is intelligent and shrewd.
Licking her lips, she nodded. I believe it very admirable you can hold such an opinion of the writer, after what he's written about you.
Yes, well,
he snorted.
You are to thank for that.
She jerked her chin back. I am?
You are.
He dropped his gaze to his coffee cup, spinning the dark liquid around until it threatened to slosh over the lip.
I've tried to think less about my injured pride and more with an eye to learn.
She blinked rapidly as she digested his words. Surprise, esteem, shame warred for supremacy in her chest. Niall leaned forward suddenly, his grey gaze piercing.
If someone were to critique you in a chapbook, what would they say?"
Swallowing, Alicia dropped her gaze to her lap. What an uncomfortable question to consider. But if Niall could be self-reflective, so could she. "I believe they would say I can be single-minded, intent on one thought or idea, to the detriment of others. They would probably say I can be pig-headed and uncompromising at times, because I'm convinced of the rightness of my actions or beliefs."
"Single-minded and pig-headed, you say?"
Niall chuckled, the sound like warm honey.
Surely he would have some redeeming qualities to write about.
Would he? Niall's expression darkened, but before he could respond, Alicia interjected, "Perhaps the author could report that I am loyal and trustworthy, observant, dedicated to a task or cause." Niall nodded slowly.
"Admirable traits indeed."
"I'm happy you agree." Alicia placed her napkin on the table and stood. "In truth, I find I quite like myself, and am relieved I don't have to rely on that chapbook author to praise me in order to see my worth." A smirk briefly brightened his handsome face. "I hope you have a good day, my lord," she said, dipping her head politely and heading to the door. When Alicia reached the interior of her room, she groaned, pressing her head against the closed door. How was she ever going to survive this marriage with such a secret hanging over her head?
"My lord? My lord, did you hear me?"
Niall blinked as he met his secretary's questioning gaze. What had the man said? Something about the language on the Poor Law Amendment Act. His upcoming appointment with Lord Matthews? He glanced at the clock on his desk and blinked. 3 hours had passed since his breakfast with Alicia, and he'd been so caught up replaying their conversation he couldn't account for where the time had gone. He scrubbed a hand down his face.
"I'm sorry, Murray. Please repeat what you were saying."
The younger man smiled indulgently.
"You have a lot on your mind, your lordship."
One would think any number of things occupied his thoughts. From his bid for Prime Minister to the lobbying he would need to do to ensure the Poor Law Amendment Act passed. Yet all he had been able to think of was his new wife, of how her dark eyes had sparkled when she departed the breakfast parlour that morning. They were a week into their marriage, and he was uncharacteristically flustered. Ever since their wedding breakfast, he had tried to give Lady Lindsay, in Veray, space to come to terms with their new marriage. Yet try as he might, Niall was struggling to keep his distance. On more than one occasion, he'd found himself standing outside the door that connected their chambers, his hands suspended in the air, warring with whether he should knock. Ready and eager to touch his bewitching new wife, Niall struggled to focus on his daily tasks. And that scared him. None of this was going according to plan. None of it. Niall had gained success as an MP by pushing aside his emotions and focusing on the work, on the negotiations. His new, fledgling feelings for Alicia made him vulnerable, unsure of himself. He knew that to maintain his customary taciturnity, he needed to avoid her. But how was he to do that when she lived right under his nose? Escape was an impossibility.
"Lord Matthews sent around a note asking to move tomorrow's appointment up by a half-hour's time,"
Murray intoned, snagging Niall's attention. He groaned.
"I had intended on stopping by Little Windmill House between the committee meeting and our appointment. Have you responded to him yet?"
The secretary hesitated.
"I've written the response, but didn't dare send it without your approval." "Good man."
Niall snatched a piece of parchment from Murray's neat pile and quickly scratched out a note.
"Have this note delivered to him instead."
Murray took it and tapped it against the back of his hand.
"May I, my lord?"
"Of course," Niall nodded.
"You might as well check my spelling and grammar. I know those things are important to you." "They should be important to you as well," Murray mumbled, unfolding the note. "As a Scot, you already have prejudice to overcome, and it's wise not to give them more reasons to look down on you."
Niall grunted his approval. This was why the man had worked for him for the last 4 years. Murray was intelligent, well-read, and hard-working, but he was also unafraid to point out areas Niall could improve upon. He suspected Alicia would like him. And just like that, his wife was in his thoughts again. He grit his teeth as he attempted to banish her.
"Do you think it wise to request Lord Matthews meet you at the orphanage?"
Murray twisted his mouth.
"The Viscount prefers to conduct business in his home, as I'm sure you know." "I do know, but if the man wants to change our agreed-upon time, he needs to meet me on my terms. I have business to attend to at Little Windmill, and I will not miss it, even for him."
Murray huffed a breath.
"What could be so important you would risk Lord Matthew's annoyance? The children are performing As You Like It, and I promised I'd attend."
"That sounds—" Murray scratched his chin.
"Well, that sounds charming."
"Of course it does.
And it will be charming."
Niall crossed his arms over his chest and reclined in his chair.
"Matthews has had me dancing to his tune ever since I stood for my first borough. I refuse to give him leave to yank my strings any more."
His secretary was silent for a long moment, and then nodded.
"Bravo, my lord. The Viscount is an important ally, but he should never be your dictator." "I'm so glad you agree, Murray," he remarked dryly.
The man had the wits to blush.
"If the note meets with your standard of approval, please ensure he receives it,"
Niall snorted.
"The last thing I need is for him to claim he didn't know about the change in plans. If his lordship claims ignorance of the location change, it will not be because he didn't receive this note."
Murray straightened his cravat.
"I'll instruct a footman to deliver it straight away."
Niall sighed as he watched him walk out the room. He had only an hour or so before he needed to leave for Westminster, and the thought brought a scowl to his face. He had slept poorly and would much rather stay in and rest.
"Great deeds are done by men who accomplish ordinary deeds every day," he repeated to himself.
Squaring his shoulders, Niall scribbled notes for his upcoming meetings, doing his best to focus his thoughts. By the time Murray returned, he had read through a draft proposal and notated some items for the author, and was feeling much more like himself. He couldn't allow his bewitching new bride to monopolize his wits any longer.
"The note has been sent,"
Murray announced as he walked back into the room.
"Excellent."
Niall considered the items in front of him until a thought suddenly occurred to him.
"One additional item. Do you know if her ladyship has been invited to attend the performance at Little Windmill tomorrow?" "I do not." The secretary wrinkled his nose. "But I'd imagine Lady Firthwell, or even Her Grace of Ashwood, would invite her, don't you think?"
Niall sighed and leaned back in his chair.
"Perhaps."
He'd wager a bottle of his best whiskey that the Viscountess had sent Alicia an invitation. And while Niall knew his wife would enjoy the production, he did not fancy the prospect of watching her laugh and interact with the children when his emotions concerning her were already so riotous. Sitting up, he slapped his hands on the desktop, the loud sound jerking his resolve into place. "Be that as it may, I'm certain the stress of our wedding requires a recovery period, and I insist we give her ladyship one. Please make it clear, Murray," Inverray speared him with a firm look, "that my greatest concern is her health, and I intend for her, as my Marchioness, to protect it." "Protect it? Of course." Murray did not look convinced, but he nodded just the same. Satisfied his trip to the little windmill would not be sabotaged with the sudden appearance of his fetching bride, Niall released a long breath. Alicia would be fond of the children at the foundling home, but he also needed time to adjust to his marriage. Mayhap another week of forced distance from his new wife would cure him of his pining thoughts. Possibly. Niall groaned as he rubbed his brow. He was in trouble. Chapter 12. The following morning, Niall found himself on a ridiculously narrow chair between a pair of sisters, Miss Eunice and Miss Edith. The girls had grabbed his hands as soon as he'd stepped into the parlour at Little Windmill House, bright smiles on their pixie faces, and determined he sit with them. Niall could never say no. They had been residents of the home since Edith had been an infant, so they had grown up within the walls of Little Windmill. He was as fond of them as they were of him, clinging to his side whenever he came to visit. Niall suspected it was because they knew he had the final say on the hard decisions at the foundling home, so they stuck close to him as a form of protection. It was a move he could understand. Life was hard, but it was especially hard for children orphaned at a tender age. If squeezing himself between two wiggly but appreciative young girls made them feel safe, Niall would grin and bear it happily, no matter how uncomfortable the child-sized chair. "I should have played Rosalind," Miss Eunice whispered to him, her mouth twisted in indignation. "I already know half the lines." Niall looked over to where 12-year-old Molly was pretending to fall in love with Orlando. The girl was playing the role admirably, but he knew better than to share this observation with Eunice. "I wager if they had done A Midsummer Night's Dream, you would have been selected as Hermia," he offered. The girl wrinkled her nose. "I would have wanted to play Helena." Smothering a snort, Niall nodded. "And you would have made an excellent Helena. I'm sure you're a versatile actress." Eunice nodded pertly, crossing her ankles and leaning back with an air of satisfaction. As the play progressed, he tried his best to attend to the action on the makeshift stage. The children had outdone themselves with the costumes and stage backdrops, and their enthusiasm to perform was contagious. However, his upcoming meeting with Lord Matthews weighed heavy on his shoulders. The man was displeased with how Niall's bid had been progressing, his sudden wedding a key point of contention. And though Niall had argued with the Viscount over every issue under the sun since their first acquaintance, he still desired the man's approval. He might never win his father's approval, but securing Matthew's good opinion was achievable. Something about this meeting was different, though. Niall knew they would discuss his marriage to Alicia, and how his bid could be hindered by it, but he also knew Matthews would encourage him, once again, to search out the chapbook's author. But discovering the author's identity
seemed less important than adopting his wife's brilliant suggestion to use the tracks to influence public opinion. Matthews would scoff at such a proposition, but Niall still wanted to share the idea. He fidgeted in his seat, and Miss Edith smacked his thigh. "Pay attention," she scolded. A muffled snort caught his attention, and he looked over his shoulder to see the object of his thoughts standing near the back of the room with Lady Firthwell, her face deceptively serene. Her eyes twinkled with amusement, though. Alicia's merriment did odd things to his stomach. Of course she was here. He'd been foolish to think she would stay away. Niall swept his gaze back to the stage before his expression gave away how besotted he felt at seeing her. He did his best to ignore her, although his skin prickled with awareness. "Is that the new Lady in Verey?" Eunice asked, glancing at Alicia covertly over her shoulder. Niall nodded. "She's lovely," Edith said, making no attempt to keep her voice soft. Several heads turned from the activity on the stage to look at them with wide, curious eyes, and almost in unison their gazes flew to the back of the room, where they would find his wife. The effort to keep his mien impassive made sweat dot his brow. Little Windmill House had always been a refuge of sorts for him, a place he could escape to that didn't revolve around politics or the latest gossip, and how it could be used to benefit himself or his allies. His visits were the highlight of his whole day, and he worked hard to form relationships with the children. Their short lives had been filled with pain and loss, and Niall wanted to show them that they were welcomed, that they were safe. Yet suddenly, he didn't feel safe. As the attention of the room fell on him and then Alicia, heat wafted off his skin as his anger rose. Why did she have to come? Why did her presence make everything so much harder than it had to be? "Are you unwell, Lord Inverey?" little Edith asked, her blue eyes unblinking on his face. Niall frowned. "Why do you ask?" "Because your face is red and your leg keeps bouncing up and down." She laid a small hand on his forearm. "Are you bored?" "Now you think I'm bored?" He bit back a sigh. "With this entertainment? Why would I be bored?" "Well, they're not very good, are they?" Edith gestured to the actors with her small pointed chin. "I thought you might be red in the face because you're trying not to yawn. They sure are making me sleepy." Another stifled laugh from the back of the room reminded him who the real source of his discomfort was. "Rest assured, Miss Edith, that I am thoroughly diverted." He patted her hand. "Now, pay attention to the play." And Niall did his best to follow his own command. "I don't recall Oliver being quite so infatuated with Rosalind, do you?" Sliding her gaze to the right, Alicia met Charlotte's amused gaze. "He does seem a bit more attentive to her than poor Celia." The Viscountess shuffled a step closer and dipped her head to whisper. "Danny fancies Molly. Mrs. Simpson, who is the house manager, if you recall, said he auditioned for the role of Orlando, she thinks, so he had an excuse to plant a kiss on her, but instead lost the role to Billy there." Alicia smiled. "And does dear Molly fancy Danny in turn?" "You tell me," Charlotte murmured, inclining her head to the stage. Rosalind and Oliver were standing with the objects of their love in the play, but the lovesick eyes the actors gave each other told a completely different story. Chuckling under her breath, Alicia whispered,
How melodramatic young love can be. Oh, I don't think the theatrics are saved for the young. Charlotte bumped her shoulder into hers. Look at how emotional your own relationship with Lord Inverray is. Emotional? Relationship? Alicia scoffed, biting her lip when several small heads turned in her direction. Dropping her voice, she continued, The Marquis and I have a friendship. We married each other because we had to. The only emotion between us is mutual respect. The other woman clasped her hand, holding it tight. I'm sorry. Marriage is hard even when you love your spouse, so I cannot imagine being married to someone out of necessity. Your first marriage was a love match, was it not? Alicia asked. It was. Charlotte nodded, a soft note tinging her voice. I loved my first husband, and I love Finlay. I feel very blessed to have known love twice. Did you love Lord Lindsay? Alicia forced down an uncomfortable swallow. I was fond of him. He cared for me when others would not. If Charlotte was curious about Alicia's claim, she did not press her on it. And now, instead of celebrating a love match in your second marriage, you've been forced into a marriage of convenience. She exhaled, and it echoed Alicia's internal strife. I noticed you did not take a wedding trip, but then with Inverray's bid for Prime Minister, I'm sure that would have been difficult. Has he been kind to you, at least? Alicia worried the buttons on her sleeve. Her new husband had certainly been kind, but she wanted more. Niall was kind to everyone, she noticed. His patience seemed to know no bounds, as she witnessed as he interacted with the young children at the home. But she desired more than his kindness, although she was certain she didn't deserve it. He's been amiable. It hurt to confess such a thing, but then Alicia did not want to lie to her new friend. Charlotte had been a widow too, and knew how challenging it could be to start life anew with a different husband. In her case, she and Lord Firthwell were in love, happy. Although Alicia longed for such things, she comforted herself with the knowledge that Niall was an honourable man who held her in esteem. She could live with his good regard, if nothing else, even if it was a depressing thought. I don't believe for one moment he feels so benignly toward you. Alicia shot her friend a dubious look. Why do you say that? I think I would know, as I'm the one married to him. Because he has glanced back here no less than 5 times over the last few minutes. No, he hasn't. Darting her gaze to where Niall was wedged between 2 guinea-haired girls, she held her breath to see if he would look in her direction. When he didn't, she sighed. He's acting as if I'm not here. He's trying to act as if you're not here, but he's failing miserably. Charlotte patted her arm. Perhaps there's hope for your marriage after all. If he addresses me with more than polite interest, I might agree with you. She tried not to sound disgruntled, but the sympathetic smile Charlotte offered told her she had not succeeded. Well, here's your chance to put that to the test. The Viscountess raised her brows dramatically as she stepped away from her. I have to assist the children in changing out of their costumes, but I'll keep my eyes out to see if you exchange any pleasantries. We won't, Alicia called after her, and the Viscountess's answering chuckle was faint. Turning back to the room, she considered what to do. As this was her first time visiting Little Windmill, she wanted to make a good impression, especially because she was the new lady in Veray. Niall appeared to be involved in a serious discussion with a group of young girls, several of them talking at once while he nodded his head solemnly. Her heart lurched at the sight, for he was so patient and attentive. He would make an amazing father, if the time ever came. Ignoring the bittersweet twinge in her chest, Alicia scanned the room to see where she could be of assistance. Several older children were collecting chairs to be returned to the rooms they had been borrowed from, and she grabbed her chair to help them. After that, Alicia helped cook with dispersing little tea cakes she had made specifically to celebrate the play's debut performance. She looked pointedly away whenever a child grabbed an extra treat, because it was a party, and a party warranted seconds. As she made her way back to the kitchens with her hands loaded with plates and napkins, a deep voice halted her in her tracks. "You don't have to do that. I'm sure there are any number of places you'd prefer to be than here, cleaning up after a gaggle of messy, noisy children." Pivoting, Alicia found Niall standing behind her, his mouth a tense line and his dark brows low over his eyes. She collected her poise as best she could, with the heavy load in her hands. "I prefer to be here than any other place I can think of. The play was delightful, the children are delightful, and they have made my day delightful." Niall grunted, crossing his arms over his chest and looking down at his boots. Annoyance clouded her vision. "Has my presence here been an imposition for you?" He shook his head, his dark hair falling across his brow. "Of course not." Alicia sighed. "Why didn't you invite me then? Did you think I wouldn't want to be here?" "I just—" He stopped, snapping his mouth closed. Niall worked his jaw for a moment, then mumbled, "It doesn't matter. You're here now." "So I am." After a moment, Alicia released a long sigh. "If you do not mind, my lord, I should deliver these to the kitchen. They grow heavy." "I can take them for you," he said, stepping forward to relieve her of the carefully stacked dishes. She jerked away. "I don't need your help." Belatedly she added, "But thank you." He nodded once, stared at her for a long moment, and then prowled away. Alicia watched Niall's retreating back, warring emotions choking her. He seemed irked she was there, but wouldn't say why. Did he honestly believe she wouldn't want to be involved in his efforts to help orphaned children? Or maybe it wasn't about her presence at the home at all. But then again, did she really have a right to be frustrated with his lack of forthrightness, when she herself was withholding a secret 10 times more important, and potentially more destructive? Huffing a breath, she turned on her heels and headed to the kitchens. As she placed the dishes on the counter, Alicia felt a presence behind her. Charlotte and Juliana stood there, cautious expressions on their faces. "We saw Niall speaking with you in the hall. Did he tell you why he didn't invite you?" the Duchess asked. "He did not," Alicia said, wiping her hands on a cloth. "He indicated there were probably other places I'd prefer to be than here." Juliana rubbed at the spot between her eyes, while Charlotte sighed. "I suppose he could have simply greeted you and left it at that. Instead, he hunted you down to speak with you. I can't help thinking that's encouraging." "You're a dear for thinking so, but then I know my brother." Juliana considered Alicia with serious eyes. He seems determined to keep his distance from you. I wonder why." A heavy weight pressed on her as a horrible thought popped into her mind. Was it possible Niall had learned her secret? She hadn't released any new tracts since the day of the Talbot ball, but she had been working on a draft regarding the child labour legislation. Could he have found it? The possibility left her decidedly nauseated, and she clamped her eyes closed as she steadied herself. Without a word, Juliana stepped forward and wrapped her in a hug. Alicia had never been the demonstrative type, but it was easy to relax into the woman's warm embrace. "This marriage is new for both of you, and will take time to adjust to it. Just allow him that time. Charlotte and I are united in our belief that my stubborn brother is quite fond of you, but uncertain if he should show it." Alicia pulled back to look at her. "Why is that?" Alicia twisted her mouth, her gaze unfocused for a moment. "Niall's life here in London is career-focused. All his time is occupied with politics and speculating for the Campbell estate, and I believe he likes it that way. Emotions can be messy, and Niall is a neat and orderly type of person. Between us, I think he is afraid to allow himself to consider an actual marriage with you. To do that would mean he'd have to relinquish some of the control he holds so tightly about himself." Could that really be it? Was Niall holding her at arm's length because he feared letting her close? She might not understand her new husband, but wouldn't his own sister? And if he did let her close, would he regret it when he learned about her anonymous career? She needed to do something now, something powerful, so that when she finally told Niall her secret, it would be met with appreciation instead of disdain. Stepping from Juliana's arms, Alicia ran a hand down her skirts before she tucked an errant curl behind her ear. "I've been thinking about ways that I could be of assistance to Inveray's campaign, and I believe I've come up with a plan." Sliding her gaze to Charlotte, she raised her brows. "Do you remember the suggestion I made about how to exploit the political tract writer?" The Viscountess gasped. "I do. I thought it was splendid. Have you thought of how you can set the plan into motion?" Alicia grinned, taking particular delight in Charlotte and Juliana's interested means. "Let me share what I've been thinking." A quarter of an hour later, after the Duchess and Viscountess had shared their thoughts on her proposition, they agreed they would share the details with the other patronesses. "This will work," Juliana declared, clapping her hands together. "Surely if we hit all the talking points at the right times, the writer is bound to hear of it, right?" "Right." Alicia bit back a chuckle. Effia already had her next essay in hand, waiting for Alicia to tell her when to publish it. "And hopefully the tracts will gain public support, which will allow Inveray to pass a bill through his committee. It will be a big win for party electors to consider when they tap their new leader." "Excellent. I'm very optimistic about this," Charlotte enthused, reaching out to squeeze Alicia's hand. A warm glow filled her chest that she could now count these two ladies as friends. "You should tell Niall." Juliana grasped her other hand. "What better way to show him you're on his side? You can work together to see this through." Lud, Alicia hoped he saw it that way. Sucking in a breath, she asked, "Do you know if he's still here?" I saw the Marquis entering the formal parlour upstairs earlier, Charlotte offered.
Go speak to him, Juliana urged.
She nodded. I suppose that if I want to make this a real marriage, I'm going to have to initiate it myself.
The Duchess let out a tinkle of laughter. Good for you. For all that Niall has worked hard to enact laws and make changes to serve the good of the country, he still needs someone to take him in hand, and I'm so glad it's you to do it.
Chapter 13. Alicia made her way to the servants' stairs that led up to the main floor, her pulse thundering in her ears. Niall had liked her suggestion when she'd first made it, but what would he think of her plan for implementation? Would he even want to discuss it with her? She kept her footsteps light as she walked to the formal parlour. The door was ajar, and as she made to open it further, voices made her pause.
Until you determine the author of those damn chapbooks, those critiques will continue to be used by Medlinger to make you appear weak and unprepared for party leadership.
It was Lord Matthews. Alicia bit her lip at his words. Her critiques were not meant to make Niall appear as a weak candidate. If anything, her essays showed how much he had to offer. But they also highlighted where he could improve. She was proud of the ways in which she had been successful in calling attention to issues the candidates had continued to overlook. But in that moment, listening to Viscount Matthews scold Niall for the words she had written, Alicia flushed with shame. Her husband would certainly feel like a fool if he discovered his new wife was the anonymous author. Still, she refused to allow Niall to weather Matthew's ire by himself. Lifting her chin and pasting a polite smile on her face, Alicia sailed into the room, feigning surprise when her eyes landed on the two men. "My goodness! I didn't realize you gentlemen were in here. Please forgive my intrusion."
"There's nothing to forgive, my dear," Niall murmured, rising to his feet.
Alicia was not sure what he would do, so when he gestured to an armchair next to his with his hand, she sat, folding her hands politely in her lap.
"Lady Inverray, how do you do?"
Lord Matthews said, his manner polite and welcoming. But his smile did not reach his eyes.
"I just told your husband how I hope he had a grand wedding trip planned for after the party vote. I'm sure you would prefer to have more of his attention at this time, but as he's in a contentious race, I hope you understand all that keeps him away from home."
Alicia barely kept herself from rolling her eyes. "You forget, my lord, that I was married to a politician before. Lord Lindsay may not have been a member of party leadership, but he spearheaded any number of bills and proposals that kept him busy until he was too ill to see to his duties." Alicia reached out to pat Niall's hand, and was relieved when he didn't pull away from her touch. "I consented to marry Lord Inverray, knowing his parliamentary duties would always be his mistress." Matthews nodded his head in agreement, but it was Niall's reaction that caught her attention. Her husband turned his hand until their palms met, and the heat of his touch sent a shiver of awareness down her spine. When he lightly dragged the tip of one finger down her hand, she clenched her thighs together, for she felt that touch all over her body. Alicia cleared her throat, desperate to regain her equilibrium. "When I entered, you were speaking of the chapbook author, my lord. Is it my understanding you believe Lord Inverray should determine the author's identity? Whatever for?"
"To ruin the man, of course."
The Viscount flicked his fingers.
Those essays have upended the election. The party has selected their leader without outside input for at least 200 years, and we certainly don't need an anonymous critic pointing out the candidate's supposed flaws now."
"The author did not just point out flaws," Niall interjected, his voice low. "He also wrote several positive things about me and my voting record."
"And he also called you shilly-shallying on child labour," Matthews pointed out with an impatient swipe of his hand.
"The author criticised Medlinger too." Niall let go of her hand and launched himself to his feet to prowl back and forth across the room.
"I was not the only subject of the tracts."
"So perhaps you need to wield the critiques against Medlinger as deftly as he is wielding them against you," Alicia pointed out. Niall immediately halted his steps, his gaze intent on her face. But it was Lord Matthews who demanded her attention.
"Such tactics are not gentlemanly."
Alicia scowled. "So it's perfectly fine for Viscount Medlinger to engage in ungentlemanly behaviour, tarnishing Inverray's standing with voters, but he is not allowed to respond in kind? That seems short-sighted at best, but mostly foolhardy."
"Foolhardy?"
Matthews enunciated every syllable. "Yes, foolhardy." Alicia looked to her husband, who continued to stare at her with an indecipherable expression on his face. "You bemoan the fact that the author of these chapbooks has pointed out flaws in Inverray's campaign instead of using it as an opportunity to address them. And when you can utilize the same weakness the author illuminated in Medlinger's campaign to cast doubt on his viability as Prime Minister, you balk. Do you want my husband to win, or not?" Lord Matthews appeared as if he had been hit in the head with a heavy object. His eyes were wide and unblinking, and his jaw hung ever so slightly agape. Alicia looked to her husband, uncertain of what she should do, and worried she may have gone too far in censuring the older man. But Niall shook his head slightly, and the spectre of a smile on his lips eased the tension in her.
Tugging on his cravat, the Viscount seemed to collect himself. "This is a perfect example of why women should not be involved in political matters. If Inverray were to attack Viscount Medlinger in such a manner, it would spell the end of his bid. Electors would not stand for it."
Alicia gritted her teeth at his dismissiveness. "I doubt that, my lord. Medlinger has not lost support for utilizing the arguments made in the chapbooks, and this is a man who's been linked to an affair with a married woman. In fact, I'd say they have galvanized voters for him." Alicia arched a brow. "I may be just a woman, but it seems to me that voters would rather have a flawed candidate who can see the error of his ways than a supposed perfect candidate who continues on course as if he is not steering the ship into an iceberg." Now she'd really done it, and she was not sorry. Matthews was studying her as if she were an unknown specimen of bug pinned to a board. It was clear he wasn't used to someone pointing out his erroneous thinking. The man was operating under the misguided assumption that politics was just the same as it had been when he'd been a young man, and unfortunately for him, it wasn't. The Reform Act had ushered in changes to who could vote and how they voted. There was still much more to be done, like giving women a right to the ballot box. But Alicia was well aware that change happened at a glacial pace. Still, the Viscount's determination to hold on to the old way of things did nothing to aid Niall now.
Matthews was well respected, and even feared in some party circles. But Alicia didn't give a twopence damn about what the man thought of her suggestion. Niles was the only opinion that mattered. "Steering the ship into an iceberg," Niall chuckled, and it was the first genuine laugh she had heard from him in a good long while. "For all that is humorous, it is also the perfect visual for how electors are treating these opinion pieces. That's what they are, Matthews. The opinion of one man. And he shared his opinion of not only me, but Medlinger as well. I know you consider it ungentlemanly, but I see nothing wrong with echoing the words the author shared of the Viscount's voting record, just as the Viscount has used the author's analysis against me." Matthews exhaled a noisy breath. "And I consider it a foolish move. Are you going to trust my opinion, or that of your new wife?" Niall flexed his jaw. A trickle of sweat ran down Alicia's spine, anxiety pounding through her blood. Surely he knew that she didn't expect him to draw a line in the sand now. She wouldn't dream of trying to step into Lord Matthew's position as his adviser. She was simply offering a different opinion of the situation. Abruptly, she wanted to throw something. Why couldn't men accept that dissenting opinions were not attacks on their manhood or their self-worth? Faith save her from the egos of fragile men. "I believe I am going to take the afternoon to consider both of your well-informed opinions and decide how I want to proceed." Niall nodded his head, as if he were a king handing down an edict to his subjects. "How very diplomatic of you," Matthews said, with sarcasm as sharp as ice. "Thank you," Niall said, a cheeky tilt in his tone. "As Prime Minister, shouldn't I strive to be diplomatic?" "Perhaps." The Viscount narrowed his eyes as he studied them. "You know, Lady Inverray, that if your husband chooses to follow your advice and he loses the bid, you will be to blame." Fury locked Alicia's jaw, and it took her a heartbeat to respond. "My fault? Are you saying that if my husband heeds my advice and chooses to address those areas he could approve upon, and electors decide to vote for Medlinger anyway, I'm to blame for their free thinking and agency? As far as threats go, this one seems rather flimsy." "Flimsy?" Matthews growled. "In fact, it is your claims, your advice, that is offensive, my lady. And many would say they're misguided." Alicia folded her hands calmly and sighed. Loudly, "I don't understand how we are at odds, my lord. We both want Inverray to win. We both want him to overcome the challenges born of the political chapbooks. We're simply suggesting different ways he can combat their claims. Different plans of attack do not make us enemies, Lord Matthews." The Viscount grunted, his mien making it clear he did not agree. Turning to Niall, he lifted a shoulder. "I'll do what I can, but I can't promise that electors will continue to support you, should you follow your wife's ill-advised suggestion." "I understand," Niall said, holding out his hand to the older man. "I appreciate your wisdom, as always." Matthews nodded, raking Alicia over with one last look before sweeping out the door. They stood in silence for several tense moments after Matthews left, each with their gaze trained on the door. Alicia didn't know what to say. She had originally sought Niall out, intent to be of assistance, and instead
she had caused a fracture between him and his long-time adviser. An apology sat on the tip of her tongue, yet she struggled to release it. She was not sorry. Her heart told her that if Niall wanted to be Prime Minister, he had to utilize every weapon at his disposal, even if some thought wielding such a tool was distasteful. Those people were not seeking the highest elected office in the land. Pressing her lips together, Alicia weighed what to say, if anything at all. She was rescued from the decision when Niall rubbed a tired hand across his eyes. "That did not go the way I envisioned, at all." "I didn't even have visions of that situation, and still it did not live up to my expectations," she grumbled in solidarity. Niall slid his gaze to her, a pucker between his brows. That encouraged her to continue speaking. "Despite how it may appear, I apologize if I overstepped. I know you did not need me to interject myself into this situation, but when the Viscount started blaming you for things outside of your control, I could not help myself."
"While I appreciate your desire to help, I was not in need of your defense, wife."
Alicia took a step back, feeling as if she had been slapped. "Oh, of course not. How preposterous it was for me to believe you might appreciate not having to wage every political battle alone." Niall pinched the bridge of his nose.
"Not everything is a battle."
"It's certainly not if you're always willing to surrender." And with those harsh words, she stalked out the room.
"Alicia!"
he called after her, her name a tired plea. But she was done being his fool. Chapter 14. Alicia was in the small parlour of Little Windmill House, a collection of art projects spread before her. Mr. Newell, the art and music teacher, had tapped her to judge an informal competition he conducted with his older students. They were to take inspiration from popular culture and create a presentation with their vision of the future. Alicia had expected the demonstrations to be depressing, even macabre. Instead, she had felt inspired. She had critiqued a collection of watercolour paintings depicting shuttered collieries and seedlings growing on craggy slopes, as well as models of towns where the homes shared aqueduct-like pipes that snaked through the community like threads from a spider's web. Each presentation amazed her, and she feared Mr. Newell would reject her overwhelmingly high scores when she delivered them. So engrossed was she in her study, Alicia missed the sound of footsteps behind her.
"My lady, I didn't expect to find you here."
Alicia jerked about, clutching at her chest. Her husband stood just inside the doorframe of the parlour, looking as handsome as ever. He also appeared as forbidding as ever, with a disapproving scowl on his face, but she would not be intimidated. Niall had not spoken with her since she had inserted herself into his conversation with Lord Matthews 2 days prior. She didn't know if he intended to follow his mentor's advice, and that was why she had not seen him, or he had simply not wished to see her. It was a lowering thought. The enormity of her new marriage overwhelmed her at times. Their union had been on uneven ground from the moment they took their vows. Yet she'd glimpsed enough gentle moments to guess that Niall's stern exterior hid a tender underbelly he tried hard to conceal. And because she revelled in a challenge, Alicia couldn't help but to coax those amiable qualities to the surface. Not just for her own edification, but for his as well. Still, his formal regard was exhausting.
She exhaled loudly, even while she clasped her hands demurely at her waist. "Where did you expect me to be? After the newest tract released yesterday, Mrs. Simpson said Little Windmill has been inundated with requests for tours and donations. I'm delighted to help." What she left unsaid was how the tract praised Niall's dedication to the youngest members of society with his work at the home, proving his commitment was not simply a political talking point. The tract had also stressed that with such a leader in Parliament, perhaps child labour reform would finally be addressed, an issue that had started garnering support in ballrooms and drawing rooms across Mayfair. Alicia was quite proud of the critique and hoped fervently it made inroads with those hard-hearted fools stubbornly standing in the way of progress.
"Yes, well," Niall coughed into his fist, "I had not expected such praise from the writer."
"Why not?" Alicia pinned him with her gimlet stare. "The essays I've read have been fair, even if such fairness has been uncomfortable for you at times." He slowly arched a brow. Smothering a sigh, she thought it best to change the subject. "I didn't expect you'd be here today. I was told you'd be at Westminster."
"After reading the new tract, I thought I'd visit and see how things were faring."
"As you can see, everything is swell." Alicia swept her arm over the art project spread before her. Niall took a step closer, his brow furrowed.
"What is it?"
"Mr. Newell has me judging an art competition." She held up a sketch of aeronautical balloons. "And Mrs. Simpson has already asked for my assistance with the mathematics lesson." Niall stared at her for a long moment.
"Mathematics?"
"Do you find it hard to believe I could contribute anything to the study of mathematics?" she asked, curling her lip.
"Actually, not at all. Considering your strategic mind, I assume you weigh the odds for most things."
"I try to," she conceded.
"Well, Matthews has not spoken to me since we were last all here, so perhaps your odds were off for that encounter."
Mortification swept up her spine in a hot wave, leaving her cheeks burning. "I apologize for overstepping."
"So you've said."
Niall wiped a hand down his face.
"Yet the damage has been done."
Her brows knit together. "The Viscount is probably in a pique because someone dared to have a different opinion than his own." Her husband merely looked at her. "Come now, Niall. I was not unkind or disrespectful to Lord Matthews, and yet you seem determined to cast me as a dime novel villain, intent on ruining your political career."
"It does not become you to be so dramatic, my lady."
"And it does nothing for your charm to be so spiteful." If a thunderstorm could rage indoors, the animosity and frustration that roared between them could have sparked lightning bolts. They glared at each other, each panting with irritation. All her patience went up in a puff of smoke at just the hint of his sneer. Niall finally backed away.
"While I understand you had the best of intentions, I think it would be best if you refrain from visiting here until after the party vote is over."
"But why?" Alicia shook her head. "I enjoy my visits and can be of assistance. Is my presence here really so unpleasant?"
"Not unpleasant, just bloody distracting."
Alicia startled, her jaw falling open. He found her distracting. It should have been a compliment to find one's wife attempting diversion. But then why were Niall's hands balled into fists? She was trying so very hard to atone for her past criticisms of his political moves,
and yet her efforts had just given him more to worry about. I hate this. I hate that all attempts I've made to help you have been for naught. Is this some grudge you're nursing against me? Alicia sank onto a chair and rubbed her forehead. We're married. It was not your fault, and it was certainly not mine. We did what we needed to do to retain our good names. But this rancour that has coloured all our interactions of late is exhausting. Niall scrubbed his hand down his face and avoided her eyes.
Just because we're married doesn't mean anything has changed. My priority is the leadership race, and there my focus must stay.
Alicia swallowed convulsively. I understand. As I've said, all I'm trying to do is—
Help, yes. But it is not your place to help me in this,
Niall said, effectively ending the discussion. Silence strangled the air. Alicia struggled to contain her tears of frustration. She understood that he was stressed, and certainly did not want to add to it, but surely there was a way they could work together instead of him pushing her away. Niall sighed and looked out the window, his gaze trained on the children queued on the walk for their riding lesson.
Little Windmill has long been my escape from politics and politicians, where I can spend a simple afternoon with the children, baking biscuits or performing monologues in this parlour.
He turned his head to look at her.
But now, thanks to that bloody new tract, my refuge is to be invaded by the ton. Mrs. Simpson said she's received several inquiries about becoming a benefactor, and one gentleman specifically mentioned my leadership bid.
But that is good news, she whispered.
Yes, all very promising for the home, for all that I'm annoyed. But then I see you here.
His grey eyes roved over her face.
And I can't help but fear you'll let your passion, your ever-clever tongue, alienate these potential beneficial contacts.
His words shot ice through her veins, and Alicia clamped her teeth together to hide how her chin trembled.
I just need some space, Alicia.
He pivoted to stare out the window again, leaving her staring with watery eyes at his back.
I am trying to save my bid for Prime Minister, whilst dealing with a contentious committee. I do not have the time nor inclination to tend to my marital problems as well.
She was a marital problem. It pierced her pride, her heart. It was like a twig striking a beleaguered dam, and Alicia jumped up before all her tears burst through her barriers and cascaded down her face. Well, allow me to bother you no further. I will keep to Campbell House and leave the home to you. Donning her dignity like a cloak, she curtsied. My lord. When she entered the foyer, Alicia found she did not have to summon her carriage, for it awaited her on the curb. Charlotte appeared out of a side door, her expression gentle. I took the liberty of calling for your conveyance. I hope it was the right thing to do. She grasped Alicia's hand. The walls are thin, my dear. It was impossible not to overhear. Pressing a hand to her mouth, unable to speak as shame choked her, Alicia eventually nodded. Stepping forward, Charlotte wrapped her in a hug. Marriage is hard, even for those of us who've done it before. Don't let this conversation define the entirety of your union. Alicia hiccuped by way of response. Releasing her, Charlotte offered a gentle smile. I'll visit on the morrow. Until then, be kind to yourself. Alicia jerked her head in thanks and walked outside at a sedate pace. Once she was seated on the squab and the carriage was rolling down the street toward Campbell House,
Alicia finally allowed herself the luxury to cry. Niall stared at the closed door his wife had disappeared through, his emotions in tumult and his thoughts a scattering of dust tossed about on the breeze. He'd done it again, and she'd run off again, only this time with tears in her beautiful eyes. This was supposed to be a marriage of convenience. Scandal had brought them together, and their marriage was to protect their good names whilst they continued to lead their separate lives. As a future duke, family was a matter of duty, not of love. But Niall had utterly failed to acknowledge that he'd never viewed Alicia as anything resembling a convenience. In truth, he'd desired her, coveted her from the first, and suppressing his incessant draw to her taxed his patience, his resolve. This bewitching woman haunted his thoughts to the point that he could focus on little else. Niall had barely comprehended a word shared in his committee meeting that morning, and accidentally forgotten a lunch he had scheduled with an elector, because his mind had been absorbed with the haughty lift of her brow and the curve of her lips. Worse still, he'd overheard a group of gentlemen at his coffee shop joking about how he'd been a bit absent-minded since his wedding. Then one had shared how Matthews had mentioned the new Lady Inverray fancied herself to be politically shrewd, so perhaps they could expect her to be writing his proposals from now on. Just thinking about the exchange made him want to put his fist through something. Niall tugged on his cravat, desperate to relieve the pressure building in his chest and up his throat. Why did his raw emotions come roaring to the surface wherever Alicia was concerned? Had he really raised his voice to her? Had he truly called her a marital problem? It was no mystery why the colour had bled from her face, and her exquisite brown eyes had grown shiny. The sight had cut Niall to the quick. That he had replaced the sparkle in her gaze with sadness made him a veritable villain. Before he could wallow in his contrary emotions, a knock at the door reminded Niall where he was. Taking a quick moment to straighten his person, he called, "Come in." Lady Firthwell's dark head appeared around the door. "If you're not busy, my lord, I had hoped you could spare a moment to visit little Edith MacLean. She's taken ill recently, and her sister mentioned it would bring her cheer to receive a visit from you." Edith was sick. Why had he not been told? Probably because you were arguing with your wife, his traitorous mind told him. Illnesses were not uncommon in a house full of children, but it always made him uneasy when a youngster fell sick, especially when it was a wee lass like Edith. Smothering the tumult of emotions erupting in his chest, Niall nodded. "Of course." "I'm sure she would appreciate it." Lady Firthwell gestured to a door down the hall. "Mrs. Simpson can escort you. Since I'm expecting, I promised Finlay I would avoid any ill children." "Very wise of you." Niall offered her a polite bow. "I'd best see to our little patient. Hopefully it's just a bit of the ague." Yet when he entered the girl's room, it was clear that what afflicted her was much more than a cold. Edith lay curled in a fetal position, a tiny figure in the large bed. Her skin was waxen, and her eyes were sunken into her little face. A bucket sat beside her bed, and Niall did not have to look at it to know it had been utilised frequently. Her sister Eunice sat on the cot next to her, holding a wet cloth to the girl's mouth and encouraging her to drink from it. Fear coursed like a drug through Niall's blood. Lady Firthwell did not mention she was faring so poorly, he whispered to Mrs. Simpson, who sat in a chair in the corner of the room. "That's because I didn't tell her," The older woman wrung her hands together. "Edith deteriorated so quickly, I was caught unaware." Niall studied the young girl. What ailment had struck her so swiftly? "Thank you for your help, Annie," Mrs. Simpson said to a maid who had gathered a set of soiled sheets in a basket. "How many times have you had to change them this hour?" "This is the second time this hour, ma'am." Annie bobbed respectfully, then hoisted her load onto her hip. "She keeps getting worse, poor child." "Do you have any idea of what she may have?" Niall asked. Mrs. Simpson pressed her lips together and slowly shook her head. "I don't. She complained about feeling poorly this morning at breakfast and vomited not long after." "Are there any other children showing similar symptoms?" "Hannah complained of an upset stomach, and 2 of the younger boys have had several accidents today." The older woman clenched her eyes shut. "I had not thought them related, but now I'm not so sure." Niall did not like the sound of things. "We should isolate the sick children into one room until we learn what they're suffering from. It wouldn't do if everyone fell ill." Working his jaw, Niall approached Eunice, dropping to the balls of his feet in front of her. "How are you feeling, child?" The girl shook her head back and forth, her mouth set into a mulish line. "I'm well enough to care for my sister." "That didn't answer my question, though," he said as gently as possible. Eunice met his gaze, fear palpable in her blue eyes. "I feel for—" Her words cut off when she abruptly leaned past Niall to vomit in the bucket. Drops of spittle sprayed onto his hands, and he fished out a handkerchief to wipe them off before offering it to Eunice. "I think it's time to get you to a bed," he declared, nodding at Mrs. Simpson over his shoulder. "But I don't want to leave Edith," she cried weakly, leaning over to press her face to her sister's arm. Niall brushed a strand of hair from her cheek. "You don't have to leave her. We'll set your bed up right here next to her." This seemed to satisfy the girl, who nodded wordlessly. Rising to his feet, Niall met Mrs. Simpson just outside the room. "We need to quarantine the other children, now." "I've already sent word to the teachers." Niall glanced back through the door to where the McLean sisters lay huddled. He had intended for his visit to the home to be a short one, yet he couldn't leave knowing the girls were so ill. Mentally creating a list of what meetings he needed to cancel and potential benefactor visits to postpone, he paused when his thoughts drifted to Alicia. She would want to know what was happening, and she would no doubt insist on helping the staff care for the children. Yet the situation was stressful enough, without worrying about his vexing, alluring wife being nearby. And if she were to become ill, well, he wouldn't allow himself to consider it. Niall exhaled, refocusing on the sisters. His eyes snagged on a new stain on the sheets, and his stomach dropped. "It appears we need to change Edith's sheets again." "The poor sprite!" Mrs. Simpson rubbed her forehead. "I'll speak with the maids about alternating the washing schedule, so we ensure an inventory of clean linens." "And I'll send around a note to the physician," Niall said, turning immediately to see to the task. "Do you believe he'll come?" the older woman called after him. A fierce determination settled in his bones. "Oh, I'll make sure of it." Chapter 15. "An urgent note has arrived for you, your ladyship." Alicia quickly slid a sheet of paper over the essay she was drafting and looked up. "Who is it from, Stuart?" "The Duchess of Ashwood, my lady." The seal on the back of the letter was her sister-in-law's,
and she felt a pang of concern as she opened it. Niall had not come home the previous night. She'd guessed he'd stayed away due to their argument, but now she wasn't so sure. Alicia had kept an ear trained to the door connecting their chambers, and she had not heard movement in there at any point during the night. After she had risen for the day, Jane had confirmed that the Marquis had not returned to Campbell House the night before. Her maid also had mentioned Niall's valet had seemed anxious, but the man would not disclose what had him distressed. Plucking the seal free, Alicia quickly took in Juliana's hasty script before the import of the woman's message slammed into her like a runaway horse. "Steward, have the carriage brought around as quickly as possible." Jumping to her feet, Alicia raced to her chambers and tore into her dressing room, on the hunt for a serviceable gown. "I thought you liked that day gown," Jane said from behind her. "The jonquil colour is flattering against your complexion." "Because you have a great eye for such details, dear Jane, and I love this dress, but I can't wear it to the Foundling Home," she murmured, pushing aside ensembles much more suited to a drawing-room than a sick-room. Jane cleared her throat, rather noisily. "I thought you told me his lordship asked you not to visit Little Windmill House any more." Alicia paused for a heartbeat, an ache throbbing in her chest. "He did, but that was before there was an outbreak of sickness sweeping through the home." "What do you mean?" "Juliana's note indicated that Niall has fallen ill, along with several of the youngsters." She glanced over her shoulder at her friend. "I have to see if I can help." "Well, of course you do," the maid huffed, nudging Alicia aside. Striding to a clothing rack on the other side of the room, she quickly grabbed a rust-coloured muslin gown Alicia used to wear while gardening. "This should do." "It will do perfectly." She immediately spun about so Jane could help her out of her pretty day dress. 10 minutes later, Alicia raced down the stairs, a nondescript cloak about her shoulders and a serviceable apron tucked under her arm. Her maid followed closely on her steps. "Are you sure I cannot go? I'd like to help," Jane said. "Until I see for myself what the status of the situation is, I'd prefer for you to stay here." Alicia enfolded the other woman's hand in her own. "It might be dangerous, and I want you to remain safe." "What about you, my lady?" Jane squeezed her fingers. "Who will make sure you're safe?" A shiver ran through her body, and Alicia clenched her jaw against it. "If this is what I suspect it might be, I should be able to keep myself safe and hopefully help those who are ill." As she settled onto the carriage seat and watched Campbell House disappear down the street, she hoped she was right. When the carriage stopped in front of Little Windmill House, Alicia flew out of the conveyance and up the front steps before the footman had a chance to assist her. A worn-looking gentleman answered the door. "We are not accepting guests at this time, ma'am. I'd be happy to schedule an appointment for you to tour the premises on a future date." "I do not need an appointment," she declared, pushing past him into the foyer. "I am here to see my husband." The man's eyes were owlish. "Your husband?" With his rumpled coat, messy hair, and cravat askew, it was obvious the man was exhausted. Alicia felt for him. But she had a task to see to. Storming away, Alicia called over her shoulder, "Where is Lord Inverray?" A gasp chased her, immediately followed by rapid footsteps. "I apologize for my rudeness, your ladyship." "You were not rude in the least, Mr." She frowned at him as he came to walk by her side. Alicia could not place him, but then she was aware she had not met all the teachers yet.
Bowers, I teach history here.
How are the children? Her Grace of Ashwood indicated several had taken ill with some unknown ague.
They are...
Mr. Bowers hesitated, and she could feel the concern wafting off him in waves.
There are several who are nearing death's door. The physician does not know what ails them.
Alicia clenched her eyes shut and attempted to corral her fears behind gates made of resoluteness. If the physician was unable to determine the ailment, perhaps she had been mistaken in her suspicion. If you would be so kind as to tell where I might find his lordship, I will see how I can be of service. Mr. Bowers stumbled to a halt, but it took several steps for Alicia to realize he no longer walked at her side. Pivoting, she frowned when she spied him staring at her, his expression ashen.
If I may be so bold to say, it might be best for you to leave, your ladyship. Death waits inside, and I'm certain the Marquis would not want his new wife subjected to his touch.
I appreciate your concern, Mr. Bowers. Alicia managed a weak smile. But my wedding vow said I would take Inverray in sickness and in health, and I am prepared for the unpleasantness I may encounter.
The man worried his lip for a moment, and finally nodded. Very well. His lordship is in a chamber on the 3rd floor. His room is separate from the sick children, but very near it, so the nurses can administer aid to all those afflicted.
Thank you. She pressed her lips together as she calmed her fears. Now please ask cook to have several pots of water boiling and lots of soap on hand. We're desperately going to need them. Steeling her spine, Alicia made her way up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Several maids bustled to and fro down the hall, disappearing into one room and reappearing with heaps of bedding and other cloths piled high in their hands. They offered Alicia quick, polite curtsies and then hurried away. She cautiously approached the first door and peered in. The house manager, Mrs. Simpson, sat between two small cots, her grey hair pulled up in a haphazard knot, and a soiled apron covering her form. Her shirt sleeves were rolled past her elbows as she coaxed little Edith McLean to drink some water. The poor child could barely lift her head, so Mrs. Simpson assisted her. The older woman started when Alicia halted by her side. "Your ladyship, whatever are you doing here?" "I am here to help, of course." Alicia touched the woman on the shoulder. "When is the last time you slept?" Mrs. Simpson's brows drew together. "I can't recall." "That's what I thought." Alicia slipped her own apron over her shoulders and tied the sash around her waist. "Now that I'm here, I want you to give your sullied clothes to the maids and instruct them to wash the items, as well as all the soiled bedding, in the hottest water they can stand. Then I want you to clean your hands with plenty of soap and hot water. This illness is passed through bodily fluid, and if we don't want it to spread beyond those currently afflicted, everyone needs to be mindful of heeding these precautions." "Do you know what ails them? The physician believed it a stomach malady." Alicia bit her lip. "If I am not mistaken, it's cholera." The woman's gasp made the McLean sisters stir in their beds. Mrs. Simpson pressed a hand to her chest, and when the girls finally settled again, she turned wide eyes on Alicia. "Cholera? But are you sure?" Alicia recited a list of symptoms, and the older woman confirmed the patients had suffered some or all of them. The confirmation both relieved and frightened her, and although she was afraid to ask, Alicia forced the question from her lips. "Am I to assume the Marquis is stricken as well?" The older woman's shoulders drooped. "He began to experience symptoms last night. He did not want you to know." The revelation still hurt. "Well, I'm here now, and we'll do what we can to get him and these children healthy and hale once again. Do you think it's possible? I've been preparing myself for what seemed like the inevitable." Mrs. Simpson choked out, her watery gaze trained on the two frail forms within the beds. "If we can keep them hydrated, of course we can," Alicia declared, with more confidence than she felt. "But, my lady, I haven't been able to rouse them enough to drink any water." Mrs. Simpson's voice pitched high in panic. "Then I will give it a try while you rest." Alicia looped her arm around the woman and escorted her to the door. "Now wash up thoroughly and get some rest. I will do my best to care for the children and my quarrelsome husband." A small smile curved Mrs. Simpson's lips. "I told him to leave before he grew ill, but he refused. He tended to the sisters personally until he couldn't any longer." Her stubborn and foolhardy husband had a heart of gold, especially when it came to the children. Imagine what he would do to protect their offspring when they came. Alicia bit the inside of her cheek. It would do no good to break down now when there was so much to do. She also wanted Mrs. Simpson to feel confident enough in the care she would provide that she would be able to rest. "His lordship is going to be livid you're here," the older woman continued, unaware of her thoughts. "Oh, he will. So perhaps it is a good thing he does not possess the strength to argue with me at the moment," Alicia declared. She reached out to squeeze the woman's arm. "I suppose I should introduce the Marquis to his new nurse." After ensuring Mrs. Simpson heeded her words and went to rest, Alicia washed her hands in a basin a maid had promptly delivered. Next, she took time to encourage the McLean sisters to drink some water, and then stubbornly managed to get them to eat several small bites of bread. Satisfied they were resting comfortably, Alicia bathed her hands again. Eventually, she stood outside Niall's door. As she tucked stray strands of hair back into her bun, her hands shook. Niall would be upset she was here. Of that she had no doubt. But would he demand she leave again? Another rejection from him would cut to the quick, but this was not the time to be thinking about personal feelings. Sick children were counting on her, on them both. If her husband had any objections, she would not acknowledge them. Setting her jaw, she peered around the doorframe. Niall lay on his side in a narrow cot, his back to the door. With his dark hair loose about him, she guessed he was asleep. However, in the next moment, he stiffened and leaned over to retch into a pan on the floor. Alicia moved to his side in an instant, smoothing lank, dark hair from his pallid face and murmuring low, sympathetic sounds. He finally fell back on the pillow, panting with exertion, and his eyes clenched shut. Was he in pain? Seeing him so spent, so weak, made the back of her eyes burn. She reached for a wet cloth and trailed it gently across his brow. "Would you like some water?" Niall's eyes flew open, and it took him a moment to focus on her. Crimson swept across his cheekbones as his pupils dilated. "Crech, why in the hell are you here?" he rasped. "Because you're ill, of course," she snorted, continuing to cleanse his face. "I'm your wife, and the least I can do is see you through this." He moaned, trying to pull the sheet over his head. "But you'll become ill too. I ordered all the patronesses to stay away to help contain the disease, but I should have known you'd require a direct order." "How silly you are to think I would follow a direct order from you. You're no general," Alicia replied smartly. "As it is, I'm here now, and I intend to stay."
"Stubborn woman,"
Niall growled. But the effect was lost when he leaned over and retched again. When he was done, Alicia assisted him in finding a comfortable position and tucked the blankets tight around his form. "Be thankful I'm a stubborn woman, for my stubbornness will ensure you recover to argue with me another day." A hint of a smile fell on his pale lips before he grimaced.
"Have you checked on the children? How are Eunice and little Edith? And Hannah?"
She patted his hand, even as she chose her words with extra care. "The children are weak, but I'm hopeful their youth will pull them through." Niall threw an arm over his eyes.
"Christ, I hope so. I'm 4 times their age, and this blasted disease has knocked me completely off my feet."
"That it has. How very lucky you are that, besides your every attempt to avoid me, I'm still here to help you back on them." Alicia held out a water glass to him. "Drink some of this, if you please."
"I don't want to drink anything,"
he grumbled.
"Everything I have tried to drink or eat has been expelled."
"Which is precisely why you must keep trying. We cannot allow you to become dehydrated. That is the key to recovery."
"How do you know that?"
Niall pulled his arm aside and glared at her with sunken grey eyes.
"Even the blasted physician didn't know what we suffered from."
"It's cholera. I know because I survived it when I was a child." Her revelation seemed to steal the argument from him, for he took the glass after a long pause and promptly drank a gulp of water. Dragging the back of his hand across his mouth, Niall licked his lips.
"Will you tell me the story?"
Dropping her gaze, Alicia fidgeted with his bedclothes and smoothed a hand over his rumpled shirt, thinking she could magically erase the wrinkles. As if wrinkles mattered in a time such as this. "If you sincerely wish to hear about it, I will tell you, but not now." From the corner of her eye she saw him nod.
"Who told you I was ill?"
"Juliana."
"Of course she did. She tells you everything, it seems."
He raked a hand through his snarled hair, then dropped his arm, breathing heavily.
"I had hoped you wouldn't see me this way."
"See you as a mortal?" When he snorted, Alicia dared to stroke her knuckles across his jaw as her tone turned serious. "Why did you stay? You didn't have to. When the children first fell ill, you could have left their care to Mrs. Simpson and her staff. You have so many things demanding your time, and no one would have faulted you for walking away."
"I would have faulted myself." Niall held her gaze. "These are my children. I could not leave their care to anyone else but myself. My committee responsibilities and campaign be damned."
This dear man. Just when Alicia wanted to write him off. Curse him for binding her in a union when he intended to ignore her. Niall uttered heart-stealing things like this. Surely a man devoted to the care of orphans would one day come to give her more than just his name. Alicia jumped to her feet.
Niall raised his brows at her abrupt movements, but she ignored him. She needed space. She might have thought to nurse him through this ailment, but she did not want to soften her regard toward him. So many things had occurred to cause her to doubt his view of her, and the pretty but unexpected words he now shared did not erase them. "I'll return shortly with a tray of food," she murmured. When he huffed, his mouth a mutinous line, Alicia added, "I'll bring you toast and nothing more. Surely you can handle that." "I suppose we'll see," he grumbled, although he reached for his water glass again and took a sip. That spark of impudence cheered her, because although he called her stubborn, Alicia knew his tenaciousness was more than a match for hers. Such perseverance would be needed if he desired to recover. Niall bit back a moan as he attempted to sit up. His limbs were as wobbly as a newborn colt's, and his mouth felt like it was stuffed with sawdust. Still, he struggled until his feet hit the cold wood floor. For several seconds his head swam as he adjusted to the new position. How long had he been here, lying in this narrow cot with all the strength of a fragile babe? Weeks? Months? The constant isolation grated by now, and only one person could soothe him. Alicia's fiery brown eyes and teasing smile flashed through his mind. She had been a steady presence by his side over the last week, plying him with water and food, and keeping his bedding clean and tidy. Although he hadn't been well enough to leave his bed to inquire after the McLean sisters and the other children who had fallen ill, his wife had brought him regular updates on their prognosis. Little Edith had given them a great scare when she had experienced several seizures, but had managed to recover thanks to the vitality of youth. Although Alicia had not said it, Niall suspected he was the last patient to leave his bed. His cheeks heated at the thought, yet try as he might, his body rebelled against his repeated attempts to rise. Niall suddenly felt awkward, nervous for her to see him in such a vulnerable state. Even with the dark circles under her eyes and the pinched lines about her mouth from the 2 long days tending to everyone, she was infinitely lovely. In comparison, he was unwashed, unshaven, and weak. But none of that had altered the eager sweep of her gaze as she inspected him on every visit. She had given so much of herself to help him recover, and had worked tirelessly to pull the children through their illness. His past treatment of her, his indifferent attitude, made his tender stomach ache in shame. Panting from exertion, Niall closed his eyes as he focused on staying upright. What did he do now? Despite his efforts to keep her at arm's length, Alicia had scaled each barrier with the force of her clever words and fierce gaze. Even the threat of cholera had not chased her from his side. The fact he could even sit here now, weak but very much alive, was because of her faithful efforts. Could he really go back to ignoring her? He barked a chuckle. What he could no longer ignore was what he felt for his wife. As if pulled by an invisible string, the subject of his thoughts appeared in the doorway. Clad in a nondescript brown muslin dress, with an apron more suited for a butcher than a marchioness, her blonde curls tucked into a neat bun, Alicia looked the part of an efficient nurse at a convalescent ward. When her expression darkened into a frown, Niall had the prudence to brace himself.
"Surely you aren't ready to leave your bed quite yet." She bustled to his side, holding a palm to his forehead. "You need your rest."
"I need to bathe." Niall curled his lip. "I offend myself." The spark of amusement that appeared in her eyes roused his spirits.
"A bath would do wonders for your spirit, I'm sure. When you're done, I'd like for you to return to your bed."
"I'd like to return to Campbell House. Surely I'm well enough to finally go home to bathe and rest."
Alicia studied him, her lips pursed.
"Please,"
he pleaded, grasping her hand and stroking a finger over her knuckles.
"Don't you ever just long for your own bed?"
Her nod was curt. Niall was encouraged.
"I'm well aware that I'm still weak and require additional time to recuperate. Even if such a delay sinks my campaign, I would like to do it in the privacy of my own home."
He tried for a cajoling smile.
"I promise to be the most cooperative of patients."
Her brow slowly rose to her hairline at that claim, and Niall was certain he had done it up brown. His surprise quickly turned to relief when she whispered, "Very well." She turned to quit the room, and he called after her,
"Where are you going?"
"I intend to send a note to Campbell House. We need the carriage and a change of clothes. If you're seen by the public leaving here or arriving at our home, I want you to appear hale. News of your illness has spread, and the sight of you on the mend will aid your public persona." He jerked his head back.
"How is it known I've been ill?"
"An anonymous source tipped off the papers." Alicia raised a shoulder. "Numerous articles have been written about the Marquis, who refused to leave his young orphaned charges when they fell ill with cholera, until he succumbed himself."
"You told them about the outbreak here?"
Shock and a spark of outrage threatened to burn through his reason. "Did I?" She linked her hands together at her waist, a picture of piety. "All I know is that the home has been praised for recognizing the symptoms of cholera and quarantining the sick before they could spread the disease. Your and Mrs. Simpson's quick measures ensured every child survived the dreadful affliction." Any ire he felt seeped from his body. His wife, his quick-witted, tactic-minded wife, had taken what could have been a disastrous situation and produced a harvest. An overwhelming wave of humbleness, of gratitude, crashed over him, the wave leaving his soul wrecked just as cholera had wrecked his body. All he could manage to say in return was, "Thank you." She nodded her acknowledgement, and then departed. Niall experienced a pang in his chest at her loss, and if the last few days had taught him anything, it was not to shy away from the sensation. Chapter 16. The clock dinged in the formal parlour. Every chime resonated in Niall's bones, where he sat situated on a plush leather armchair Alicia had insisted he utilize if he wanted to leave his bed and work in his study. And since she had proven herself to be a petite general in stylish day gowns, he hadn't argued. It had been 3 days since the doctor deemed him well enough to leave his sick-bed at Little Windmill House for home. Yet some sluggishness remained, and he tired too easily from the easiest of tasks. Niall hated feeling this frail, and although he tried to mask his aches, he suspected Alicia was aware of his every wince and grunt. His wife, bless her, didn't say anything directly about his condition, but she ensured the maids brought him regular tea trays, each laden with foods he liked. Several times she had entered the study, a cloak in hand, requesting he take a turn with her about the garden. No matter how tired, Niall had not denied any of her requests. Alicia was a pleasant conversationalist. She was witty and knowledgeable, but she didn't feel the need to talk simply to fill a silence. She seemed just as comfortable in the stillness of the verdant gardens as she did exchanging droll repartee in a crowded Belgravia drawing-room. Her presence by his side had quickly become necessary, and Niall had no notion of how he thought he'd be able to live in the same house with her and not want to claim her as his wife in truth. A knock sounded on the door, and he sat up straight, smoothing a hand over his cravat. "Come in," he called. The Dukes of Ashwood and Darrington, as well as Firthwell, entered in a single file, like an unholy trinity of fallen angels. Niall barely managed to stifle his sigh. "It is good to see you on your feet, Inverray, although you still seem a bit annoyed," Ashwood quipped, easing onto an armchair a healthy distance away and propping a foot on his knee. "I suspect it's because he expected his esteemed wife rather than our ragtag contingent," Firthwell grinned, even as he inspected the liquor bottles on the sideboard on the other side of the room. "In fact, I was not expecting you, but that does not signify I'm not pleased you're here," Niall allowed. Darrington leaned forward in the seat he'd selected next to Ashwood's, his gaze sharp on Niall's face. "But you would have been much more pleased if your lady wife was here instead." Niall looked away, not at all willing to discuss his feelings regarding Alicia, not when he was still sorting them out himself. "The man doth protest too much, methinks," Ashwood murmured. When Niall sent him a withering look, the men burst into laughter. "The nature of our visit was not to harass you about the state of your marriage, although you've provided us with happy news to report to our own lady wives on that topic." Firthwell wiggled his brows. Niall wanted to throttle him. "We're here to inquire if you've heard the news," Darrington said. "What news?" Niall blinked. Surely Alicia or Murray would have informed him of any vital bit of information making the rounds. "There has been talk Medlinger may withdraw his bid." "What?" Niall jerked his head back. "Why ever would he do that?" Firthwell set 2 glasses of brandy on the table in front of the Dukes, but when he delivered a glass to Niall, it contained only water. He met the Viscount's gaze with an annoyed glare, and the man shrugged unapologetically. "There have been different stories circulating about, and honestly, we can't vouch for their validity," Firthwell said, sliding onto his own seat. "But the most prevalent rumour is that he and Grey have had a difference of opinion." That made sense. As the sitting Prime Minister, Grey possessed much sway with party leadership, and if he was unhappy with a candidate, it would certainly be enough to ruin the man's bid. Still, Niall wanted to know what the difference of opinion stemmed from. What did this estrangement mean for his own bid? Wetting his lips, he forced himself to ask, "And what are people saying about me? Should I be concerned?" The 3 men exchanged glances and finally shook their heads in unison. Ashwood scoffed. "You're being hailed as a hero." "Charlotte has said no less than 6 ladies have inquired into becoming a patroness of the little windmill," Firthwell shared. Niall cleared his throat and allowed himself a moment to take a sip of water. a second to recover from his embarrassment.
I'm certainly no hero. If anyone deserves praise for keeping the disease from spreading and nursing the afflicted children back to health, it's my wife. I had not even informed her of what was happening, and she strolled through the door like an archangel, ready to do battle with death.
The corner of Ashworth's mouth curved up ever so slightly, softening the edges of his normally reserved mien.
It's not like you, Niall, to wax poetically.
No, he supposed not. But then he had a reason for his lyrical thoughts. Not that he told his friends such.
Although Lady Inverray encouraged Mrs. Simpson to tell the patronesses that they were responsible for stopping the spread of the disease, our wives know the truth, Darrington shared. So it was Alicia who spread the rumour about... Perhaps, Ashwood said. But if your lady wife wishes the credit to be attributed to you, we'll heed her wishes.
Niall was at a loss for what to say, what to think, what to feel. His opponent had suffered a setback to his campaign, and now Niall's bid had been given new life, thanks to Alicia's quick thinking and a surprisingly positive new treatise. Even more, her clever rumour also ensured he had the time needed to fully recuperate. And perhaps it also granted him the opportunity to start anew with his Marchioness. He'd allowed injured pride and resentment to interfere with what could be a happy marriage. But an apology, or two, could change the course of this ship. The door opened at that moment, revealing the woman at the centre of his thoughts. Alicia smiled warmly at his guests, offering each gentleman a greeting before her gaze landed on him. Niall was perturbed to find her expression as unreadable as it used to be before they married. But then he hadn't given her reason to be open with him. "Gentlemen, Niall and I were going to sit down for luncheon. Would you care to join us?"
"Only if there are hazelnut tarts. The cook here at Campbell House makes Juliana's favourite dessert, and I will delight in telling her I enjoyed one or two when I see her this evening," Ashwood said. "You would tease my sister so?" Niall asked, shaking his head slowly. "Of course not. I would save her at least one." Ashwood laughed. Then Niall glared at him. "But unfortunately for my sweet tooth, I have another meeting I must attend."
Darrington and Firthwell also made their excuses. A few minutes later, Niall was walking with his wife on his arm to the dining-room. But when they neared the entry to the room, Alicia pulled him in the opposite direction. "I asked to take our meal on the terrace," she patted his arm. "I thought the fresh air and sunshine would do you some good." Niall agreed, although he did not voice as much. In truth, he was certain that if she wished to dine in the Mews, he would consent readily. Stepping through the double doors that led on to the terrace overlooking the gardens, Niall paused. The servants had laid a table with linens and a spread of cold meats, cheeses and cobs. A pitcher with lemonade promised refreshment, and his mouth went dry as he watched drops of condensation slide down the glass. They ate in silence for a time, and Niall allowed the food and peaceful atmosphere to reinvigorate his bones. At this time of the afternoon, the garden was bathed in golden sunlight, a symphony of birds and bees lending their melodies to the music of the bubbling fountain, and lulling Niall into a relaxation he had not felt in longer than he could remember. A gentle breeze ruffled the curls that had slipped from Alicia's coiffure. brushing against her cheeks as she raised her chin to inhale deeply of floral scents wafting about them. He studied her, still flabbergasted that a woman he treated with such indifference had given him so much. "They told you, didn't they?" she murmured, her gaze averted.
"Told me what?"
he hedged, curious to learn what she would share. "That Medlinger and Grey had a falling out."
Stifling a sigh was painful for his lungs. "They did. What do you make of it?"
Alicia slid her eyes to him. "Grey's endorsement holds a great deal of weight, and many assumed he would tap Viscount Medlinger as his successor. That the men are now in discord with each other, well, the news makes me decidedly elated."
He chuckled. "There you go, being ruthless again."
"I'm opportunistic." She lifted her chin. "The reason for Grey and Medlinger's falling out is irrelevant to me, but this rumour could be very useful." It could. Already his mind was churning with ways his campaign could capitalize on the tension between the two men. He pushed those thoughts aside, though, for at this moment he had no interest in thinking about politics. Niall simply wanted to enjoy his wife's company.
"Perhaps when I am ready to get back to work, you would be willing to share how you think I could utilize the rumour,"
he said, studying her face covertly. Although her gaze remained diverted, a touch of pink shaded her cheeks. "I would be pleased to." They were silent again, but the moment was comfortable. When was the last time he had felt at ease in Alicia's presence? Had he ever? "You've received a good deal of mail over the last week," Alicia said softly, her eyes amused. "Everyone wanted to send best wishes to the children's hero."
"The children's hero? Are they really calling me that?" She pressed her lips together, but couldn't quite suppress her smile.
"I've seen it used a time or two."
"Ridiculous,"
he said, knowing his outrage only served to amuse her more. "Be that as it may, I have set aside some cards and letters I thought you might like to see." Extracting a small stack of mail from the chair next to hers, she handed it to him solemnly. Frowning, Niall stared at the stack, his eyes drifting over the handwriting on several envelopes, finding none of them familiar. Uncovering a larger parcel, the lilting script caught his attention, for it was Mrs. Simpson's. With eager hands he ripped through the heavy paper until a multitude of smaller notes spilled out onto his lap. With a puckered brow, he allowed his fingertips to drift over them until an envelope decorated with carefully cut yellow daisies caught his eye. Niall opened it gingerly, his gaze tracing over the writing as a lump formed in his throat. "Dear Lord Inverray, we are sorry we made you ill. You are our favourite person, aside from cook, and your visits are our favourite part of the day. We hope you recover soon so you can visit us again. Your faithful friends, Edith and Eunice McLean." Niall blinked rapidly, his focus on the card blurring. He was horrified to discover twin fires burning behind his eyes, and he fought the urge to rub them with the heels of his palms. Whatever was the matter with him? Surely it was some residual symptom from his cholera bout. Surely. "I was told the McLean sisters went through a dozen different flower cutouts until they were satisfied." Alicia cleared her throat. "Mrs. Simpson said they were distraught when they learned you had fallen ill. They are very fond of you."
"And I am fond of them." For all that Alicia had seen him at his worst and never judged him, he still cringed at his hoarse voice. Alicia's hand reached across the table, pressing her palm against his and squeezing his fingers. She might not have said it aloud, but that small gesture seemed to convey that, perhaps, his wife was fond of him, if only a little. Chapter 17. The soil was damp between Alicia's fingers. She should wear gloves when working in the garden, but the gritty texture of the dirt and the earthy scent that permeated the air as she raked her trowel through it soothed her, grounded her. It brought forth memories of her mother, of sunny afternoons spent in the little yard in front of their cottage in Westmoreland, where they had laughed and counted ladybugs and cheered when her carefully tended wisteria bloomed bright and cheerful. Although Alicia had visited several times to tend the little garden at Little Windmill House with the children, and had adored their antics, she craved a garden of her own, to work and cultivate, to create and nourish life in ways her real life had so far denied her. Sucking in a ragged breath, Alicia tilted her head back and closed her eyes, allowing the sunlight that peeked through the boughs above to warm her face. However, the rays had abruptly lost their warmth as she thought of her next exposition about the Factory Act. The legislation had passed the year before, and a majority of the public assumed it had solved the issue of child labour. But her essay outlined what the Factory Act accomplished, and also all there was left to do to protect children employed in dangerous occupations, in often dangerous working conditions. Alicia was immensely proud of it, of how she'd refuted popular claims about the need for additional reforms and given specific ways Parliament could address them. And of course, it highlighted how beneficial it would be to have Niall helm such changes. Effia had sent a note just that morning asking when Alicia would have her next article ready, because the last one had been so impactful. She yearned to tell Niall about it, to hear his thoughts about the ways she suggested Parliament could enact worthwhile changes. Seeing how hard he worked every day to see to his responsibilities, whether it was reading proposals, crafting legislation, or conversing for long hours with his colleagues over all sorts of issues affecting the country, told her he would take great interest in her ideas. He'd walked in while she was editing yesterday, and when he asked what she was working on, the truth had been on her tongue. Instead, she swallowed it down and told him she was writing a letter to Flora. Secrets had a way of coming out, though, and she would have to speak her truth sooner or later. A soft rustle drew her eyes open, jolting her back to the garden, and she swallowed back a gasp when she spied the object of her thoughts sitting on a bench several feet away, his grey gaze intent upon her. "What are you doing out here?" she asked, quickly rubbing her palms on her apron. "Surely you shouldn't be here. You don't want to overtire yourself." His chuckle was deep and hearty. "I'm perfectly hale. I've long since recovered, and a bit of fresh air never hurt anyone." Alicia pressed her lips together. Niall certainly did not look as if cholera had attempted to steal him away from her. He was dressed as immaculately as ever, but his dark locks fell loose about his face, softening the sharp slash of his cheekbones and the firm line of his jaw. Tucked into the shade and surrounded by the vibrantly coloured flowers the gardener tended dutifully, Niall appeared relaxed in a way she had never seen from him before.
He'd yet to return to the normal, hectic schedule that used to leave him drained at the end of each night, but Alicia suspected it would not be much longer until he did. So far, he had managed just fine working from the study, committee members and colleagues visiting regularly for meetings. Alicia had become used to the steady stream of visitors traipsing through Campbell House, visiting with her husband. But there was no denying Niall was itching to return to Westminster, and she could not blame him for wanting some portion of his life to return to normal, even as she worried the comfortable accord they had settled into would be no more.
"Your thoughts are quite loud."
Alicia jerked her chin back, dropping her gaze, but not before she spied the small smile haunting his mouth. Clearing her throat, she ventured, "And what, pray tell, do they say?"
"That you're wondering when I'll be returning to Westminster, now that I have recovered." She scowled. "I do believe you'll miss me when I'm no longer underfoot for you to snipe at."
"I do not snipe," Alicia huffed with a glare. His answering grin lit his whole face.
"And I will miss how easily I can send you into a flutter."
She rolled her eyes. "We'll have plenty of opportunities to aggravate each other in the evenings." Niall was silent for a moment, but the manner in which he flexed his jaw told her he was mulling over a thought. "Was there something else?" she asked, cocking her head.
"I believe you were also admiring my appearance."
He planted his hands on his thighs and leaned forward, a wicked glint in his eyes.
"Do you think I'm handsome, wife?"
Alicia's answering snort was indelicate. "Of course I do. I have 2 working eyes, do I not?" His bark of laughter warmed her all over.
"Indeed you do. You have the loveliest pair of brown eyes I've ever had the pleasure to glare at me."
She pressed her lips together to keep from smiling, but could do nothing to stop the flush that swept across her cheeks. They stared at each other for a long moment, neither saying a word. The air between them crackled, and her skin tingled with an unknown intensity. When she licked her suddenly dry lips, his gaze smouldered as it dropped to her mouth.
"Excuse me, your ladyship, but I have those seeds you requested."
And like a popped bubble, the moment was over. Alicia ripped her gaze away from Niall and willed it to focus on the gardener instead. "Thank you, Mr. McGill," she murmured, accepting the packet with a smile. With the tip of his hat to Niall, the gardener ambled away, unaware he'd left a yawning tension in his wake. Or perhaps the tension only existed in her mind, because Niall raised his brows.
"What do you intend to plant in this little patch of earth you've cleared for yourself?"
"Just a few vegetables and some herbs." Alicia lifted a shoulder. "I thought I'd put to use some of the tips I learned from the children at Little Windmill."
"They'll delight in hearing it,"
he said, his voice soft, maybe even a little tender. And tender made her nervous, like her heart might just thunder out of her chest. Lindsay had never inspired this sort of reaction in her during their many years of marriage. But conversing with Niall, even whilst she sat in the dirt, made her stomach flip upside down. Desperate to restore a measure of her equilibrium, Alicia cast her thoughts about for a distraction. "We received an invitation to the Dunmore dinner party tonight. The Countess was quite eager for you to attend." She quirked her lips. "After your illness and recovery, you are the Ton's most sought-after guest." Niall crossed his ankles and leaned back.
If that is the case, it's only because you have somehow turned my very humbling illness into public relations gold."
"Yes, well, I thought you were very thoughtful and brave in how you responded to the situation," she said, studying the trowel she still held in her hand. "I wanted others to know." Alicia risked a glance up and found him staring back with an indecipherable expression on his face.
"If you are not opposed," Niall said suddenly, "I'd rather we stay in tonight. Together."
Her mouth dropped open as she inhaled. "You would?" His brows dipped low.
"Of course. You're my wife, after all."
She was, and Alicia was more than ready to be his wife, in all ways. Niall found it impossible to tear his eyes away from his wife during dinner that night. As they dined on soup and potted beef, mushrooms and pudding, he was acutely aware of her. Alicia, the spouse he sought to exile, but who had saved him instead. Raising his glass of port to his lips for a bracing sip, Niall tracked her every movement as she savoured her meal, humming in the back of her throat when she enjoyed a particular bite. Would she respond in a similar manner if he touched her? He gripped his glass like a vice until the arousing thought fled. Such thoughts and images had plagued him as of late. When their meal was complete, Alicia stood and smoothed down the folds of her blue gown. She looked lovely, sophisticated. Just that morning he had found her in the gardens, sitting in a patch of sunlight, dirt coating her elegant hands, and an ugly worn apron swallowing her form. She'd appeared so young, innocent. Both Alicias enchanted him. "I thought that instead of retiring to the drawing-room, we might enjoy the terrace. The weather is so pleasant this time of year." Her burnt umber eyes met his, leaving him stunned, like a dizzying uppercut to the jaw. "Would you care to join me?" He would, very much. But he didn't voice such thoughts, simply inclining his head instead. Trailing behind her, Niall thought of the stack of reports waiting on his desk, of the pile of correspondence and the ledgers he'd yet to review. With his gaze on his wife's gently swaying hips, he decided those items could wait a bit longer. On the terrace they sat quietly for a time, while crickets and the rustle of birds in their nests in the trees above serenaded them. "Are you looking forward to returning to the hustle at Westminster?" Her voice was soft, blending effortlessly into the intimacy of the moment. "I am." Niall grasped his glass of whiskey, ignoring how his stomach dropped at the idea of returning to his busy schedule. His work used to fulfill him, but now the long hours spent in his small office at Westminster simply meant less time to visit the children at the home and late nights returning home to his wife. Going back to that harrowing routine left him feeling decidedly empty. "It's going to be quieter in the House without you and your fellow MPs discussing and debating in the study at all hours." His forehead crinkled. "Has the constant activity been taxing?" Her laugh dispelled his concern. "Of course not. On the contrary, it's provided me with a first-hand glimpse into the true workings of Parliament." "Don't sell that information to the chapbooks writer." Alicia went still, her glass of wine suspended in the air in front of her face. It was the first time he had mentioned the anonymous writer, since the favourable treatise circulated before he'd fallen ill. Placing her glass down with a clink, Alicia linked her hands together in her lap. I would never dream to do such a thing. Why would you say that? Of course she wouldn't. She'd been caring for him and bolstering his public image, not to mention seeing to the staff and ensuring everything was well at Little Windmill. Shame heated his cheeks for even suggesting such a thing, even in jest. Perhaps sensing his discomfort, his wife adroitly changed the subject. One thing I miss about living in the country is all the stars visible in the sky. Alicia tipped her head back, and Niall mimicked her actions. Only pinpricks of light managed to peek through the cloud of coal smoke and dust that hung over the city, emphasizing her point. Niall's eyes swept across the dark expanse. When was the last time he'd bothered to look up at the sky? Jane and I would sometimes spread a blanket out on the lawn at the Lindsay estate and try to count the stars, trace constellations with our fingertips. From the corner of his eye, Niall saw her turn to look at him. I can only imagine how beautiful such things would look in the Highland skies. A lump lodged in his throat, and it took Niall an extended moment to swallow it down. The midnight sky would proudly unfurl all the heavens for display. It was a special night when the merry dancers made an appearance. "Faith," she whispered, "I would love to see that." An ache spread under his ribs as he remembered standing along the parapet at Loch Kilmorrow with his mother and sisters, oohing and ahhing over the colourful, otherworldly spectacle. Everything seemed so magical then. "I'll take you to see them one day." She flashed him a smile. "When's the last time you were there?" "Forever," his heart rasped. "More than a dozen years." That confession tasted vile on his tongue. He'd once thought it would be impossible to leave the beauty of Loch Kilmorrow. Yet his time away from home, with its sparkling loch and heather-covered hills, felt like 1,000 years. "Why have you been away so long?" Alicia's question was a whisper, yet it echoed through his chest. "My father and I do not get along. As much as I respect him, we argued frequently over all matter of things, but especially the different futures we envisioned for the Campbell clan. After my mother died, our animosity grew, and when I chose to attend Cambridge instead of St. Andrews, it incensed him. Eventually, it became easier not to return at all." A silence filled the air between them, and Niall crossed his arms over his chest and inhaled until his lungs felt full to bursting. Thoughts of his father, the man he loved so fiercely, and yet who seemed determined to misunderstand him and his motivations so acutely, always left him bereft. "After so many years apart, I'd wager your father no longer cares about the disagreements that drove you away," she murmured into the emptiness. "You haven't met him," he grumbled. "No, but I'd like to. One day." The earnest note in her voice made him clench his eyes closed. And one day, maybe, she would. Later that night, Niall stood outside the door connecting their chambers, his hands resting on the wood. The texture of the grain under his fingertips tethered him to the moment. Did he dare knock? He wanted nothing more than to lose himself in his wife, in Alicia. He longed to run his hands over her skin and taste her lips with his own. He ached to thrust into her warm, welcoming body until all the reasons he had told himself to stay away from her were incinerated by their passions. But he hadn't yet apologized for his past reticence, and that oversight halted his hand. Stepping back, Niall bit back a groan of frustration and prowled away, resigning himself to his empty, cold bed. Chapter 18.
"My lord," Mr. Torres intoned as he swept into the study at Campbell House. Without waiting for an invitation, the man pulled his hat from his head and plopped into one of the chairs before Niall's desk. Niall fought not to scowl at Torres's informal behaviour, but he was more curious about the man's visit and not as interested in arguing over niceties. He tossed the report he'd been reading onto the desk and carded his fingers together over his stomach. "What do I owe the honour of your visit?" "Darrington mentioned that you've recovered with your recent illness, and I'm happy to see you hale. So I wagered you might be interested in the information I've gathered over the last month."
Every inch of Niall's skin suddenly hummed in attention.
"Have you learned the author's identity?"
Torres spread his palms.
"I've learned much, but not that." "What have you learned, then?" he groused. "Your chapbook writer is a woman." The Spaniard rolled his eyes while he waved a hand. "Or so it would seem, at least."
Niall stared at the man for a long moment, his thoughts in disarray and his mouth slightly open.
"Explain," he finally demanded. Catching the other man's narrowed eyes, he added, "Please?"
Propping his elbow on the seat back, Torres tilted his head to the side as he looked at him.
"Do you remember the woman I passed on the walking path on Lower Brook Street?" "The black woman?"
At the other man's nod, Niall said,
"I do." "Well, I have been tracking her, or trying to at least. She is quite dodgy," Torres snorted, "but I've managed to learn her name is Effia Hassan."
Niall sucked in a breath. He knew that name, but he couldn't grasp from where.
"Miss Hassan is employed by Charles Hughes. You recall I saw them together at the park."
At Niall's grunt of assent, he continued,
"From what I have been able to piece together, Miss Hassan works with a group of writers, some of which write housekeeping columns, others parenting tips, and still another who pens short stories." "And one of these women pens the chapbooks?"
Niall asked, trying hard to keep his impatience from souring his tone.
"I have not been able to ascertain that yet, because a new tract has not released since before your illness."
"Right." Niall frowned, snatching up his pen to roll it through his fingers. How was it possible that a new tract had not released since he'd recovered? And more importantly, how had he not noticed?
"You've had a lot to deal with these last several weeks," Torres said, arching a brow. "And thankfully, the anonymous writer has given you a reprieve." "He has. Or I suppose I should say she."
How very interesting that Torres thought the writer who had been plaguing him for months was a woman. Niall would have to share that tidbit with his wife, as she would no doubt have an interesting opinion to share. She always did. And he found he considered a topic a bit differently after she shared her thoughts on it, even if they still disagreed. Halting his thoughts from travelling down that engrossing path, Niall cleared his throat.
"So who are these women who write for Hughes?" "Until I learn the identity of the chapbook's writer, I prefer not to say."
Niall scowled.
"Why ever not? You don't owe them anonymity." "Don't I?" Torres raised a palm. "If they're not the culprit, then there is no reason for their names to be bandied about." "You know I would not gossip about them," Niall growled. "I do know that," the Spaniard said, crossing one leg over the other, a picture of relaxation. "But these women are risking a great deal simply by writing. Whether it's sharing recipes or penning Gothic stories, it's possible their husbands and families are unaware of their pursuits, and I refuse to jeopardize their privacy if it is not necessary." It was a noble sentiment, but it vexed Niall like a burr in his breeches. Tossing his pen on the table, he leaned back and looked at the ceiling. "Rest assured that I am surveilling Miss Hassan and her group of writers." Torres paused until Niall looked down and met his eyes. "As soon as a new tract is released, I will share what I know." Even hours later, Niall could not get Torres's revelation from the forefront of his mind. It was a woman writing the political tracts that haunted him. It almost made sense that a woman's skillfully crafted critiques had skewered his platform and caused him so much trouble, since he knew another woman who had turned his life on its head. "You are quite distracted this evening." Niall stiffened, his gaze darting to said woman, his wife. With a glass of wine dangling from her fingertips and a whisper of a smile on her lips, Alicia regarded him. She was dressed in a lavender gown, the bodice unadorned with embellishments, but she did not need them, for she was elegant and lovely. Reaching for his own glass of wine, Niall fortified himself with a healthy mouthful. "I apologize if I've been an inattentive companion this night." "What's captured your attention?" Alicia cocked her head. "Does it have anything to do with Señor Torres's visit?" He set down his wineglass with a frown. "I wasn't aware you knew Torres." "Oh, I don't." She flicked her fingers. "But both Charlotte and the Duchess of Darrington have mentioned him several times. So when Stuart said he had visited, I grew curious." Niall shot a brief look at the butler, who now wore flushed cheeks. "Am I privy to know what his visit was about?" she asked. He considered her for a pregnant pause. Hadn't Alicia proven herself over the course of their short marriage, and most especially through his illness, that she was invested in seeing his bid for party leadership was successful? If it wasn't for her clever thinking, his campaign would not be experiencing such positive accolades now. Surely Alicia had earned his trust. With a gesture of his chin, Stuart and the footman departed. Spreading his hands down his lapels, Niall exhaled. "Torres has been trying to discover the identity of the tract writer." A tense heartbeat ticked by. Niall wasn't certain of her response, but he hadn't planned for Alicia to set down her wineglass with a clink and ask sharply, "Why?" "Why wouldn't he?" He scowled. "It would be useful information to have if the writer's future articles do not prove as useful as the last one did." "Niall," she whispered, rubbing a hand across her brow. Absently, he noticed it trembled. "That last essay proved wildly beneficial for the home, which means a great deal of people read it and acted on the information it shared. I bet the publisher went through several printings, which the author would know, don't you think? I highly doubt this would be the last favourable piece that will be written." That made sense, as much as he hated to admit it. "I believe we need to stay the course. This is the most efficient way to reach people. Although I know you don't like to admit it, this author has quite a following. And what better way to reach a large swathe of the public than through his words?" Her words, he corrected.
Her dark eyes went wide. Her words?
Torres believes the writer is a woman.
Alicia's throat worked on a swallow. How very peculiar.
Or how very devious, Niall volleyed, picking up his glass for another sip.
His wife stared at him, her mien pale. If you were to learn this supposed woman's identity, would you truly track her down and threaten her? Surely she has much to lose.
I'm sure she does, but then perhaps she should have considered the possibility of being discovered before she put pen to paper.
He lifted a shoulder.
You must know how challenging her critiques have been for my campaign.
Alicia nodded curtly. Yet you're not the kind of person to balk at a challenge.
It's not a challenge to strike out against a man who cannot defend himself.
Oh yes, you're so helpless. She clicked her tongue. You powerful, wealthy, handsome man. Of course you're the true victim here.
Niall reared back. I don't understand where this anger is coming from.
Because Alicia was angry. Sparks flew from her dark eyes, and the hand that held her delicate glass of wine gripped it so tightly her knuckles were white. Truly? How can you continue to hold this writer in contempt when she is laying the path for how you can do better?
So you believe the criticism?
Niall's lips curled. Betrayal, shame cut him to the quick. Criticism does not mean contempt. Alicia shook her head. You could do more, Niall, and you know it. I'm aware you're waiting for broader support, but you haven't found a way to expand on the Factory Act. Not one proposal has come before your committee for a vote. Why not? A muscle ticked in his jaw.
The right legislation has not been presented to us.
So write it. Alicia planted her hands on the table and leaned toward him. I didn't know you were weak before I considered you one of the most intelligent men of my acquaintance. If anyone is capable of drafting a comprehensive bill to target the dangerous and unfair way our nation's employers exploit children, it's you, Niall. Every muscle in his body quivered with repressed intensity.
You make it sound so easy, he bit out. As if I could wave a wand and all my political whims would suddenly be a reality. I assure you the process is much more complicated than that.
Of course it is, she snapped. Do you think because I'm a woman, because I cannot serve in Parliament, that I cannot possibly know the workings of government? Do not insult me by implying I don't understand how complicated the process is. Niall canted his body toward her.
You are the cleverest woman of my acquaintance, but it's easy to cast stones when you're not in range of a return fire.
Jerking her head back, Alicia glared at him. Everything I, as a woman, do outside of the very narrow mould I'm expected to occupy puts me at risk of the firing squad. Everything. Which is why I'm concerned about your zeal to ruin that writer. I'd wager she had noble intentions, but that won't matter in the end. Men are always given second chances, but women only have the one to make it count.
She could very well ruin my career, he hissed,
his fingers curving about the edge of the tabletop.
After all my hard work, it could be reduced to cinder and ash with just a negative word from her hand.
If your career in Parliament can be so easily incinerated, perhaps you didn't deserve it in the first place. And with that salvo, Alicia rose to her feet, tossed her napkin on the table, and prowled from the room. Niall watched her go, at a loss for words. Alicia stormed into her chambers, so frustrated she was hardly sensible. How she had managed to navigate the staircase, as well as the long halls that made up the family quarters in Campbell House, she did not know. But now she stared at the familiar watercolour framed on her wall and desperately tried to wrangle control of her anger. They had been married for almost 2 months, with a rocky start that had started to smooth out after she had nursed him successfully through a bout of cholera. But it seemed Niall could still be an arrogant arse. Alicia curled her hands into fists, frustrated that her ploy to utilize her essays to help her husband had not distracted him from his bitterness at her past criticisms. Worse yet, Niall now knew the writer was a woman, and the idea Torres could discover her identity at any moment left her nauseated and light-headed. She needed to tell Ethia and urge her to be careful. Swishing her skirts, Alicia prowled to the bed and forced herself to perch on the edge until her rapid pulse settled. While she counted in her head, her jaw clenched tightly. The sound of her dressing door opening made her flinch. A second later, Jane appeared, her expression darkening when she took in Alicia's state. "Whatever is the matter? When I dressed you for dinner, you were all smiles and nervous energy." The maid tossed a hand up. "Now I'm surprised you have any teeth left in your mouth." "How very clever of you," Alicia sniped, crossing her arms across her chest. Although the action made her appear petulant and childish, she couldn't help herself. Anger dug into her skin like barbs. Niall knew just how to irritate her. No, he angered her, to the extent that she wished she could toss him directly into the sun. But under all that anger lurked fear. Fear he would discover she was the writer whose words continued to haunt him. Fear he would no longer want her once he knew. Fear he would force her to give up the one pursuit that had ever brought her joy. Alicia knew she needed to face that fear, or her anger, her helplessness, would continue to fester. "I can almost hear the nonsensical rants racing through your mind." Jane sat on the bed, her tone conversational, but her gaze intent. While she was her maid, Jane had known Alicia longer than anyone, and sometimes offered her a friendly ear, especially because for many years she was without a friend. "Now tell me what his lordship did to aggravate you so." "His lordship was rude and vindictive, and he is most apologetic," a masculine voice interrupted. The women turned in unison to see Niall enter through the door connecting their chambers. He was clad in the same clothing he'd been in when she'd abandoned the dining room, although his cravat now hung loose about his neck, and his dark locks were free of their queue, an unruly mass about his sharp cheekbones and jaw. Damn him! Did he have to look so handsome when her resolve was a precarious thing? Rising to her feet, Alicia bit her lip, unsure of how to take his apology. "You insulted my intelligence. You addressed me as if I had no notion of how laws are made, or as if I've had no experience in the world." Niall leaned against her bed frame, his arms casually crossed across his broad chest, his stance one of easy elegance. "I did, and that was wrong of me. Anyone with an ounce of sense in their head would know you to be an intelligent woman." "Intelligent?" Alicia placed a hand over her stomach, which fluttered about. "You did not make me feel intelligent downstairs." Pushing off the bedpost, Niall advanced on her, pausing only when he stood directly before her. She glanced to Jane,
but her maid had disappeared. Without an ally, Alicia clasped her hands in her lap and glared up at him, determined he would not intimidate her. He studied her, his grey eyes a storm of emotions she didn't dare try to decipher. Of all my sins, of which there are many, making you feel less than the extraordinary woman you are is one of my gravest. Please know that I await, eagerly, every shrewd word that falls from your tongue. I... She swallowed convulsively. I'm sorry for being rude. I may feel strongly about certain subjects, but that doesn't excuse how harshly I speak to you. Niall reached out his hand, brushing gentle fingertips along her cheek. I deserved your harshness. Her throat was uncomfortably parched. I thought you were annoyed with me. I am annoyed with you. I'm annoyed all the time, but in this moment I'm annoyed I have not yet had you in my bed. She braced a hand on the bed as heat curled low in her belly, making her limbs languid, even while her heartbeat kicked into a sprint. Still, Alicia was not about to give in to temptation that easily. And whose fault is that? I seem to recall spending the night of our wedding alone, no bridegroom in sight. She poked him in the chest with a finger. And what of all the nights since you've recovered? Our chambers are connected by a door I don't lock. You could have prevailed yourself upon your new bride at any point, but you kept your distance instead. It's me that should be annoyed with you. Snatching her scolding finger, Niall brought her hand to his lips and nibbled on the heel of her palm. I do so enjoy when you're annoyed. Did you know the most becoming blush covers your cheeks, trails down your neck, and disappears beneath your bodice? I desire to vex you more, so I can trace your silky-looking skin and discover where your blush ends. Oh, you are insufferable, Alicia declared, yanking her hand from his grip. But in truth, this teasing, flirtatious Niall left her mesmerized, and decidedly eager for more of his attentions. She needed space to think, to consider if she was ready to bring such physical intimacies into their marriage of convenience with so many secrets between them. Until Niall had fallen ill, he had mostly ignored her. Had she truly won his regard by nursing him back to health? Had the time they'd spent together as he regained his strength won him over? Or was he simply eager to bed her because she was available? Did his motivations even matter at that moment when she desired him so? Alicia attempted to wiggle back on the bed, but he grasped her hand and hauled her up, looping an arm around her waist. His citrus balsam scent enveloped her, lulling her senses. I know what you're thinking, he murmured, pressing his cheek against her temple. I have been a terrible wretch since the wedding. Well, you've been ever so lovely since you retired here to recuperate, she interjected. Still, I should have called upon you as soon as my strength returned. His lips lowered into a considering frown. I allowed my drive, my ambitions, to interfere with what could perhaps be a very happy union. I apologize with all my heart. When they had married, Alicia had hoped for a peaceful accord. Much had changed since then. Alicia closed her eyes as his words ran over her like a refreshing waterfall. His apology, his contriteness, was a balm. Opening her eyes, she glanced up at him. I believe we still have time to make our union right. Do you truly think so? Niall rubbed his thumb over her bottom lip, his gaze heated, but his expression thoughtful. Or have I mucked it all up before it even began?
Well, I don't know, Alicia said, her tone severe. But perhaps you should kiss me to find out.
Kiss you? His voice dropped a timbre, sending flickers of arousal down her spine. How will a kiss acquit me?
Because Jane once told me a man's true feelings are in his kiss. She grabbed him by his loosened cravat and pulled him close. And perhaps I have been waiting for you to kiss me since I first met you at that soirée.
His chuckle could have melted butter. In that case, he began, before his lips claimed hers. Niall's firm mouth moved over hers with a mastery that made her knees weak, and when she sagged against him, he hitched her closer with a firm arm about her waist. He savoured her, nipped at her, inhaled her as if she were his last meal on this earth, and he were eager to relish every bite. Why had they waited so damn long to experience such bliss? A soft pinging noise sounded in her ear, and it took Alicia a moment to understand. It was the sound of her hairpins hitting the carpet as Niall ran his fingers through her tidy coiffure and mussed it thoroughly. In an instant, her own hands crawled up his neck to grip his luscious black strands, finding them just as silky as she'd imagined. After nibbling on her bottom lip, Niall pulled back, an unholy light twinkling in his eyes. His hair was dishevelled, and his sinful lips swollen from the force of their kisses. Even in her aroused and distracted state, Alicia was gratified to see the great Marquis of Inverray, known for his prodigious aplomb, undone by the passion that burned between them. "Shall we get you out of this lovely but accursed dress?" he murmured, spinning her about to work at the buttons running down her back. Alicia held her breath while he unfastened her dress. The job could have been accomplished faster had Niall not taken every opportunity to press lingering kisses to her neck and shoulders, and she wiggled with impatience for him to complete the task. When he finally pulled the bodice down her arms, pushing the skirt down to pull at her feet, Alicia's body quivered with the force of her arousal. Grabbing one of her shaking hands, Niall brought it to his mouth and pressed a scorching kiss to her palm. "Will you play valet for me?" Unable to speak, she nodded. Reaching up, she tore at what remained of his cravat and tossed it on the floor, ignoring his chuckle of amusement. Alicia somehow managed to unbutton and discard his waistcoat, but when she attempted to pull his shirt over his head, she was not tall enough to complete the job. Once he aided her, Niall stood before her, clad only in his breeches. Alicia's mouth fell open for a moment, overwhelmed with the powerful feelings his bare physique stirred in her. Her first husband had been an older man when they had married, so she had not known the wonder of a fit, powerful man in his prime, a man like Niall. Taking a step forward, she lightly skimmed her fingertips over the ridges of his stomach and through the crisp dark hair that grew over his expansive chest. He made a choked sound at her touch, and her gaze flew to his. His grey eyes were narrowed as he stared down at her, his jaw clenched so tightly a muscle appeared to tick there. Alicia withdrew. "Did I do something wrong?" "Your touch is everything right." Niall grasped her hand and pressed it flat against his chest, right over his heart. "Do you feel that? Do you feel how fast it races? It does that because of your touch, because I crave your hands on my skin, all over my body."
"Oh."
Heat simmered to a boiling point between her legs, and she fought the urge to rub against him like an affectionate feline. Instead, Alicia swallowed down her fears and snagged his gaze while she reached for his falls. Niall groaned in the back of his throat, and she took that as encouragement to continue. When she had freed every button, she pushed aside the material and boldly reached for him, enclosing him in her firm grip. Niall hissed through his teeth, "Yes, feel what you do to me. Your touch is like fire, and my entire body burns for you." Alicia shuddered at his words, even as her grip grew more insistent. She stroked him, first up, then down, her hold tight. When Niall tossed his head back, pleasure colouring the planes of his face, Alicia felt a thrill of satisfaction. Suddenly he yanked her chemise over her head with one quick motion, placing his large, warm hand between her breasts. He pushed her back onto the bed and came to hover over her. Niall gently stroked hair back from her face before his eyes fixed on the path his fingertips took over her body. "You're not frightened?" he asked gently. "Of course not. It's you," she whispered. "It is, and I'm finally going to pleasure you in all the ways I've imagined since I first knew you'd be my bride." His eyes locked with hers. Niall grasped her foot by the heel and kissed her instep. While his hand traced up the back of her leg, his fingers stroking and caressing, his sinful mouth bestowed kisses to her skin. When he reached her thigh, a wicked smile curved his lips. "Let's see if you're as pretty here as I have imagined you are." Alicia panted as Niall's hands ran up the inside of her thighs, his thumbs pressing them apart before he could settle his shoulders between them. When he boldly leaned forward to taste her, she keened while her hips arched off the bed. "Now, I can't have you doing that," he tusked, placing his arms across her hips to hold her in place. "I would never be satisfied with just one taste." His naughty words erased her embarrassment, and Alicia moaned, spreading her thighs wide to allow him greater access. Reaching her arms above her head, she gripped the bedsheets and murmured, "Then do your worst." Never had Alicia thought such pleasure was possible, but Niall's tongue proved her wrong, one long lick at a time. When she finally flirted with completion, gritting against the sensations bombarding her, he nudged her over, and when he sucked hard on her flesh, sparks detonated behind her eyelids before bolts of pleasure raced under her skin. Climbing up her body, Niall gathered her against his chest. He chuckled as he pressed a kiss to her hair. "I trust I have acquitted myself." "Goodness, yes," she breathed, kissing the skin lying under her cheek. "But I trust that's not all." Niall pulled his head back, a scowl on his face. "Of course not. We're just getting started." Chapter 19. Finally. It was the only coherent word in Niall's mind as he kissed his wife, touched his wife, tasted his wife. After the tense, sexually frustrating weeks of circling each other like pugilists in a close bout, they had finally allowed their attraction to overrule the animosity that burned between them. Alicia was just so damn lovely,
and completely comfortable in her own skin. She did not shy away from his caresses. She leaned into his kisses, silently begging for more. Niall had not meant to sample the delights between her thighs so soon, but her eager, passionate responses had been an aphrodisiac he had been unable to deny himself. He had to be patient, though. Alicia might not be a blushing virgin, but it didn't mean he could take her hard and fast like his cock wanted. Instead, she deserved to be worshipped, and he was determined to be her most devoted acolyte. Niall stroked the hair from her face and studied her. For all her confidence, the blush that swept over her silky skin told him she was still nervous. Well, so was he. Everything about their relationship had been fraught with discord, and he wanted their first time together to be a new start. Trailing his fingertips down the valley between her breasts, Niall smiled when her breath hitched. "How responsive you are. Do you like it when I touch you, dearest wife?" Alicia licked her lips, her gaze unfocused. Before she could respond, he brushed the back of his knuckles over one puckered nipple. A sharp gasp escaped her mouth, and her gaze turned needy. "Can't you tell I do? Please don't stop." "Stop?" Niall turned his attention to the opposite nipple, pinching it between his thumb and pointer finger. "So you don't want me to stop doing this?" he asked, as he ran his thumb over the tip. Her back arched off the bed, a moan slipping from her lips. "No. Please, Niall. I need more." "More, you say?" He couldn't contain the chuckle bubbling up his throat. "Would you consider this more?" he asked, leaning down to drag his tongue over one sensitive tip. "Yes," she hissed, sinking her fingers into his hair. "Again." "So demanding." Niall scolded, but obediently licked it again before he sucked the tip into his mouth. He lavished attentions on her pretty breasts, praising their beauty as he nipped and worried her flesh. When Alicia was writhing under him, distracted by his ministrations, Niall trailed a hand lightly down her belly to the juncture of her thighs. When he ran one finger along her cleft, she froze, like a bow pulled taut. "Oh, hello, my lovely friend," he murmured, his gaze glued to her face, intent on her every reaction. Her eyelashes fluttered closed as he rubbed his finger against her sensitive flesh, her little pants of breath coasting across his cheek. Niall bit back his own groan when that telltale flush turned her skin rosy, and as his finger continued to stroke her, he leaned down and sucked hard on her nipple. Alicia's shriek echoed off the chamber walls, and he allowed himself a split second of satisfaction before he acknowledged the pain in his throbbing cock. Bringing himself over her sated body, he gripped himself in hand and dragged his cock against her wet, hot slit. Alicia choked a sound in the back of her throat as her hands gripped his hips, pulling him closer. "Please, Niall," she bit out, her brown eyes blazing. "I need you. Now." That was all he needed to hear. Niall stroked his cock down her wet heat once more, and then thrust deep, swallowing her cry of pleasure with a scorching kiss. Despite his desire to go slow, to be gentle, Niall had to move. Hitching her leg over his hip, he pulled out only to sink deep again, his thrusts inching her up the bed. Her arms linked about his shoulders, holding him to her with nails sunk deep. "That's it, darling," he whispered when she tilted her hips up to meet his. "Take me deeper. I want all of you." Alicia threw her head back at his words, the gravelly, desperate note in his voice, the needy way he clutched her hips as he thrust into her, causing tears to build behind her eyelids. And when he nibbled along her chin and then bit down on her earlobe, she choked a cry as she tensed, bolts of pleasure streaking from where they were joined across her skin. Niall groaned into her neck before it became an incoherent stream of whispered praises. He pressed into her neck, cheeks and lips, with hungry kisses as he found his release deep inside her. Rolling to the side, Niall threw an arm over his head as his chest heaved with each ragged breath. Glancing at his wife, he spied Alicia under a cascade of her blonde hair, her eyes closed, and a dreamy sort of smile hovering over her panting mouth. Niall turned to his side and propped himself up on his elbow. Giving in to the urge, he leaned down to kiss her, running his tongue along her bottom lip, desperate to taste that smile. "I hope you are satisfied." "Very. It was everything I hoped our coupling would be," Alicia replied, opening one single eye and closing it again. "Were you satisfied?" "No." Alicia's dark eyes flew open, disbelief and hurt visible in their depths. "What we just shared was much more than satisfying. It was—" He paused, his gaze darting about as he tried to think of a word adequate enough to explain how fulfilling sex with her was. "It was transcendent." Niall wasn't sure what her response would be to his revelation, but it was not the snort and explosion of giggles he received. Alicia put a hand to her mouth to try to stop her laughs, but such measures were pointless. "I'm sorry," she said a moment later, wiping moisture from under her eyes. "I was not trying to be rude, but you can be so much sometimes. I've heard the rumours, you know, of your affairs with other women who are more worldly, more sultry than I could ever hope to be. Not that I want to be, mind you. I'm perfectly happy with who I am. But I would never think to describe a physical coupling with me as transcendent."
"But that's how I described it, and it wasn't hyperbole."
Alicia stared at him for a long moment. "Are you sure?" He clutched at his chest dramatically.
"You wound me, my dear."
She smacked his hand. "You're ridiculous." Reaching for her, Niall clenched his jaw when her lovely breasts met his chest. Grasping her leg under the knee, he dragged it over his hip.
"Perhaps being with you in this bed has addled my brains."
Raking her nails through the hairs on his chest, Alicia arched a brow. "Now that I can believe. It's not like cholera hadn't already done a number on your poor body."
"I am perfectly hale," he growled, grinding himself against the apex of her thighs. "Allow me to show you."
Niall didn't give her a chance to respond before he claimed her mouth with his own. Sometime later, delicious tingles still ran up and down Alicia's body from their last round of love-making. Niall had been a virtuoso, her body his instrument, and she was certain it would still hum for him, for his touch, for hours to come. They lay facing each other, the the sheets tangled around their waists, comfortable in this new-found closeness. Reaching up, Niall brushed an errant curl from her face. "Tired?" "Yes," she breathed, turning to nip at his fingers when they danced down her cheek. "But happy." A slow, devastating smile stretched across his face. "I'm happy too." An intimate silence descended upon them, and Alicia relaxed into the moment. Gone was the tension that had ebbed like a tight string between them since their wedding, and her heart rejoiced that she could finally enjoy some time with her new husband. "Tell me about your family." Alicia shifted, suddenly unsettled. "You want to know about my family?" "Of course. You know my sisters, my brothers by marriage. I want to know about you, too. About your childhood. I want to know my wife." Niall paused, then said, "You mentioned experiencing illness when you were young." "Oh," she mumbled dumbly. Gone was the dreamy feeling that had lulled her into a restful state. Her mind raced, shying away from the memories of that time. Rolling to her back, she focused on the coffered ceiling in an attempt to calm herself. I don't know where to begin." Niall's hand settled on her waist and pulled her close, tucking her back against his broad chest. His scent enveloped her, settling her nerves. With his heat surrounding her, Alicia sighed and relaxed once more. She swallowed convulsively for a long moment. "I grew up in Westmoreland, near Grasmere. I was my parents' only child until I was 7, and my mother delivered a healthy baby boy. He was named Edward, and he was the sweetest, most beautiful baby you ever did see. We all doted on him, but especially my mother and father." Alicia paused to shudder out a breath, and Niall pressed a kiss to her hair. "I had a dear friend who lived at the vicarage in town. Mary had a merry laugh, and everyone liked her because she was kind and funny and friendly. We learned from one of my mother's friends that Mary and her older sister were both dreadfully ill. It was believed they had cholera." She sighed. "They had housed a missionary who had recently returned from service in India. We learned that a cholera outbreak had hit the Ganges Delta earlier in the year." Niall grasped her hand and rested their linked palms on her stomach. It gave her the confidence to continue. "My parents forbade me to visit her, but when I learned Mary's sister had died, and it appeared she would as well, I couldn't stay away. I slipped away one afternoon and was able to spend Mary's last moments with her before she died. I'm so glad I was able to say goodbye. Unfortunately, I began to feel ill the next day." "Oh, Alicia," Niall murmured, holding her closer. "I don't remember much about the next week or so, but I do recall glimpses of my worried parents flitting about me. When I had finally recovered enough to be coherent, I learned the awful truth that not only had Edward contracted it, but so had my mother. Neither survived." More than 2 decades had passed since her mother and Edward had been buried in the little cemetery behind the church, but Alicia could still picture their fresh graves. She still relived the weeks she spent gathering wild flowers to adorn the barren earth of their final resting places. "That's how you knew what Edith had when she began to grow ill, isn't it?" Niall said, his voice muffled by her hair. She nodded. "As soon as I learned of her symptoms, I knew." "And it's because of your quick thinking
that the other children were not infected. Niall nuzzled into the crook of her neck. You're why I'm still here. Turning in his embrace, she pressed a kiss to his chin. Don't make me regret my decision to nurse you. Niall claimed her mouth in a fervent kiss, dispelling the dark memories and all the hurt that came with them. It was some time later that they finally pulled apart. What happened to your father? He stroked a thumb across the back of her neck. He didn't get sick too, did he? He didn't, but he was never the same. Alicia inhaled. I don't think I existed to him afterward. He rarely spoke to me, content to let my governess and the staff tend to my needs. When he died, he left everything to a cousin and provided no settlement for me. An awful ringing sounded in her ears. It had been a dozen years since her father's death, and her memory of that awful time still stole her breath. Thus it took her several moments to realize Niall had grown still. When he pulled back, his gaze was confused. Are you saying he left you with nothing? Alicia nodded wordlessly. Your father died and left you with no way to care for yourself? She nodded again. How old were you? He demanded. I was just shy of 8 and 10. Niall stared at her for a long moment, his eyes a brewing thunderstorm. I assume he thought leaving you alone and penniless in the world when you were fresh from the schoolroom was a just punishment. Your father was a fiend. Alicia didn't know what to say. She had long forgiven her father for his cruelty, but hearing Niall angry and indignant on her behalf made her want to cry anew. Is that how you came to marry Lindsay? He bit out, unaware of her emotional struggles. Swallowing down the tears, she nodded. He and my father had known each other, but were not necessarily friends. Lindsay was travelling from his estate in Scotland and stopped for the night in the village when he learned of my father's death, and of my plight. He found me at the vicarage and offered to marry me. Even in the dim light, Alicia could see his brows knit together. Just like that? He barely knew you. But he knew I was desperate for help. She brushed a tear off her cheek. I think Lindsay was lonely. He'd been married twice before. His first wife died in childbirth when they were quite young, and his second died from a wasting disease. I represented companionship. I may have been some 25 years his junior, but it didn't seem to bother him, and I was certainly not in a position to be bothered by the fact that he was so much older than me. Of course not. Niall stroked a hand along her cheek and let her fingers trail down to her jaw, which he cradled tenderly. But he was kind to you, yes? Her smile trembled. He was. I was never terribly fond of Lindsay, but he made me feel safe. I had never felt more hopeless, more alone, than I did in the days after my father's death. Safety and security became paramount. And then you were forced to marry me, and I couldn't even manage to be kind to you. I was reserved and distant. Niall pressed a kiss to her forehead and kept his mouth there, his soft breath heating her skin. I'm so very sorry. Alicia nibbled on her lip, desperate to preserve the moment. And I'm very sorry that we found ourselves married before we allowed fate the opportunity to determine if we should be. Hush, he murmured against her skin. Truth be told, I was already battling an infatuation with you when the mishap occurred. Alicia groaned, dropping her head to his chest.
Did you really think I considered you a villain? Oh, my dear, I have long considered you the exact opposite.
Grasping her chin, Niall tilted her face until her gaze met his. Then show me exactly what you think of me. Looping her arms around his neck, Alicia pulled his head down until his face was scant inches from hers.
Gladly.
Then she pressed her lips to his and forced herself not to think of all the things she left unsaid, the secrets she still kept, and indulged in this moment of intimacy with this man she'd come to love. Chapter 20. Grasping the weed near the base of the plant, Alicia gave it a strong tug, grunting in satisfaction when the dirt-covered roots dangled from her hand. Well done, my dear. You've become a most effective weeder. Dusting her gloved hands together, she beamed her pride at her husband.
I believe it's my greatest accomplishment.
Even greater than landing a future duke and a prime minister hopeful? Niall asked, expression severe, but his magnetic grey eyes twinkling. Since they had consummated their marriage, their wariness for each other had been abandoned for playfulness, flirtation. Instead of sniping at every offence, valid or otherwise, they gave each other the benefit of the doubt. The more they learned about the other, the more they had kissed, the more they had made love, bringing them closer together. He'd invited her to attend social events with him, introducing her to his many colleagues and friends with a note of pride in his voice. For the long years of their marriage, Lindsay had only ever made Alicia feel like a toy he took down from her shelf at his fleeting whims. Niall engaged her as his equal every day. Alicia could not think of a time she had been happier, and that knowledge frightened her. This idyllic honeymoon could not last, especially because maintaining her secret became more taxing with each day that passed. Until a child labour law passed and other legislation was drafted that made the welfare of children a priority, Alicia would not relax her critiques. She was determined no child would face the fear she had experienced, however briefly, as a girl. The urge to tell Niall her secret grew each passing day, until the weight on her chest became almost unbearable. She tapped her chin as she forced her attention back to the moment, scrunching her brow as though she considered his question seriously.
Well, I don't rightly know. Some have said our marriage has undercut your ambitions, and I don't see how that's any different than weeding.
A dark cloud passed over Niall's expression, and he dropped the shears in his hand and came to her, assisting her to her feet. I don't agree with that nonsensical assessment. In fact, several MPs have told me my popularity has gone up since I wed the pretty countess, as you're referred to.
We both know your surge in popularity is due to your recent illness.
But his words eased some of the tension that coiled in her chest.
I would hope those who truly know me would use other adjectives to call me besides pretty.
What's wrong with being called pretty? He asked, stripping her dirty gloves from her hands and tossing them on the bench behind him.
Nothing, if it's coming from you.
Alicia rested her forehead on his chest for a moment, and then pulled back.
But why must women always be described in terms of their beauty? Is beauty all we have to offer? Is it all we're worth?
Of course not. Flora could sink an entire armada with the arch of one of her wee eyebrows."
Niall sobered, his gaze outlining her face.
"I hope I've shown that to me. You have always been so much more than your beauty. It was your sharp rejoinders, in fact, that first caught my attention."
"And yet we wouldn't be in a position to call each other husband and wife if my grandmother's brooch hadn't snagged your coat." Niall nodded, even as a hand settled on her waist.
"I thank God for that brooch every day. Do you suppose your grandmother would have approved of me if we had met?"
The old tabby would have loved him. Alicia knew this, as she knew the sun would rise in the east the next morning. Still, there was no reason to inflate her husband's handsome head any more than she already did when she was in the throes of passion. "I'd wager so," she mused. "She always told me that Scotsmen wore kilts to tempt women to ask what was under them, and I've wondered ever since."
"I thought I showed you well and good what lies under a Scotsman's kilt."
Niall's heated gaze made fire percolate in her blood, and she licked her lips. "Did you? I don't recall seeing anything memorable."
"Is that so? Well, I seem to recall you being quite intent on putting your pretty mouth on my—"
Alicia slapped a hand over his mouth, her face blushing so fiercely it would go up in flames at any moment now. Yet even through her embarrassment, tingles of arousal flickered through her core. Pulling her hand from his mouth, Niall pressed a lingering kiss to her palm.
"Should we retire for an afternoon nap, my dear?"
Alicia's lips curved into a pleased smile. "I think that sounds very invigorating." Choking on a laugh, Niall stroked his finger down her cheek.
"You have dirt here,
so brush it off when you take off my corset." Darting his gaze about, he cradled her chin in his large hand and claimed her mouth with a fierce kiss.
"Don't tempt me to do so here. It wouldn't do to scandalize the staff."
Alicia mashed her lips together to keep from laughing. He was darling in a pique. Niall hustled her up the terrace steps, and when the butler appeared, a tray in his hand, Niall cut off whatever the man intended to say with a swish of his hand.
"Not now, Stuart. You can fill me in on everything when I return to my study in half an hour."
Sliding a glance to Alicia, his expression darkened.
"Make that an hour."
Alicia did laugh then, but it was cut off when Niall grabbed her by the hand and escorted her upstairs. Although she tried to walk at a stately pace, he did not allow it, all but hauling her up the staircase. A hot flush spread over her cheeks, and she was certain the whole house would know what they were up to. Bursting through the door of her chamber, Alicia's gaze fell on Jane, who was just emerging from the dressing-room. The maid's eyebrows disappeared into her hairline when she caught sight of them, quickly departing without another word. Niall flicked the lock and pivoted to face her, his back against the door. Embers of lust burned in his grey eyes, and while her limbs felt like porridge, Alicia was determined to not give in too easily. "Do you suppose Medlinger will be at the Hamilton dinner party tomorrow evening?" she asked, slipping off her hat and pivoting to place it on her vanity table. She slowly began working on the buttons lining her bodice. "I have not had the pleasure to meet him." Niall grunted, stripping off his coat and pulling on the knot of his cravat. "I've heard he's a pleasant fellow, but in a tight race I'd imagine he'll have his guard up. A man's ego can be so very sensitive." Niall came to stop behind her, his hands falling on her shoulders.
"And have you found me sensitive?"
She suppressed the wicked grin teasing her lips. Reaching back, she cupped him. "I found you to be a bit sensitive. Here."
His hiss filled the silent room, and Alicia experienced a thrill of excitement to have this incredible man quite literally in the palm of her hand. "Not as sensitive as I plan to have you," he rumbled.
Gathering up her skirts, he nudged her in the direction of the bed, until she fell forward onto the mattress. His hands travelled up her thighs to her waist, where they grasped her pantalettes, and pulled them slowly down her legs. Alicia trembled in anticipation, her breath coming in rapid pants. When his palm rested against the small of her back, she arched into it, and then shuddered as he trailed his fingertips over the curve of her bottom and finally drifted them slowly over her folds. Niall laid his forehead on her back as they moaned in unison.
"You're already wet for me,"
he said, his voice rough. "Of course I am," she bit back a mule. "I've been since you kissed my palm in the garden."
"You naughty minx."
Niall continued to stroke her, coaxing sounds of pleasure from her lips. "Please, Niall," Alicia begged, clawing at the counterpane while pushing her hips back.
"Oh, you want relief when you've been teasing me for the last hour?"
She choked on a laugh. "I did no such thing. I was weeding and chatting with the gardener, nothing more." He kissed the delicate spot under her ear, his tongue darting out to taste her skin.
"And did you think I wouldn't be tempted by the way the sun touched your cheeks, or your husky laugh, or how you paid no heed to how dirty your gloves or skirts got?"
Niall pulled away, but his arms looped around her waist, pulling her upright. Tucking his face into the crook of her neck, his hands made quick work on the remaining buttons of her bodice until it sagged open. He roughly yanked it down and then pulled her chemise up and over her head. Before she could say anything, Niall gently nudged her back onto the bed.
"My darling, your innate allure steals my breath away sometimes,"
he whispered, lightly scratching his nails down her back. Rather than respond, Alicia tried to follow his touch with the curve of her spine.
"Life has dealt you many blows, including marriage to me," he huffed a laugh, "and yet you are still kind, patient, so very generous."
She had not expected that. Craning to look at him over her shoulder, she frowned. "I don't understand."
"Of course you don't, because you treat all people with the same courtesy."
Niall nipped at the base of her neck.
"To you it makes perfect sense to crouch down so you're at eye level when the children speak with you, because what they have to say is worthy of your attention. You're a singular woman, Alicia Campbell, and I feel so damn lucky you're my wife."
Dipping her head, she clenched her jaw as she tried to hold back her tears.
"And that, my dear, is why I'm desperate to have you, desperate to possess you, as if all your goodness could somehow be transferred to me."
Niall rubbed his knuckles against her core, and he grunted with satisfaction. A second later, something much larger nudged at her entrance, and Alicia moaned loudly. He stroked a hand down her spine, before resting it on her lower back.
"Shall we see how much of your goodness rubs off on me?"
Niall rasped as he sank deep. Gripping her hips, he thrust into her, his every stroke pushing her farther up the bed. Alicia hid her face in the bedclothes, desperate to smother her cries. The servants already knew they had retired to her chamber, and they didn't need to hear her moans to add more fuel to the gossip. But Niall wasn't satisfied with her muffled exclamations. Jerking her hips back, his fingers digging into her flesh, he leaned over her to whisper in her ear, "That's it, my love. Show me you want me as much as I want you." "You know I do," she gasped. "Do I?" He reached around to her breasts, clasping them tenderly. "I seem to recall the coy looks you sent my way as you weaved between the roses." "Coy looks?" Alicia could barely say the words with her senses overwhelmed. "I did no such thing." Niall smacked her bottom.
"Yes, you did. And should you do so again, expect just this sort of punishment."
She looked at him over her shoulder. Her mouth slackened as she panted. "You are such a tyrant."
"I know."
He reached forward to run his finger along her mouth, groaning when she nibbled on the tip.
"But you deserve such punishments and more."
Oh, God! Alicia would not allow her guilt to intrude upon this moment. "Show me more," she bit out, thrusting back against him. Niall groaned, a shudder shaking his frame as he dragged his hands down her overheated body to grasp her waist.
"I'll always have more to give you,"
he snarled, thrusting deep and making her keen.
"I'll always demand more. Want more. Want everything."
Alicia dropped her head to the mattress with a long moan, her fingers twisting the cover-pane urgently in her hands as she attempted to moor herself under his ministrations. For Niall showed her, with every delicious stroke, with every kiss and sigh, how much he wanted her. And when she teetered on the precipice of bliss and frustration, he sent her over the edge with a press of his thumb and a forceful jerk of her hair. Some time later, he lay pressed against her back, his skin sweaty against hers. His arm was wrapped tightly around her waist, his hand resting just below her breast, where his fingers stroked softly against her skin. These were the moments she loved. The love-making was indescribable. Niall was an impassioned lover, and Alicia could not get enough of his bold tongue and scandalous words, revelling in his authority in ways she would never countenance outside the bedroom. But it was the aftermath, when they cuddled and talked, that contained all the intimacy she had craved in a marriage. His fingers traced a pattern on her skin, and she stretched under his touch.
"What are you thinking about?"
"About how content I am," she said truthfully. Niall shifted until Alicia lay flat on her back, looking up at him. Running the pad of his thumb over her bottom lip, he said, "You are?" "Of course I am." Her brows drew together. "Considering our inauspicious start, I feel we've found a pleasant routine. Do you not agree?"
"I do."
He threaded his fingers through her hair.
"I just feel relieved to hear you feel the same. You know I did my best to maintain some distance between us, and I regret my behavior deeply."
A pounding built behind her eyes, and Alicia clamped them closed.
"What is it, Alicia?"
His tone was so gentle, so coaxing. She opened her eyes and licked her lips, the urge to confess, to tell him about the new essay she would be delivering to Effia on the morrow, was almost overwhelming. But she couldn't do it. She wasn't ready to pop this idyllic bubble they lived in, where Niall stroked her cheek so tenderly and looked down at her with his heart in his eyes. Reaching up, Alicia wrapped her arms around his neck and claimed his lips with her own. When they pulled back, panting moments later, she smiled. "There's nothing left to regret." And she hoped she could say the same for herself soon enough. Chapter 21.
"Marriage looks good on you."
Alicia glanced up at Effia, who sat on the other side of the narrow table in their favourite coffee shop. "What do you mean? I've been married before, you know." Effia nodded, dimples bracketing her small smile.
"So you have, but I'd wager that your marriage to Lord Inverray is quite different than your union with Lord Lindsay."
"Well, they are different men, are they not?"
"Of course they are," Effia chuckled. "But happiness is a part of this marriage when it didn't seem to be in the first. You deserve to be happy."
She fought not to fidget in her seat. "The Marquis has been a kind husband."
"And do you not feel you deserve his kindness?"
Alicia smoothed invisible wrinkles from her skirts. "No, because he deserves my honesty."
Her friend brandished a hand. "And you will be honest with him, after you've done everything you can to help his campaign by pushing public opinion on reforms."
I know. She plucked at the button on her glove. "It's just, if he finds out before I have an opportunity to tell him myself, everything we've gained will be ruined."
"We'll be more cautious," Effia sighed, glancing quickly around the crowded coffee shop. "We should refrain from meeting in person again until you've told your husband. How does that sound?"
"Along with that, I think we should wait until after the party vote," she said quietly, covertly studying the patrons around them. At Effia's nod of agreement, Alicia reached into her reticule, darted her gaze about to ensure no one was watching, and slid her new essay quickly across the tabletop to her. Her friend stared at the nondescript envelope.
"Do you intend to tell him after the party vote?"
Alicia swallowed. "Yes."
"You've risked quite a lot to do this, and I believe all will be well. But I think you quite brave, my friend," Effia murmured.
Blinking rapidly, Alicia looked away. They sipped their coffees in silence for a spell, before Effia told her about a series of investigative articles another of her writers was working on, about how child labour was exploited within collieries, actually going undercover to get first-hand accounts. Alicia listened in awe, amazed at the anonymous writer's fortitude and bravery, and the very real difference their work could make in altering the public's perception of the child labour plight. Her work listening in on vapid conversations amongst members of the ton paled in comparison. She told Effia as such.
"And yet you are risking your reputation and quite possibly your marriage to do this?" Her friend plopped her cup on the table with a thud.
"To enact real, comprehensive change, we need to educate people at every level of society.
The voice of a titled Marquis holds more sway over the opinions of those in government than 100 working-class men. It's horribly ignorant and unfair, but it's the reality we must work with."
Effia leaned forward and lowered her voice.
"You're married to the man who could be our next Prime Minister.
Every insipid event you're forced to attend or tedious conversation you're made to engage in allows you an opportunity to help win over the hearts and minds of those in power."
Hours after they parted ways, Alicia replayed Effie's words in her mind as she sat at her Davenport desk in the solar that overlooked the garden. She had been studying her and Niall's social calendars, sorting through the stack of invitations they'd received and who would be in attendance at each event. She had to consider how she and her friends could target those people for their whisper campaign. A knock on the door drew her head up. Stuart appeared in the doorway, a pinched expression on his normally placid face. "Your ladyship, Lord Matthews has come to call." With a frown, Alicia turned about in her seat. "Did you tell him the Marquis is currently at Westminster?" "I did." The older man cleared his throat. "But he said he was here to see you." Before Alicia could form a thought about this, a figure appeared in the entry behind Stuart, and her blood turned to ice. "Lady Inverray, how do you do?" Viscount Matthews swept into the room, moving past the butler as if he were a piece of furniture. His glacial eyes never wavered from her face as he swept her a polite bow. Rather than answer, she bobbed a quick curtsy. "What do I owe the pleasure of your visit, my lord? I'm sure you're aware my dear husband is not here at this time." The Viscount turned to look with raised brows at Stuart, who was still planted like a sentinel by the door. With an expressionless mien, he ignored Matthews, instead keeping his attention on her. At Alicia's reluctant nod, Stuart stepped from the room, but left the door ajar. With the knowledge Stuart or a footman lingered nearby, she turned to the Viscount with a stiff smile. Without waiting for her invitation, Matthews dropped into one of the winged-back chairs situated near her desk. He linked his hands together over his stomach and gestured with his chin to her desk. "Is this where you write them?" Alicia started, a ringing sound in her ears. "I beg your pardon?" "Yes, you may beg for pardon, but I'm not certain you will be granted it." She took a step back, unease running like an electric current over her skin. "I don't understand," Alicia rasped, struggling to maintain her composure in the face of his cold contempt. "Of course you do. You're quite clever," Matthews snorted. "You almost had me fooled, you know, with your pretty wallflower widow routine." He waved his hand up and down her body. "But then you captured Inverray's regard in a way that nothing outside his service in Parliament ever has, and I knew I had underestimated you. When the fellow should have been focused on securing elector votes, he was distracted, and not at all like the stalwart politician he's known to be." The Viscount paused, his eyes thinning into a glare as he studied her again. "For 6 years I've advised and shaped and modelled Inverray, with an eye for the future and what a man with his magnetism could accomplish. And like that," he snapped his fingers, "you were wed and ruined it all." "I don't know what you mean, my lord." Alicia skirted around the settee, intent to put a barrier between them. She anchored herself to the seat back with a tight grip. "Lord Inverray's potential has not been lost, and I believe our happy marriage will be an asset for his career." "Do you suppose the Marquis will be happy when he finds out about your illicit little hobby?" The easy manner in which the Viscount uttered the words emphasized their threat, and Alicia flinched back. "It was your most recent tracts that caught my attention. The sudden focus on child labour reform, which has long been one of Inverray's pet issues." His lip curled. "Despite all the times I told him it was a non-starter with electors, many of whom have an invested interest in keeping their workforce intact. He stubbornly clung to his ridiculous ideals.
They're not ridiculous. Alicia bit around her teeth.
Another sentimental fool.
Matthews narrowed his eyes on her.
Which is why I've been having you followed.
The room spun about her. Alicia dug her nails into the upholstery of the settee until she regained her equilibrium. Not willing to concede so easily, she lifted her chin. "Why are you here, my lord?" Gripping the armrests with both hands, Matthews angled toward her.
"I'm here," he enunciated, "because I know your secret, and I will happily reveal it to all of polite society if you do not do exactly as I demand."
It seemed like mere minutes had passed since Niall had laid his head on his chair back for a quick repose, when a sharp knock on the door tore him from his slumber. Scrubbing a hand across his eyes, he took a moment to straighten his cravat before he called out,
"Come in."
The door swung open to reveal Guillermo Torres. The colour was high in his cheeks, and his chest moved up and down as he panted for breath.
"It looks like you've been out for a run,"
Niall remarked, hoping to offset the sense of alarm that was building in his blood.
"I have been. I stopped here first an hour ago, and you were not in."
Niall cringed.
"I was in a meeting until a short time ago."
Torres ripped his hat from his head and ran a hand through his black hair.
"Yes, well, I stopped at Campbell House, but the butler said you were not in. I stopped at Little Windmill, as well as your favourite coffee shop, with no success. I'm glad I thought to check back here again."
With the man's agitation bleeding through him, Niall slowly rose to his feet.
"What's happened?"
"I've discovered the identity of your writer." The man swallowed.
"And I fear I may not be the only one who has."
He leaned forward to plant his hands on the desktop. Uncovering the writer was what he wanted, right? So why did his stomach churn at the prospect of this most awaited reveal?
"Who is it?"
The name that fell from Torres's lips wiped all thoughts free from his mind. Niall did not remember gathering his things and leaving the office. The carriage ride home passed in a blur. If his secretary had said anything to him when he departed, or the driver asked him a question, he knew not. Niall hadn't even thanked Torres or bid him goodbye. All he had been able to think about was how he'd been lied to. For months now, he'd lived with a liar. Because his gracious, brave, indomitable Alicia was the chapbook writer. The woman he had given his name to, his heart to, had criticized him for months in front of the entire country, and had not had the decency to tell him of her anonymous exploits. He tried to swallow, but the lump in his throat would not budge. Niall stared out the carriage window, the scenery black and white, indecipherable from the chaos of his thoughts. The flashes of memories, Alicia's wide eyes when he announced their engagement in front of the ton. How she'd choked at the breakfast table when he said she sounded like the tract writer. He croaked a dry laugh. Alicia must have thought him a fool. When the carriage came to a halt in front of Campbell House, Niall pushed open the carriage door and hopped out, taking the front steps 2 at a time. Stuart met him when he stepped into the foyer.
"Where is her ladyship?"
he asked, handing the man his hat and coat.
Lady Inverray retired to her chambers as soon as Viscount Matthews departed." Niall hesitated. "Matthews was here?" "He was, my lord. When I informed him you were not in, he said—" The butler cleared his throat. "He had come to see her ladyship." "Thank you, Stuart," he murmured. He climbed the stairs in a daze. From what little he'd heard of Torres's explanation, Alicia had met with Miss Assan in public. Others may have seen them together and made the connection between the two of them. Niall had to assume it was why Matthews had visited Alicia. But why not approach Niall and ask if he knew instead? His heart thundered in his ears. Coming to a stop outside Alicia's chamber door, Niall cracked his knuckles as he rocked back and forth on his feet. He wanted to prowl into the room and... do what? Rant and yell and demand an explanation? Pull her into his arms and ask why she hadn't confided in him? Order her belongings packed and send her directly to Scotland? Clenching his jaw, Niall opened the door. Alicia sat on the edge of the bed, her back to the door, her head bowed. Was she praying? Reading something? "Alicia!" he called, her name seeming to echo in the quiet place. With a gasp, she whipped her head about and met his gaze. Her swollen, red-rimmed eyes shook him, for he'd never seen her so distressed. "Niall," she whispered, rising to her feet. She clenched her hands in her skirt, her chest expanding with her inhale. "I have something important to tell you." As much as Niall wanted to reach for her, he moved not an inch. He simply nodded and waited for her to continue. "It's me," she said with no preamble. As forthright as ever. "I'm the chapbook writer." "I know." He took no pleasure in saying the words, nor did he relish how she pressed her hand to her mouth. "You do?" Niall nodded. "Torres saw you today, with Miss Assan. He already knew she was working for Charles Hughes." Her lovely throat, the expanse of skin he had kissed and licked and nipped, now numerous times, worked on a swallow. "Why did Matthews come to see you?" he demanded, refocusing his thoughts. "He knows." Alicia clamped her eyes closed. "He's had someone follow me." A fresh fire of anger sparked at the Viscount taking such liberties, but Niall smothered his rancour, unable to deal with it when his wife stood before him now. "The Viscount has been searching for a way to turn you against me, and I have given him the perfect reason." "Matthews hasn't turned me against you, Alicia," Niall growled. "You have." Blinking, she gave a jerky nod. "I should have told you, damn right you should have." Alicia squared her shoulders, her mouth pinched. "But I wasn't done maligning me." Both words were coated in bitterness. "I have never maligned you, not once." Alicia furrowed her brow. "You seem to be operating under a belief that I wanted you to fail. But you know I believe you have all the makings of being a truly excellent Prime Minister." She took a step toward him, her eyes large and beseeching. "You're thoughtful, not just to your peers and those who could benefit you, but to those who benefit from you, to those you employ and to those you support. Many people would not give that much emphasis, but I do, for I know it means that the policies your government possesses and enacts will not just be a boon for the elite." Niall grunted, but held his silence. Alicia took a step closer. "The whole point of my critiques
was to showcase where you could do better. No man is perfect, and I have never expected your voting record to be faultless. But if the party was going to tap you as their leader, I thought you should strive to address those areas in which you've been deficient." He knew that. In his heart he knew she had been fair in her criticism. But his anger, his sense of betrayal, was not an easy thing to relinquish. Niall could barely look at her now without the duplicity of her actions stealing the air from his lungs. She stood directly in front of him, the gold in her dark eyes shining with unshed tears. Christ, she was so lovely. "Those first dozen essays were written before I knew you. You were just Lord Inverray, a charismatic member of Parliament that many believed would lead the party one day." Alicia hiccuped. "And then we met, and you were so much more than I thought. But I had a job to do, and I was determined not to be seduced by your intelligence and charm. But the Talbot ball happened." Mention of their unfortunate dance thawed the ice he'd been encased in. "You've had plenty of opportunities to tell me since then. During our ride in the park, at our engagement party, our wedding breakfast, during any of the breakfasts or dinners we've shared since then, after you cried out my name as you came on my cock. Why did you not, Alicia? I don't understand." Flushing clear to the roots of her hair, Alicia lifted her chin. "Because I didn't want you to make me stop." The confession was nothing more than a ragged whisper, but it was like a punch to the gut. "You don't know that I would have asked you to stop." "Of course you would have." Alicia spun away, pacing to the window. "Your pride would have demanded atonement. You would have been blinded to all the ways my writings have helped you." She looked at him over her shoulder. "So I've tried to show you. With my essays about child labour reform and how your platform supports it. And it's boosted your bid. You can't say it hasn't." Niall advanced on her, his hands tight fists. "But at what cost? I would have happily lost the leadership vote if it meant my wife respected me enough to tell me the truth." The colour drained from her face. "Of course I respect—" "My lady, are you ready to dress for tonight?" Jane appeared in the doorway of the connecting bathroom, but paused, her eyes wide when her gaze landed on the two of them. "Oh, I beg your pardon." After Jane disappeared back into the bathroom, Alicia stared at him, her features drawn and her dark eyes listless. "Matthews wants me to write of Medlinger, of how his measured, conservative approach to reform is what is needed now," she swallowed. "He wants me to call your ideas radical. The Viscount wants you to lose the vote." Niall dragged a hand down his face. "I can't say I'm surprised. He's been more my adversary than my ally, as of late. And I fear he will continue to use the threat of my identity to keep both of us under his thumb." Her sigh filled the room. "My essays will no longer be mine. My opinions will be replaced by his. I will be a stenographer and nothing more." Alicia was right. Now that Matthews knew who she was, he would exploit his position of power with no regard for those he ruined in the process. "Should I tell Jane we will not be attending the Willingham event?" she asked quietly. As much as he wanted to say yes, wanted to sequester himself in his study and down an entire bottle of his best whisky, such a thing was not possible.
Matthews and other important electors would be in attendance at the dinner party, and Niall needed to act like nothing was amiss. The Viscount must think him naive to the truth, at least until he had determined a solution. "We must go, Alicia. We have to play our parts." Niall looked down at her, his gaze touching on her lips, the lips that he longed to kiss even now. "We will continue this discussion later." And with those words, he left her standing there, alone. Chapter 22. For the third time that night, Alicia had lost track of the conversation happening around her. It was impossible to care about the gossip and banter when guilt, fear, and anger simmered like a noxious miasma in the centre of her chest. So when Juliana's casual shoulder bump snapped her back to the moment, she could only blink into Lady Ellis's expectant eyes. "I do beg your pardon." The other woman laughed, a jaunty sound that complimented her beautiful face. "You seem quite distracted this evening, Lady Inverray. Are you well?" Alicia willed her expression to remain impassive, even though she wanted to bare her teeth at her. Of all the days to have to face her husband's former lover. "I apologize. I'm just a bit tired. But I thank you for your concern." "I remember those early days after my marriage to Ashwood. I was tired all the time," Juliana shared, her lips stretching into a knowing smile. The other ladies tittered, and Alicia slid her sister-in-law a grateful look. Despite how she clung to her turbulent emotions, the dinner had been a success, thanks in large part to Juliana's and Charlotte's presence. Their engaging conversation had kept Alicia from falling into a well of crushing guilt, and she'd managed to converse with the other guests as if their inane conversation had been all that was interesting. Now the ladies sat cloistered in the parlour, where they drank tea and discussed the latest gossip or fashion trend. Alicia tried not to watch the clock until the men finished their port or brandy, or whatever temperance they engaged in. Once again, she wished she could join them, well aware that their conversations were more stimulating than the one she was currently subjected to. Not that she blamed the women in attendance for her boredom. Their conversation had been shaped by the cage they had been kept in, and soon every caged bird sang the same tune. "You're making me nervous with how you keep darting your eyes to the door," Charlotte said. She flinched. "I apologize. I suppose I'm just anxious for the men to rejoin us. How many snifters of brandy can they drink before they're foxed or fall asleep?" "They're not so much drinking as gossiping." Charlotte rolled her eyes. "Whoever said women gossiped more than men was obviously a man." A gruff chuckle escaped her, and Juliana gave her a commiserating smile. "It's silly to separate the men from the women after dinner. Don't they have every other time of day to talk privately about politics or whatever topics they deem too sensitive for women's ears? It's an antiquated tradition, if you ask me." "People should be asking you," Alicia grumbled, frowning down at her empty teacup. It suddenly represented all the old-fashioned and ridiculous norms she had to observe simply because they were traditions. Norms she had attempted to subvert to her painful penitence. Suddenly she longed to throw the delicate cup directly into the grate. "Why such a long face? In my day a future duchess would never scowl. She might earn herself early wrinkles." Alicia slid her gaze to the side and met the Duchess of Claremore's stern blue eyes.
She knew better than to show any weakness before the lioness. "I am simply anxious for my husband to return, Your Grace. I never realized how long the after-dinner routine was."
"Of course you didn't. You had no person worth pining for."
A sob lodged in her throat. "That's not exactly—"
"If you're thinking of correcting me, please don't bother, dear Lady Inverray. Any person with half a bit of sense knows the Marquis is just the sort of man one would pine over."
Alicia could think of no argument to that.
"How have you liked being Lady Inverray?"
the Duchess inquired, sliding onto the settee between Alicia and Charlotte with a swiftness that was surprising for an older woman. Lud, this was not the conversation she wanted to engage in. "I have learned a great deal during my short marriage, and I hope I've been a worthy companion to his lordship." Each word was acid on her tongue. The Duchess of Claremore leaned forward to pat Alicia's knee.
"You are a clever chit. Inverray needs an intelligent wife, and I am vastly relieved to see the woman he married is such."
"Relieved?"
"Of course I'm relieved," the Duchess snapped. "For all that young man does to help and protect others, he needs someone to protect him."
Alicia dammed up her tears by a sheer force of will. She had thought she was protecting Niall, but she'd only lied to herself, and all in a failed effort to protect her own interests. Juliana inclined her head. "I believe Niall has found the perfect partner to help him shoulder the weight of his many responsibilities. It's obvious that he respects her a great deal."
"Well, from what I've seen of them together, I'd say he feels a lot more than respect for her,"
the older Duchess volleyed. Alicia's mouth sagged. What? The Duchesses exchanged a look, but it was Charlotte who leaned forward with a smile. "Come now, Alicia dear. You've been lighting up Inverray like a thunderstorm in June since we met at that soirée." She shook her head. "I don't know what you mean."
"Well, do catch up, my dear," the Duchess of Claremore declared. "You are woefully behind."
They thought Niall loved her. How utterly laughable. Any regard he held for her was smashed like a crystal vase on a cold stone floor when her secret was so cruelly revealed. Even now she could close her eyes and remember Niall's face, his voice, his steely gaze as he told her he already knew she was the anonymous writer. The entirety of her life she had wanted to belong, to have a purpose, and she'd finally found it through her political essays. And then she'd met Niall, had been forced to marry him, and that intangible thing she had never even dreamed could be hers was suddenly a possibility. Love. Life had taught Alicia that love was not meant for her. Her love had killed her mother and brother. Her father had left her penniless and defenceless because he did not love her. Lindsay hadn't loved her so much as he'd needed to possess her. Effia was a dear friend, but their friendship was entwined with a professional element. The only love she knew was that which Jane showed her. Of everyone in her life, Jane had been the most steadfast, and then perhaps only because she paid her wages. It was a depressing thought. But for a while at least, it had seemed possible she had earned Niall's love. His gentle touch, the tender way he looked at her, his eagerness to spend time with her even when it would be wiser to utilize the clock to further his bid. He had even hinted he would not have stopped her from continuing to write her essays, and she had destroyed it all by trusting her instincts instead of her heart. Shame turned her stomach. Struggling to maintain her bearing, she lifted her chin and gazed at her friends. "To answer your question, Your Grace, it's been—" Alicia cleared her throat. "We have not been married long, so of course we're still adjusting to each other." The Duchess tutted. "Adjustment is normal. There are times Claremore surprises me, and we've been married for over 40 years. She nodded. "If I'm surprised by anything during these weeks of our marriage, it's that Niall is so much more of everything than I could have imagined." At that moment the parlour doors swung open, and various gentlemen sauntered into the room. Alicia ignored all of them, only interested in one man. When her eyes locked with Niall's grey gaze, her chest grew tight. Gone was the affection that once shined in his eyes, leaving behind only apathy. Still, Niall made his way to her side, bussing a circumspect kiss to her brow before greeting her friends. "Inverray, your pretty bride was just telling us about married life," the Duchess of Claremore said. "Was she?" He did not look at her, focusing all his attention on the Duchess. "We've only been married for a short time. Asking her to expound upon our marriage seems unfair." "And yet much of life is unfair, dear boy." The Duchess of Claremore patted his hand. A sight on the other side of the room snared her attention. "And there is the Duke. If you will excuse me, my dears, I find myself quite ready to depart. If you were wise, I'm sure you all will do the same." Alicia pressed her lips together as she watched the elderly Duchess join her Duke on the other side of the room. Although they did not physically express their affection, she could see the long glances they exchanged, the way Claremore's hand lingered on his wife's waist, the manner in which she leaned close to speak in his ear. There stood a couple very much in the prime of their love, despite their many years together. Tears burned the back of her eyes as she once again realized she had destroyed any chance she had to experience such with her husband. Niall was staring at the Duke and Duchess as well, a deep groove between his dark brows, and his hand clenched in a fist. She struggled to swallow down the knot in her throat. "Niall," she whispered, darting her gaze about to ensure no one heard her. "Should we depart?" He continued to look steadfastly away. "I believe that would be for the best." His tone was curt, and it made her stomach plummet further. "Let me take my leave of Willingham, and I will meet you in the foyer." Without another word, Niall walked away. Alicia stared after his retreating back, an odd sense of déjà vu overwhelming her. They had made such progress in their relationship lately, and now they were back at the beginning. No, worse than the beginning. Because at least Niall respected her when they married. Now it was clear he despised her. Stifling a sigh, she made her way about the room, saying goodbye to Juliana and Charlotte, as well as other ladies she knew. But when it came time to thank her hostess, she couldn't find Lady Willingham anywhere. A passing footman informed her the lady of the house was seen near the ladies' retiring room, so Alicia made her way in that direction. She walked down the hall in a trance, uninterested in the tasteful decor lining the walls. As she passed by an open doorway, a voice called to her. "Lady Inverray, a moment of your time, please." Alicia stumbled to a halt, although her mind encouraged her to run. She knew that voice, and she absolutely knew she did not want to speak with him. But if she ignored him, Matthews very well could ruin her in front of everyone in attendance. Alicia forced her mien to remain impassive as she stepped over the threshold. In a leather armchair before the softly crackling fire sat Viscount Matthews. Encountering him on her own, and in a dimly lit room, raised all the hairs on the back of her neck. "What is it, my lord?" She refused to enter the room further. "I thought you said everything you intended to earlier today." The Viscount rose to his feet and sauntered to her, coming to a stop a mere arm's length away. His blue eyes bore into her, and Alicia could not tell if he was angry with her for some unknown offence, or if she was a riddle he'd not yet worked out. "I want to inquire that you have begun work on your next piece." Of course she hadn't. Niall had returned home, and further turned her world on its head. But she would not reveal such to the Viscount. Until she discussed the situation with her husband, she would pretend Niall was unaware of her identity. Forcing down a swallow, she nodded. "I've begun to write an outline." "I'm happy to hear it." The Viscount shook his head. "Thanks to you, Inverray has been floating on a wave of good publicity, and that must change." "But I still don't understand why." Alicia paused, her mouth abruptly dry. "I thought you were colleagues. I thought you wanted him to succeed." "Inverray's ideals have always been a bit much for my sensibilities." Matthews snorted. "But he was young, charismatic, and knew how to command a crowd. Hitching our carts together allowed me to further my own ends." "How expedient of you." A disgusted scowl darkened the Viscount's face. "I should have known you'd be a reformer like him." With lightning-quick reflexes, Matthews reached out and grasped her wrist, hauling her close in an iron grip. His breath coasted over her neck when he whispered, "Do as I say, and your reputation will remain intact. Do as I say, and your husband will be none the wiser. Do as I say, and you can continue writing your inconsequential drivel." "But it wouldn't be my drivel any more. It would be yours," Alicia growled, delighting when he bared his teeth at her. She struggled to break his hold, but a hand suddenly clutched the Viscount's shoulder and yanked him backward. Lord Matthews gasped from his position on the wooden floor, and Alicia turned wide eyes on her rescuer. Niall's chest heaved with the force of his breaths, his grey eyes glassy as they stared down at the older man. "How could you do this?" The Viscount rose to his feet, dusting his trousers. "I don't know what you mean. Lady Inverray and I were just exchanging pleasantries." "With your hand wrapped around her arm?" Niall hissed. "Explain yourself, Matthews." Her husband's jaw was sharp enough to cut through granite, but the hand he looped about her waist was gentle, and tears burned the back of her eyes. Tugging on his waistcoat, Matthews scoffed. "There's nothing to explain, Inverray. I don't know what you think you saw. I saw you harassing my wife." Alicia clamped her eyes closed, unsure of what to do. She wanted Niall to pummel the Viscount until he was a bloody heap on the ground, and she wanted to kick him for good measure. But Alicia was mindful of where they were at, and they could not afford to cause a scene. Niall flicked his gaze to her for a second, before returning it to Matthews. In that instant, He had come to the same conclusion she had. He pulled her closer to his side.
"I don't know what game you're playing at, Matthews, but I suspect you are taking out your frustrations with me on my wife, and I will not stand for it. She has nothing to do with this, and it is shameful for you to use her in your pathetic attempt to punish me."
Matthews scoffed.
"Punish you? Hardly, dear boy. If I have learned anything during my time in politics, it's that your allies will disappoint you, and it's best to expect it and move on quickly when it does."
He paused, considering Niall for a long moment before smirking at her.
"I trust you'll tell me if such an approach applies to wives as well."
With that final salvo, the Viscount slipped out the door. Alicia stared at the spot where he disappeared for a long moment. Whatever were they going to do? Viscount Matthews had so much power, the respect of Parliament and the ton. He could blackmail her for all of eternity, for even if she tried to excuse away his claim, who would believe her? Glancing up, she found her husband staring at the floor. What was he thinking? Viscount Matthews had been his mentor, had guided him from the time he had first stood for Parliament to his current bid for Prime Minister. Alicia might dislike him, but she had no wish to diminish the man's worth in her husband's eyes. That the Viscount would, instead, treat Niall so shabbily made her want to chase after the man and twist his fingers until he begged for Niall's forgiveness. Instead, Alicia reached out her hand to grab Niall's, lifting his knuckles to her lips. She kissed them with all the relief and remorse pumping through her blood. "Thank you for finding me when you did." Niall didn't respond. After waiting a moment, Alicia ploughed on. "I'm sorry that Lord Matthews has turned out to be such a devil."
"I am too,"
he murmured. Alicia licked her lips. "What are we going to do?" His shoulders sank.
"Let us continue this discussion in the carriage."
Nodding, Alicia preceded her husband through the door. She did not attempt to talk to him as they made their way to the foyer, instead bidding their hosts goodbye. Only when they were finally ensconced in the dark Campbell carriage did Niall speak.
"I want you to retire to the Kilmorrow estate in the Highlands."
Chapter 23. The words tasted like vinegar on his tongue. Niall did not want to send his wife away. Everything about Alicia enchanted him. The sigh she emitted as she settled into bed at night, how she pursed her pretty pink lips as she read the morning newspaper, leaving the margins covered in her scrawl. The way she always sought and held his gaze right before she shattered around him. Waking up, curled about her, her small hands linked with his, made everything about his life better.
Until she broke his trust.
And now everything about their marriage had become a distraction he could not afford to have at this time. Instead of thinking about meeting electors and fine-tuning his arguments, he'd been racking his brains for how to extract them from this mess. He dared not ask Firthwell or the Dukes for their advice, because the fewer people who knew of Alicia's secret profession, the better. Having to make conversation with Matthews in front of the other guests, as if the man wasn't a duplicitous snake, had been a painful challenge. Worse yet, when Alicia's eyes had stayed on him, following his every movement, and yet he refused to meet her gaze, couldn't look at her remorseful mien and not want to forgive her. He needed time to focus on his leadership bid and to figure out how to rid them of the threat Matthews represented, not only to Alicia, but to him as well. For how could a future be possible between them when the Viscount sought to keep them apart? Alicia needed to go to Scotland until the election was over. She would be safe there, and Niall would no longer be distracted. Curling his hands, he prepared for her refusal. It never came. In the darkened interior of the carriage, he strained his eyes to make out her reaction. Only when Alicia turned her face to the window did scant rays of light touch on her cheeks, highlighting her reserved expression. "I refuse to be locked away in the countryside." Her tone was soft, dangerously so. "Lindsay kept me stowed away on his estate for the majority of our marriage. I was an afterthought, a doll that was stored in the attic until he could be bothered to play with me. When he died, I vowed it would never happen again." "Do not be absurd, Alicia. Of course you wouldn't be locked away," Niall growled in the back of his throat. "But I currently have too many problems on my plate to worry about a wife who has proven herself to be troublesome and intrusive." She slapped her hand on the leather seat, the sound causing him to jerk his head back in surprise. "Do not think to call me troublesome, sir. You are proving correct all the reasons why I told myself not to tell you my secret. Do you believe I don't know what it means when a husband sends his wife to the countryside? He wants to keep her isolated and friendless. It's much easier to control a headstrong woman that way. And you believe I've been a headstrong wife, don't you?" The old Earl had been a disgrace for keeping his young bride locked away, yet their situation was in no way the same. Niall wiped his damp palms on his trousers. "Not headstrong, but definitely idealistic. How could you be so foolish as to meet with Miss Assan in person, where anyone could see you?" He leaned toward her. "In your quest to do good, you have brought ruination to our doorstep. Surely you see that." Again silence reigned. When she spoke, her voice was a whisper. He had to lean forward to hear it. "I'm sorry, Niall. I am sorry this has happened, because I was not more circumspect. But can we not figure out a way to work through this together?" "Don't speak to me of working together, when you have been a solitary soldier until now." Of all the troublesome feelings her secret had unleashed, her lack of faith in him hurt the most. That his wife thought she couldn't depend on him was a wound that would not easily heal. She was quiet for a pregnant moment. "Soldier? Do you consider this a war? Is winning your only goal? Championing the defenseless, protecting those most in need, is just a claim you make when the quote can win you positive coverage?" Indignation fired his blood. "That is grossly unfair." "But is it really?" Alicia tucked an escaped curl behind her ear, and a passing gas lamp revealed how her hand trembled. "Time and time again, legislation has found its way to your committee, and time again, it's become nothing but meaningless talking points. My essays were written to rally England's leaders to do more for the common people. But you've made it abundantly clear your priorities lie with the titled and wealthy. All your claims to the contrary are merely a passing talking point." Before Niall could respond, the carriage jerked to a halt. Without waiting for assistance, Alicia wrenched the door open. Under the glow of the street lamp, She looked back at him, her mien pale, haunting. "I'll leave. Not because you ordered me to, but because I don't have the energy to wage this battle any longer." With those words, she disappeared through the door. Niall stared after her. He'd known she wouldn't go quietly. Not his fierce Alicia. But how could she argue that it wouldn't be easier to deal with Matthews with her safely ensconced in Scotland? Niall had seen red when he'd found the Viscount manhandling her, and only his well-honed self-control kept him from challenging Matthews to a duel. With a bone-weary sigh, Niall followed her into the silent town-home. The door linking his chamber to Alicia's was locked when he tried it later that night. Niall pressed his brow to the cool wood as he absorbed the blow. She had physically sealed herself away from him. He should be grateful for the distance she created between them, but his very skin ached to have her in his arms again. Sitting in his darkened study, nursing a dram, did nothing to assuage his stormy thoughts. Niall still had a bid to secure and electors to win over. Matthews had revealed himself to be a villain, and he had no notion of how to protect his wife from the man. And now he had made an enemy of her. Niall tipped his head back and pinched the bridge of his nose, completely at a loss for how to make anything right. This was how his secretary found him hours later.
"Your lordship,"
Murray whispered. Niall cracked open an eye from where he dozed in his leather chair.
"What is it?"
"I thought you should know that the Marchioness has departed." All fatigue fled his mind. Dropping his feet to the ground, he propelled himself upright.
"What do you mean she's left? It's the middle of the night."
The man nodded.
A fact she was aware of, as she apologized to the driver several times. But she and Miss Jane departed not 10 minutes ago.
He scrubbed a hand over his face. Why would she leave now, well before dawn? Was she so hurt, so frantic to flee from him, that she would put herself in danger? That possibility sent a tidal wave of shame crashing over him. Niall needed to go after her, if only to escort her to Kilmorrow himself. Yet he had an important meeting with key electors on the morrow. With Medlinger losing Grey's support, now was the time to show himself to be the reliable candidate party electors could count on. Plus, he would see Matthews again, and he still had no notion of how to deal with the man and the threat he represented. The weight of his responsibilities had his shoulders sagging further. There was a choice he wished to make, but it was not the one he had to make.
"How many outriders departed with her?"
"2, my lord," Murray said.
"Send 2 more. I'll follow her ladyship after my meeting tomorrow afternoon."
The man nodded.
"Very good, my lord."
After the man took his leave, Niall sank down on the chair and lowered his head to the desk. He had no desire to retire to his chamber, knowing Alicia would not be there to welcome him. In just a few short weeks, she had brought life to his home, and already it felt dark and dreary without her. Turning his head, Niall considered the decanters lining the sideboard and weighed which would usher him into a dead sleep the fastest. The next day Niall lingered outside the Earl of Winter's townhouse, nursing a headache and a desperate sort of frustration. He did not want to be there. That he wasn't already on the long road to the Highlands made his skin prickle with suppressed energy, and he rocked on his restless legs. Still,
He had much to accomplish before he and Alicia could possibly find a way forward, if there was a way forward. While he nursed his whiskey the night before, he'd pondered his wife and her alter ego. Spreading the tracts he had saved over the long months across his desk, Niall had studied each one. The more he read, the more Alicia's past words ran through his mind. "I never maligned you. I only wanted you to do and be better." And with the aid of prime Scottish spirits, Niall finally understood she was right. Alicia's critiques had always been fair and objective, allowing for nuance when he, himself, often only saw things in black and white. Niall had also noticed Alicia's latest tracts were dominated by discussion of child labour reform and how such legislation would benefit the country. And of the two candidates for party leadership, Alicia had stressed that Niall, with his background working with children, would be best equipped to champion such reforms. Even the burn of whiskey could not numb the devastation he felt for not granting his wife the grace she deserved. Flipping his pocket watch open over and over, Niall debated how much longer he should dawdle before he had to enter. Several electors offered greetings as they passed him before disappearing inside the house, but he simply couldn't bring himself to follow in after them. And he knew why. Instead of charming a group of men more concerned with their own consequence and power than the welfare of the empire, he wanted to find his wife. "How long do you plan on tarrying here?" Pivoting, Niall met the curious gaze of his brother-in-law, Ashwood. Firthwell and the Duke of Darrington stood just behind him. He should have known his friends would be here, and their presence lifted his spirits somewhat. "We've been watching you pace back and forth out here from Winter's sitting room, and I have to say I'm exhausted just from watching your exertion," Darrington said, a smile in his voice. Niall cleared his throat and looked to his feet. "Yes, well, I wasn't quite ready to enter." "And when will you be ready?" Ashwood inquired. "Exactly when it turns 11 on the clock." The men laughed, but Firthwell sobered quickly. "I would think you'd be eager to speak with these men. You've been courting many of their votes for months, yet you don't seem keen at all." He wasn't, but Niall didn't dare say so. This was what he wanted, what he had worked for. If he was feeling disenchanted, well, the feeling would pass. Instead he murmured, "Of course I am. I simply have a lot on my mind." "I'm sure you do." His brother by marriage studied him. "But if you're going to do this, you need to tend to the task at hand." Sucking in a breath between his teeth, Niall nodded and turned to climb the front stairs with reserved determination. The Earl of Winter's parlour revealed about a dozen men milling about, casually enjoying cups of tea and munching on biscuits. The men comprised the most influential members of the party. They had worked hard to push through major reforms 2 years prior, and their support would guarantee he'd be tapped for the top position. Niall needed to prove he was competent and worthy of the job. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled, and he looked about until his gaze locked with a familiar pair of blue eyes. Viscount Matthews. Although the older man's expression did not change, Niall sensed he was as guarded as himself. They had been allies since Niall had arrived in town after university, and the Viscount had taught him a great deal about politics
and what was expected of a man about London. Suddenly, all those lessons rang false. Rather than focusing on how their position in Parliament was meant to serve the citizens of the Empire, Matthew's lessons had been about garnering and maintaining power, and he had been willing to exploit Alicia's tenuous position to do so. Niall had done everything to fall into line. He'd attempted to craft himself into the perfect candidate, a candidate the Viscount could find no fault in, a candidate electors would be proud to stand behind. And in his quest to twist himself into whatever shape Matthews decreed he needed to take, Niall realized he was not happy. Happiness had always been something he could push aside, just as he had pushed aside his father's recriminations or the jabs he received for his Scots ancestry. But it had taken just one incredible and fierce woman and 5 weeks of her tender touches, warm smiles, heated kisses, and shrewd opinions for him to understand what happiness could be by her side. In his quest for political power, he lost sight of the very reasons he stood for Parliament in the first place. While he had engaged in all manner of political machinations, children like Edith and Eunice continued to suffer. He twisted himself into knots to conform, to undercut any prejudice for his Scots heritage, to be the perfect gentleman. And in the end it hadn't mattered, because for all he had done to make himself more agreeable, he was no closer to grasping the political goals he so acutely sought. Lifting his chin, Niall turned from the Viscount and made his way to Lord Winter's side. The Earl greeted him warmly while the butler poured him a cup of tea. As the men sipped from their cups, they surveyed the room, Niall attuned for any commentary that could be used in his favour. "You should know that Matthews has been encouraging the other men to back Medlinger." Niall lowered his cup to the saucer with a ting of china. "I cannot say I'm surprised." Lord Winters glanced at him. "Why is that?" "Because I'm no longer under his thumb," Niall murmured, shrugging a shoulder. The Earl chuckled. "Good for you. Matthews has always been a bit overbearing." "Just a bit?" "Very well. The man can be a bastard." Lord Winters pressed his lips together as his gaze turned speculative. "Still, he's not a man you want to make an enemy of." Niall nodded. "I've long thought that. But I don't think I'm the sort of man one should make an enemy of either." Sliding his gaze to the Earl, he caught the man's smirk. "Definitely not." Lord Winters gathered the group's attention then, thanking them for taking time out of their busy day to discuss the future of the party's leadership. With that bit of preamble, the Earl tossed out an introductory volley of questions, and Niall was given the opening he needed to expound upon his platform and the priorities, domestic and foreign, he would have for any government he helmed. He couldn't be sure what the men thought of his answers, as their means gave no insight into their thoughts, but Niall didn't care. Too long had he acquiesced to their fickle opinions, simply for the right to raise his voice, for the privilege of representing the electors of his country, for daring to succeed as a Scotsman. His time of bowing to the opinions of the party's elite leadership, men who were ignorant of the struggles of the working man, was over. It was his brave, kind-hearted wife who reminded him why he stood for his first Parliament seat, and he had sent her away instead of fighting for their future together. Niall didn't deserve her. After the questions had ceased, the men broke into smaller groups to discuss various topics, some raised by Niall and others pertaining to all manner of political gossip. Niall did his best not to speak much or interject his opinion unless he was specifically asked, content to listen to what the men were saying and thinking.
"Come now, Talbot, it's not like you to be swayed by pretty words."
Niall went as still as a mountain hare that had scented a wild cat on the breeze. It was a voice he would know anywhere.
"I'm not swayed by pretty words." Lord Talbot's tone was heavy with offence. "But I've known Inverray as long as you have, and he has never been prone to exaggeration. He's been true to his word."
A familiar scoff reached his ears, and Niall threatened to grind his teeth into dust.
"But has he? Perhaps the chapbooks were right. Perhaps the Marquis is really all words and no action."
The words were a slap to the face, and Niall gripped the back of a nearby chair so hard the fabric popped under his hand.
"Surely you share some of the blame, then?"
Darrington's voice was deceptively casual, but when Niall looked, it was to find the Duke staring at the Viscount as if he were an insect he wished to crush under his heel.
"As his mentor, I would think you would have shown Inverray that serving his constituents is more than simply giving bombastic, self-important speeches. But perhaps it's you that doesn't know any better."
Matthews narrowed his eyes minutely.
"You have not been back in London long, Darrington, so no doubt you're still ignorant of how things are done."
Audible gasps of surprise sounded around the room. For Matthews to respond so rudely, and to a duke, contrasted with the man's normally respectable reserve. Several men openly scowled at him, Niall amongst them. It was unlike Matthews to be so brazen with his impudence, and Niall wondered what he was about. Ashwood cleared his throat, and the assembled group fell deathly silent.
"And yet Darrington has more prudence than you could ever aspire to."
The Duke raised his cup to his mouth for a leisurely sip.
"Such an obvious failure of character has made me wonder, as of late, how your opinion or word can be trusted at all."
Niall sucked in a breath. What was Ashwood doing?
"Nonsense!"
Matthews linked his arms across his chest, his expression one of boredom.
"I worked with your father and your father," he said, gesturing to Darrington with his chin, "to pass bills for the betterment of the country.
But that didn't stop you from complaining about every section of the Reform Act." Darrington folded his hands across his flat stomach.
"From what I remember, I thought the language was too broad, bemoaned the break-up of boroughs and the power it would give the nouveau riche. In spite of all the Whig talking points I've heard you spew since my return, you've never seemed to give a halfpenny damn for the people you were supposedly representing."
The Viscount's gaze would have melted steel.
"That is wholly unfair. I argued the Reform Act should have done more. No one has been more committed to this party than me."
Niall just barely managed to smother his snort. Matthews had done no such thing. Darrington merely lifted a brow, the corners of his mouth tipping up ever so slightly. It was a dangerous look, and the Viscount would be wise to mind it. Instead, Matthews grumbled to the men gathered around them, as if the Duke's criticisms were a great and confusing surprise, and Niall was reminded that nothing could touch the man's hubris.
"My, Matthews," Ashwood said then, "whatever has you so defensive? It's not like you to be quite so animated. Has someone grown wise of your many lies?"
"How dare you?"
Matthews growled. "I have no interest in playing parlour games with you, Matthews, but if I did, I would ask for truth." Ashwood set his teacup on a side table and winged a brow up. "Is it not true you donated to Tory candidates?" A gasp strangled him. How had he not known the Viscount was financially supporting opposition candidates? Niall had fundraised and canvassed for many party contenders, and the thought that the Viscount had simultaneously been supporting their opponents made him clench his jaw so tightly it throbbed. Apparently, Matthews was also caught by surprise, for his mouth dropped open, his blue eyes darting to the shocked and irate faces staring back at him from around the room.
"Oh, I do so enjoy this game."
Darrington clapped his hands on his thighs. "Here's my question for Lord Matthews. Is it true you paid MPs to vote against the Reform Act?" Gasps and shouts of outrage exploded around them, Niall contributing to the chorus. The Viscount had encouraged others to vote against the Reform Act? With his nostrils flaring, Niall set down his teacup with a clink, mindful that his host would not appreciate if he shattered his fine china in the grip of his hand. With admirable aplomb, Matthews rallied. "It does not become two dukes of the kingdom to cast aspersions with no evidence." Ashwood dipped his blonde head. "But is it casting aspersions when everyone in this room can easily believe you capable of such things?" Niall scanned the men gathered about the spectacle, finding many nodding their heads in agreement. "I have never understood why Inverray held you in such esteem," Ashwood continued. "It's long been clear to me you have a talent for spotting men with the drive and ambition to succeed in this cutthroat world of politics, and manipulating them to your bidding." That was exactly what Matthews had done. Niall clenched his eyes closed as the years melded together to form a clear picture of a man who had noticed Niall's desire for acceptance, for approval, and used it to steer his path. And it wasn't until Alicia had entered his life like a blazing comet, whiting out all he thought he knew and wanted, that Niall had finally come to see his association with Matthews as the insidious relationship it was. Matthews made a raspy sound that Niall assumed was a chuckle. "I admit I offered Inverray advice, and answered any number of his questions over the years. But you overestimate my influence over him. He was simply a young man who wanted to make a name for himself about town, and I was willing to make his political path easier." Niall stepped forward, outrage unhinging his jaw, when Ashwood snapped his gaze to him. With an imperceptible jerk of his head, he returned his attention to Matthews, and Niall yanked his chin back, unsure of what he was trying to tell him. "And yet it would seem to me that it is you who have made a name for yourself thanks to Inverray's successes." Ashwood unbuttoned his coat and relaxed back into his chair, taking a leisurely sip of tea. "If I recall correctly, you refused to sign on to any of his proposed bills in committee,
but when it appeared they might pass, you insisted your name be added as a co-sponsor to the official record." Several men nodded in eager agreement.
"They're clever bastards," Firthwell whispered,
and when Niall turned to him, the man was hiding a smile behind his hand. Niall frowned, looking back to where the men continued to exchange barbs. "What?"
"Don't you see what they're doing?"
Baffled, Niall returned his gaze to the group, studying the way the younger men appeared confident and almost bored in their responses, while a visible vein ticked in Matthew's temple. Suddenly he knew. Ashwood and Darrington were baiting the Viscount, antagonizing and provoking him to reveal thoughts and opinions he was always so careful to hide. The Dukes were discrediting Matthews, revealing his deceitful tactics, blunting his claws so that his criticisms of Niall, and later Alicia, would draw no blood. And they risked nothing to do it, but spared Niall the gossip that would have followed had he so publicly responded to Matthew's sneers. They'd quite possibly saved Alicia's reputation. Unclenching his fists, Niall willed himself not to respond to the petty insults and vitriol that fell from the Viscount's lips. For so many years he had heeded the man's every word of advice, tied himself up in knots to earn his approval, and in the course of one afternoon his friends had torn down the edifice he had erected, foolishly, in Matthew's honour. Embarrassment heated his skin. Niall had been so desperate for a father figure, so determined to prove his own father's assessment wrong, he latched onto the first man who'd shown him a smidge of respect. "Do not delude yourselves. Inveray's opportunity to become Prime Minister disappeared when he married that nobody countess. I have long advised the Marquis he should marry, stressing how valuable it would be to secure an alliance with a powerful, storied family. An easy job for a duke's heir, even a Scottish duke. Yet did he listen to me? Of course not. A stubborn fool just like his countrymen. Instead, he allowed himself to be snared by the upstart Lady Lindsay, who admittedly has a pretty face, but whose clever hand penned—" The Viscount's words abruptly cut off when Niall's hand squeezed around his throat. Niall couldn't recall how it happened, only knowing a hazy red cloud had dropped over his vision when Matthews had insulted Alicia. His passionate, clever, tender-hearted wife. He would patiently withstand the Viscount's insults and innuendos all the daytime hours, but his wife's honour was a very different beast. The insult made his hand squeeze the other man's neck tighter. "Kindly remove my wife's name from your mouth. There is nothing that would ever make you worthy enough to utter a single syllable of her name." Niall was aware the other gentlemen in attendance, the very men whose votes he needed to secure, were now watching him as if he were giving a performance on a Covent Garden stage. He didn't give a damn. He jerked the Viscount close to his face and growled, "This is supposed to be about ideas, debating proposals, so the best version, the version that will benefit the most people, is passed by Parliament." His fingers tightened, and Matthews gasped. "Discussing my wife as if she were nothing but trash under your feet is not to be part of it. Making fantastical claims about her does nothing more than declare your dishonour. Niall." Gritting his teeth, he met Ashwood's blue eyes. His steady gaze helped Niall corral his emotions. With a shuddering exhale, He opened his hand and watched with a burst of satisfaction as Matthews collapsed to the floor. No one offered the Viscount assistance as he heaved for breath, gripping at his neck. Straightening his spine, Niall turned to face the men whose gazes pressed upon him. He debated whether to apologize for his uncharacteristic actions, but quickly discarded the idea. No matter what details she had withheld from him, Alicia deserved his defense, and he would give it unreservedly. "Gentlemen," he began, clearing his throat, "I have worked side by side with most of you to pass a variety of bills to further the party platform. We celebrated the Reform Act and the Slavery Abolition Act together. I hope that after all this time you know me to be hard-working, honourable, and a man of my word." Niall sped Matthews with a gimlet stare. "I'm certain that some of you will blame my actions toward Viscount Matthews this day on my wild Scots blood. How it's not to be trusted. Yet for all the years I have lived in London, I have never been ashamed of my ancestry. How could I be, when there's so much to be proud of? However, in defence of my wife and her good name, I would take up the claymore of my forebears and raze this city to the ground. And for that, gentlemen, I will never apologise." With those loaded words, Niall spun on his heel and swept out the door. He ignored the bile souring his tongue, for he knew he had just sunk his candidacy. The knowledge didn't sting like he imagined it would. A hand closed over his shoulder in the entry, and he jerked about, his gaze colliding with Firthwell's. The Duke's flanked him. "Well," he ran a hand over his cravat, "that went swimmingly, don't you think?" "It was immensely satisfying," Darrington said, and the other men nodded in agreement. "What do you intend to do now?" Firthwell asked. Exhaling, Niall shook his head. "I intend to leave for Lochkilmorrow to find my wife and bring her home." "She's not in the Highlands." Ashwood accepted his hat and cane from a footman and offered Niall a smile. "Lady Inverray is at Hampstead Gardens." Alicia was with Flora and Hampstead? He closed his eyes and sent up a silent prayer of thanks for his younger sister and her Marquis for welcoming Alicia and keeping her safe when he had not. "Oh. How do you intend to apologise to your lady wife?" Ashwood continued. Niall wrinkled his nose. "What makes you think I have something to be sorry for?" His friends scoffed in unison, their exasperation with his answer apparent on their faces. "Because you are here," Darrington snorted, "instead of with her." He jerked on his cravat. "I don't know what to do," he grumbled, looking away and down the street. "You can apologise, Niall, with pretty words and promises," Firthwell said, his tone patient, "or you can show Lady Inverray that you're sorry." "Show her?" Niall rocked back on his feet. How could he possibly show his wife how sorry he was for allowing his hurt pride to blind him to everything else, for not respecting her and her ambitions? And suddenly he knew. The idea exploded in his mind with all the lights and colours of a firework, and he grinned. Turning to his friends, he sobered. "I can't thank you enough for everything, but that will not stop me from asking for your help with one last thing." "Will this thing help you win back your Marchioness?" Darrington inquired with a smirk. "I hope so." "Then by all means ask away." Ignoring the urge to rub his chest, Niall dipped his head in thanks. Without another word, he stepped out the front door, his friends close behind. For the first time since Torres arrived at his office with his fateful news, Niall's steps felt a tad lighter. Chapter 24. "It's peaceful here, is it not?" Alicia glanced over her shoulder and smiled. Indeed. In the week since she arrived at Amstead Gardens, her sister-in-law and brother-in-law had welcomed her like a dear friend. Hiding away in Suffolk had not been her idea. On her first day of travel to Lochkilmorrow, the coachman stopped to change horses at a coaching inn, and while she stretched her limbs, she encountered Flora and her Marquis, who had been there to meet a horse buyer. When they learned of her destination, they had promptly insisted she join them at their estate instead. Although Alicia had tried to argue, Flora would not be dissuaded. Alicia was glad for it. The days spent with her fiery but kind new sister, hacking out through the lush green meadows, had been therapeutic, relaxing even. At least until she retired to her room at night, and the torrent of memories returned. Memories of Niall's secret smiles, of how his kisses could reduce her to ash while his touch remained soothing and gentle, or how he could be deep inside her, wringing levels of pleasure from her body she didn't think possible, and look deeply into her eyes with a glimmer of awe in his own. Time and distance had made it clear that while her marriage to Niall sprung from a budding scandal, her love from him had bloomed under the warmth of his tender regard. Now her spirits had wilted and waned in his absence. She could feel Flora's gaze on her, but Alicia refused to meet her eyes. "I knew I would make a horsewoman out of you." Turning back to where Blue Bonnet waited patiently in her stall, Alicia ran a hand along the mare's flank. "I don't know about that, but Blue Bonnet is a sweet girl, and makes riding her easy." Flora looped her arm over the top rail of the paddock, a smile brightening her pretty face. "She is a sweet lass, yet I've learned that horses respond in measure to the people who surround them. You are calm and respectful of her, so she's come to trust you." "Respect certainly goes a long way, doesn't it?" Alicia said on a breath. "Indeed it does." Flora paused. Alicia was instantly on alert. Flora never paused in anything she did, be it tackling tasks, conversations, or all matter of difficult obstacles. She faced everything head-on. It was something Alicia admired about her, but now it made her wary. She clenched her jaw, her hand continuing to stroke the mare, as she waited for Flora to continue. "I haven't asked why you're here and not in London with Niall, and I don't intend to, although of course I'm vastly curious," Flora chuckled, while she waved away a fly that settled on her arm. "If you want someone to talk to, I am here any time. Always. But I thought you should read this. I don't know if it pertains to the trouble you and my brother are having, but it mentions Niall, and I thought you'd like to see it." Reaching into her coat, Flora extracted a wrinkled piece of newspaper. Alicia frowned as she took it, her hands trembling as she unfurled the paper. "Has a feud estranged Inverray and Matthews?" Lord Medlinger and Lord Grey appear to not be the only political allies on the outs. According to rumours, none of which this author has been able to concretely confirm, the Marquis of Inverray and Viscount Matthews, his long-time mentor,
had a significant row at the Earl of Winter's luncheon earlier this week. The Marquis was meeting with top Whig party members to push his candidacy for party leader when an argument broke out between the men. Whilst it's unclear what precipitated the argument, whispers have floated that the Viscount insulted Inverray's new bride, and the Marquis waged a fierce defence of her honour. Whether the rumours are true or not, a split between the two men would be disappointing, but no more so than dishonouring a marchioness of impeccable reputation. If the normally dignified Inverray truly mounted a public defence of his lady wife's honour, well, he's won the support of this writer.
"Lud, Flora, do you know what happened?"
Alicia whispered hoarsely, rereading the words as if they would make more sense the longer she stared at them.
"I have written to Juliana for more information, but have yet to receive a reply."
Whipping her head about, she stared at Flora with her heart in her throat.
"I don't understand why Niall would defend me so publicly after sending me away as if I was a problem he couldn't be bothered with."
Snapping her jaw shut, Alicia pressed her face into Bluebonnet's side. Unshed tears burned the back of her eyes, and her shoulders shuddered as she grappled for breath. She had not meant to discuss her husband, yet confessing the awful truth had been like stripping the wrappings from a wound and exposing it to the light. It made the lump in her throat a bit easier to breathe around, even if thinking of that terrible night tested the lock she had placed on her memories, on her heartbreak. They didn't speak for several minutes, and it allowed Alicia to regain her balance. She fixed her gaze on foals frolicking in a distant pasture, allowing their playful antics to tease a smile onto her lips. How she wished her own life could be so easy, so effortless. No matter what happened, Niall would not challenge Matthews if the Viscount didn't deserve it.
"Do you doubt Matthew's capable of such heinous behaviour?"
Pressing her lips together, she looked away.
"So, what are you going to do?"
Flora's voice was gentle. Alicia turned, her boots kicking up dust to cloud around her.
"I don't know. If this is true," she said, holding up the newspaper, "I'm thankful for his defence, but it doesn't solve all our other issues."
Flora lifted a shoulder.
"Maybe not, but perhaps this is just the first step."
"Perhaps," Alicia sighed.
"I just wish we could do it together, that he'd trust me enough to—"
But then that was the problem, wasn't it? She had broken their trust first. That truth was an ever-present ache in her chest. Niall had been so offended when she'd used that word before, but Alicia understood his anger a bit better now, and he had a right to that anger. Her throat tightened when she realized that she had only ever valued that word, together, if it meant he was open with her, shared his life with her, but never the reverse. She understood the difference now. Alicia wanted to help fix the mess she'd made, longed to show him how sorry she was for not trusting him more. But she couldn't do that locked away at Amstead Gardens. Her sister by marriage rocked back on her heels.
"Charlotte's last letter said he's been holed up at Campbell House, but she was vague as to why. I wish I could tell you what he's planning. I wish I could put your fears at ease. The only thing I dare to ask is for you to extend a smidge of patience for him."
"Would you be patient with Amstead?" Alicia approached Flora at the fence. "If he sent you away,
like you were a tiresome problem he had no patience to deal with.
Flora dug the toe of her boot into the soft dirt. When she finally looked up, Alicia read her answer in her green eyes.
"I'm going to go for a walk," Alicia mumbled, rubbing Bluebonnet along her head one last time. "I'll return for dinner." Not waiting for Flora to respond, she quietly exited the paddock and walked away. Her steps were quick, as though if she walked fast enough, she could outrun all her troubles. Alicia wandered aimlessly, over paths lined with wild flowers, ducking under white pasture fences and dipping her fingers in placid pond waters. She willed the sun on her skin, the breeze in her hair, the scent of honeysuckle on her tongue, to carry away her thoughts of Niall and the sham of their failed marriage. Only when the sun began to dip toward the horizon in the western sky did Alicia turn her steps back to Hampstead Gardens. Exhaustion, both emotional and physical, pressed on her shoulders, and she longed for her bed. So distracted was she with her sluggish thoughts, she didn't notice the carriage parked under the portico until the outrider's respectful bows brought her back to the moment. A familiar blonde man bustled up to the conveyance. "Murray?" she said, blinking rapidly at Niall's secretary. His blue eyes widened at the sight of her.
"Your ladyship, it's a pleasure to see you."
"What are you doing here?"
Alicia darted her gaze about, her heart thundering in her ears.
"Where is Lord Inverray?"
Something in the man's expression softened. "I believe the Marquis is inside with Lord and Lady Hampstead."
"Of course," she murmured, running trembling hands down her dusty skirts. She was in no state to see her husband. Her feelings continued to fluctuate, from anger to shame, dejection to bitterness. Niall might have occupied all of her waking thoughts, but seeing him in the flesh, hearing his deep tenor coast along her skin, made her want to flee, on foot, to his Highland home. Swallowing, she managed to flash Murray a brief smile before grasping her skirts and slipping through the front door. The sound of mumbled conversation drifted from the direction of the drawing-room, but Alicia turned away from it, instead dashing up the stairs to her chamber. Once inside her room, she sagged against the door, a hand pressed to her chest as she desperately tried to catch her breath, which was when her eyes alighted on a stack of papers perched on her cover-pane. Her brow puckered as she approached it, reaching out a hand to lift the first page. Child Labour Act, 1834. Her breath stuttered in her chest as she sank onto the mattress, her gaze greedily skipping over first one page and then the others. When she read the last word on the last page, her vision was blurry, and she clenched her eyes shut, ignoring the tear that rolled down her cheek. The language was bold, direct, unapologetic, fierce in its demand for better working conditions and age restrictions. With a hiccup, she recognized many of her own arguments in the words. The practical part of Alicia knew the bill as written would never make it to a vote, let alone out of committee. But more importantly, Niall knew it. Yet he'd written it anyway, because someone needed to, just as she had told him. Alicia didn't know how long she sat there, reading and rereading Niall's words, but at some point she reached for the pen and inkpot on her side table and scribbled notes and ideas in the margins. When the door to her chamber opened some indeterminable amount of time later, she didn't look up. I know I should have changed out of these muddy shoes when I returned, but I was a tad distracted, she tossed out to Jane.
Do you suppose the mud will come out of that leather?
His voice stilled her scribbling and stole her next breath. Niall stood with his back pressed against her chamber door, his guarded grey gaze fixed on her. All the things he said to her the night she fled came rushing back, and Alicia averted her gaze. Her hands had curled unconsciously around his draught bill, crinkling the edges. Sucking a breath through her teeth, she willed her hands to ease their grip. Jane has been able to clean them every day, despite complaining that I'm doing my best to ruin them. Alicia glanced in time to see the corner of his mouth quirk up.
You've never struck me as a woman comfortable outdoors, but Flora said you've gone hacking out every day.
I like being outside just fine, she sniffed as she set down her pen. But I also know better than to turn down a ride with a trainer of the great Assad.
Niall's chuckle was intoxicating. Very smart of you. She's been singing your praises since I arrived, so I'd say you've won her over.
Swallowing down an inconvenient lump in her throat, Alicia darted her eyes about, anxious to introduce another topic, simply so she could hear his voice. She had missed it, missed how it filled the air about her and drowned out every other sound as inconsequential, because, from the beginning, his words, his thoughts, had been important to her.
You've read it, I see.
Niall jerked his chin toward the papers in her hands, gaze intent on her face.
And it appears you have several thoughts about it.
Alicia traced the swooping swirls of her handwriting with her eyes, a dry guffaw slipping past her lips. Just a few. He linked his hands together and nodded.
I'd love to hear them.
Truly?
Of course.
The jerk of his head was forceful.
Your opinion is the only one that matters.
Anger flared, heating her skin. And did you realize this before or after you learned of my alter ego? Niall stared at her, his complexion draining of colour.
I've always known it. His Adam's apple bobbed. But I allowed my insecurities and the stress of the situation to send away the one person I've come to rely on.
He took a careful step toward her, his gaze steady on her face.
When I think back to that night, I feel such shame. Shame that I trusted Matthews for so long. Shame that I thought I needed his approval to succeed. But more importantly, great shame that I offered you no grace. Even after coming to know you as I have, coming to know your generous spirit, I had no faith that your motives were sincere. Unable to hold his stare any longer, Alicia dropped her gaze to her ink-stained fingers. It was I that had no faith in you. I should have told you about the tracts, but I knew how you felt about the author. I thought that before I told you, I could use my essays to boost your candidacy, and hasten child labour reform, he added. Alicia's lips twitched. That too, she sobered. But when you revealed Torres was searching for the writer's identity, I grew fearful that any explanation I offered would be for naught. The draft legislation was still in her hands. Holding it reminded her of all the children whose lives would be made better if it were to pass. It reminded her of the helplessness she had felt as a girl, with no one to turn to for aid. And for that young girl, Alicia finally raised her chin. In the end, I was right. You sent me away, Niall,
without allowing me to make amends. You rejected me, just as every other man in my life has done. The betrayal was like a cut that would never scab. Alicia released the papers and buried her face in her hands. She didn't care if she appeared weak in front of Niall. She was weak. Every moment she had spent with him, every thread of sparring banter they shared, every time he ran his hands over her body and made her toes curl in pleasure, had left her weak. Because she loved him. And when he sent her away, he'd shown her love was one-sided. The mattress sank next to her, and her body rolled toward him with the movement, his hands catching her arms to steady her. His thumb stroked along her skin as she wanted to sink into the sensation. "I'm sorry, Alicia." Feather-light movements coasted across her brow and down to her ear, brushing aside strands of her hair. "I was not trying to reject you. I just needed time to think. I knew I couldn't possibly do that with you around. And truthfully," his swallow was audible, "I thought that perhaps you had not told me because you didn't respect me enough to do so. I was very hurt that my own wife thought she could not trust me." A sob started in her throat. "You are the most honourable man I've ever known, and I'm so sorry I made you think otherwise. Being your wife has been the first taste of happiness I've felt in a very long time." He pressed a kiss to her temple, holding his mouth there against her skin. "I don't see how I could make a woman as wonderful as you happy. You are so far above me in every way that matters. One day I fear you will glance at me and regret having had to marry me." "Niall," she breathed, pulling back to meet his gaze. "You are not the sort of man a woman regrets." "But you've regretted marrying me." His shoulders curled a bit. "I've seen it in your gaze." Alicia drew herself up and gazed steadily at him. "The only thing I regret is that our marriage occurred in this forced manner. I've warred with my own feelings of guilt and insecurity. We've had to overcome so much, and just when we were coming to trust each other, Matthews intervened. But I know that if we'd been given time—" Alicia licked her lips and forced the next words out in spite of her nerves. "I would have confessed that what I feel for you is so much more than respect or affectionate regard." Niall had turned into stone beside her, although she would have sworn she could hear the thundering of his heart. After a prolonged moment, a ragged whisper slipped from his mouth. "Do you love me, Alicia?" "After everything?" He shook his head. "I am not deserving of your love." Alicia nodded. "I do love you, and you are deserving. My opinion is the only one that matters in this." Niall smiled, but his expression turned serious. "I have sought the good opinion of many people. My father, Matthews, powerful men in Parliament, always trying to prove myself. But I realize now that your respect, your trust in my word, your belief in my honor, is the only thing that truly matters." Reaching out, he cradled her jaw in his large hand. Niall's steady grey eyes caressed her features, while his thumb stroked softly over her cheek. Alicia leaned into him without thought, unable and unwilling to deny herself the pleasure of his touch. Every caress, every kiss, every breath he shared with her had been tender, reverent. Her heart raced like Flora's swift-footed stallion to be the subject of such adoration.
"I love you."
His thumb dragged across her bottom lip.
"I denied it for so long, twisted myself into knots to withstand the flurry of emotions that swirled about like a tempest whenever you were near. And now I don't know why. For my political career? How foolish. Falling in love with you was effortless, and yet I made loving you so painful. I'm so sorry."
Alicia didn't know what to say. They had both made mistakes, had both been unwilling to compromise, to trust. Perhaps their love would now mend the haphazardly sewn pieces of their marriage tapestry and turn it into a work of art. Glancing down at the papers that had slipped to the floor, she sighed. "I'm so proud of you for writing this bill proposal. It probably won't make it out of committee, but you will definitely give them something to talk about."
A shadow of a smile touched his mouth. "The committee has passed it."
She jerked back. "It did? How is that possible?"
"Well, my love, your husband can be quite ruthless when he wants something, and I was determined the bill would go to vote."
Her laugh echoed the delight filling her chest. "I would have loved to have sat in on the negotiations."
"The negotiations are why I did not arrive sooner."
Niall looked down to where his fingers were threaded with hers.
"I know the bill will not survive the first vote, but simply putting it to a vote was my objective. I want the Assembly to have to debate the issue, to have to table their pet projects for a time and honestly discuss the welfare of our nation's children. No longer will they be allowed to duck and hide from the very real problems terrorizing the youngest members of society."
"And what of Matthews? What of his threats?"
"The Viscount has not been seen in public since the winter's luncheon. The Dukes did a superb job of exposing his past tactics, and his reputation may never recover."
He squeezed her fingers.
"He'll always remain a threat because of his knowledge of your secret. But my hope is that, if he were to ever reveal it, no one would believe him."
She sighed. "I wish I didn't have to write anonymously. I wish I could claim my words and ideas publicly, and perhaps in another life women will be able to."
"I wish you could too, love, for you are quite brilliant."
He kissed her blushing cheek.
"If Matthews tries to make trouble in the future, we will face it together, as we should have the first time."
Biting the inside of her cheek, Alicia willed her tears at bay. While she'd been walking all over the Suffolk countryside, mourning the loss of her marriage, her husband had been making manoeuvres to ensure her reputation was protected and an issue she was passionate about was finally taken up by Parliament. Any fear or doubts that still cluttered the recesses of her mind and heart were swept free with this revelation. Alicia laid her trembling hand right over where his heart clamoured riotously, leaned forward, and kissed him. The feel of his velvety lips against her own, his scent filling her lungs, left her head swimming not just with desire, but with awe. It filled her with love for this wonderful, stubborn man. When she pulled back, Niall appeared just as dazed as she felt. His gaze fell to her lips for a heartbeat before returning to meet hers.
"Can we start anew? Neither of us can forget what has already transpired, but we can pledge not to let it hinder our path forward."
He gathered her into his arms, kissing her temple, "because I know now there is no path forward for me without you."
And Alicia knew any path she took without Niall walking beside her would be lonesome and bleak, and so much of her life had been coloured grey with loneliness. She longed for the colourful trails they could take together. The promise of such a future robbed her of breath, and Alicia could only manage a nod. But something of her heart must have shone in her teary eyes, for her husband beamed down at her before taking her lips in a smouldering kiss. Their new beginning was off to a promising start. Epilogue. "Oh, my love, I'm sorry. Are you disappointed?" Niall brought his head up from the letter he'd just read aloud, squinting his eyes as he tried to identify and label the complex thoughts and emotions swimming about in his mind. Was he disappointed his bid for Prime Minister had failed? He looked to Alicia, who stood in the fading evening light, knotting her fingers together. Mocrech. Nothing would ever disappoint him as much as the night he'd sent her away. When he'd thought sending her away would somehow make their problems easier to solve. But they had forgiven each other, although it was taking him a bit longer to forgive himself. Sucking a discreet breath between his teeth, Niall forced the memory away. In the week since that blasted day, they had worked to rebuild their trust in each other. Alicia had halted her writing for a time while they gauged what sort of threat Matthews posed, but so far the Viscount remained silent. Word had reached Niall that the man planned to retire to his country estate as soon as the party vote was over. Alicia chafed at not being allowed to publish her essays, but the time to resume would come soon enough, and Niall would not stop her. Alicia's critiques sometimes stung, but they were always fair and gave him much to think about. She'd even allowed him to read her newest drafts, and each focused on different issues, explaining important bills for the common person in language that was easy to understand. Her comments about him and Medlinger were kept to a minimum, a fact he appreciated. Niall had also spent a good deal of time rereading her past essays and understood that, if his platform alienated electors, he would not mourn the loss of their support. What was the point of winning the election if his supporters fought every direction his government took? In the end, it hadn't mattered. He'd lost. "I'm not disappointed." He refolded the letter carefully before tossing it in the rubbish bin. "After the confrontation with Matthews, I suspected electors would direct their support to Medlinger, and despite his personal issues, he will make a good Prime Minister." Niall sighed, threading his fingers over his stomach. "Standing for party leader seemed like the natural progression in my political career, but I find myself relieved at the results. Now I can focus on those issues I feel strongly about, and brush aside the extraneous matters that always stood in the way." When Alicia settled in his lap and wrapped her arms about his neck, he relaxed muscles he hadn't realized were tense. The move was so intimate, it stole his breath. Niall considered the tempting handful in his arms, thankful for her calm, supportive presence. "It is for the best," he murmured, running his fingertips up her sides. "I was loath to spend long hours away from you." "As was I," she whispered, pressing a string of kisses to his jaw. "But I was willing to sacrifice for the good of king and country."
"You are all that is generous and good, my love." Niall cradled the back of her neck. "But we can still work to benefit king and country, with your continuing to critique and shape public opinion around legislation, and me working to push through promising proposals. Thankfully, I've managed to maintain a healthy relationship with Medlinger, and I know he's open to working on child labour reform with us." Alicia grinned. "I like how you said, 'work with us.'" "Of course I did. You are the brains of the operation, after all," he quipped, before his lips claimed hers. Several heated minutes later, Niall broke their kisses, pressing his forehead to hers as he panted. "Are you ready for our trip?" "Yes," she whispered, her voice flavoured with a hint of excitement. "I find I can't wait to see Loch Kilmorrow, to see where you were born and grew up." For the first time in 7 years, Niall was returning to the Highlands, and he was taking his wife with him. He didn't know how to feel about it. Would he be welcomed as a prodigal son, or would the Duke turn his nose up at him in disapproval? Juliana and Flora both assured him that their father would welcome him home, since Niall returning with his future Duchess had apparently softened the old Duke to his wayward heir. Niall couldn't be sure this would be the case, but he hoped. "The children are going to miss you horribly when we're away," he chuckled. Little Edith and Eunice had already begun to complain about his absence, as if he and Alicia were not departing in a week. "I promised that you would write to them," Alicia said, her mouth twitching in suppressed mirth. "You would volunteer me for such a task?" "Writing to 2 young girls you adore should not be a chore," he scoffed. "Well, then it's a good thing I've already provided them the direction to Loch Kilmorrow." Her laugh still had the power to make his stomach clench in want. After a moment, her expression relaxed, although she studied him with love in her eyes. "You would have made an excellent Prime Minister." Niall arched a dubious brow. "You must forgive me if I do not believe you." "I'm in earnest, but I understand why you're doubtful. Consider this, though." She cupped his cheek. "How many times did I cast aspersions on your character in my essays?" Niall pondered this for a moment, and then smiled. "None." "Exactly." She carded her fingers through his hair, tugging gently on the strands. "But I promise that if I have concerns, I will address them only in the privacy of our chamber. Whatever the future holds for you and me, we will face it together, with no secrets to divide us." Tucking his face in the crook of her neck, Niall breathed her in, breathed in the possibilities that lay before them, each so much more than he could have dreamed just a year before. "And speaking of our future and not keeping secrets, I suspect we will be welcoming a new addition within the year," she whispered at his ear. It took Niall a moment to understand her words, and he pulled back, grasping her shoulders as he blinked in surprise. Are you sure?" Alicia nodded, her dear dark eyes sparkling with unshed tears. "As sure as I can be." Niall wrenched his eyes closed, swamped with a magnitude of emotions he was only just becoming accustomed to. And now he had the joys and small heartaches of fatherhood to look forward to. He finally understood what it meant when someone said their heart was full, because his felt like it might burst. A new thought occurred to him, and he clutched Alicia tighter in his arms. "We should cancel the trip. Surely a long, uncomfortable ride wouldn't be healthy for a woman expecting."
She rubbed his chest in soothing circles. "We will do no such thing. It is still early, and I will be just fine. Trust me, my love." Exhaling, he kissed her temple. Niall would trust her, with this and everything. This concludes To Tempt a Scandalous Lord by Liana de la Rosa, narrated by Gabrielle Baker. Copyright 2021 by Liana de la Rosa. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Entangled Publishing LLC and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.